bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
We welcome all the Paramashivoham Level 2 participants to the first session of the day, Nityananda Yoga. We're going to perform the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the 308 Asana sequence. Let us all now settle down on our yoga mats. Sit with our head, neck and spine in a straight line. Hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of the heart center. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we chant the Sadguru Vandanam.
Nityanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasatrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavaditam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Next, we are going to chant the Shiva Mula mantra, Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha, 11 times. Please follow along internally.
Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha.
Next up is the Tatvachamana, the ritualistic cleansing. Make sure you have your Panchapatram and Udani ready. 1 cup with a spoon and some water. Keep your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra in the shape of a cow's ear. Then take 1 Udani of water and pour it into your right palm. Each time the word Swadha is chanted, sip the water from the bottom of your right palm and take another Udani of water for a total of 3 times.
Om Atma Tattvam Shodhayami Sudha. Om Vidya Tattvam Shodhayami Sudha. Om Shiva Tattvam Shodhayami Sudha.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatram and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your right thumb.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
Wash your hand again. With your index, middle and ring finger joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Then wash your hand again. With your index finger and thumb, touch your right nostril and your left nostril. With your ring finger and thumb, touch your right eye, your left eye, your right ear and your left ear. Then wash your hand again. With your little finger and thumb, touch your navel, your right chest and your left chest. And with all the fingertips joined together, touch the crown of your head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder and your heart center. Wash your hand again. Place your right palm over the left and place your hands on your right thigh. Close your eyes and set a sankalpa. Make a conscious resolution. What you're going to manifest through today's ritual of Nityananda Yoga. Hold the visualization as we chant the Sankalpa mantra.
Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshaya Dwara Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityartham Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhatitau Purana Arogya Yukta Dridhagatra Yogika Sharira Siddhyartham Paramashiva Shaktya Vishkaranartham Nityananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye.
Now wash your right hand once more.
Om Apaupasprisya.
And then keep your Panchapatram and Udani aside so we can safely enter into the ritual of Nityananda Yoga. First, we're going to cover the components of Nityananda Yoga. First, asanas, the physical body postures, aligning your body to Paramashiva, strengthening your muscles and bringing flexibility and strengthening your nervous system to hold the conscious energy of Paramashiva. Next up is pranayama, the breathing techniques. As you infuse intense prana into the system and control the inhalation, retention and exhalation of the breath, you align your breathing to Paramashiva, cleansing the nadis, the energy channels, and infusing intense energy into your system. Mudras, the energy circuits performed through certain hand gestures and aligning various other parts of your body, direct the prana into specific regions of your body and awaken the non-mechanical parts of your brain. Next up is bandha, the energy locks, preventing the prana from seeping out into the space around you by contracting certain muscles and diaphragms within your body, leading the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine to the higher energy centers. The bandhas we're going to perform are the Mula Bandha, the root lock, contracting your perineal floor and pulling it up towards your spine. The Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock, contracting your muscles above and below the navel and pulling your stomach in and up. And the Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, tucking your chin to the chest, internally contracting your throat muscles, thus locking your throat. Form all three bandhas together and they form Mahamudra Bandha. Next is Karana, the sacred dance postures. As they have been preserved over time throughout the temples in India, carved in stone, they are now being revived in the right context through Nityananda Yoga. Moving your various body parts in graceful synchronicity, aligned to the cosmic body movements, brings intense awareness into every part of your body and leads to a subtle but intense breathing flow that intensifies the prana uptake with every single breath. Next is the visualization. Throughout the asana practice, we're going to project certain visualizations in the top right corner of the screen. Hold these visualizations as you perform the asanas. Intensely visualize that you are that deity, that tree, that animal, that mountain. Manifest Mano Shakti, the power of thought, by aligning your thinking to Paramashiva. Japa is the internal repetition of mantras. We are projecting certain japas on screen throughout the asana practice, and we're going to point out whenever the japa changes. Visualize the japa rotating around your throat in a circular motion, like a prayer wheel, for example. This will cleanse your Vishuddhi chakra and awaken Vak Shakti, the power of speech, as you align your speech to Paramashiva. Listen to the mantras that our Acharya is chanting externally. These are the scripture references for all the asanas, including the benefits and the instructions in the Sanskrit language. They have a phonetic significance. As you listen to the Sanskrit language, even if you don't understand it, it will raise your energy levels and awaken the subtle brain groups. Next is weightlifting. Keep some weights at the side of your mat and hold them during specific asanas. This will intensify the asana practice, awaken your Kundalini Shakti, and build your muscles and nervous system to hold the energy of Paramashiva for a longer period of time. Bodybuilding is a spiritual practice, as per the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In the background of our acharyas, you can see the Shri Yantra. We are projecting this certain mandala, so you can gaze at it intensely during the yoga practice. Whenever you have the opportunity, gaze at it intensely but gently, like you would gaze at a rose, mirroring these sacred geometric figures, the flower petals, the circles, into your inner space. This will mirror the macrocosmic energies, the very inner space of Mahadeva himself, into your inner space. Next is the Abharanam, the sacred Rudraksha Mala, the Rudraksha jewelry. Keeping Reduction beats on your body holds your body in a high energy space, as Reduction beats function like a spiritual battery, holding on to the spiritual energy for a long time and giving it off to your body as you wear them. So wear Reduction beats at any given time, especially during the Janda Yoga. Finally, we have Aushadha, the sacred Siddha alchemy science. Applying these Siddha medicines on your body or ingesting them into your system infuses intense prana, capable of curing even chronic diseases. So, apply the vibhuti. If you're a female body, apply vibhuti on your forehead. If you're a male body, please remove your upper cloth and apply the vibhuti on 16 places over your body. The kumkum, the activated turmeric powder, is to be applied on the Agnya chakra, the third eye in between the eyebrows. If you have it available, you can make a mixture out of turmeric and sandalwood powder and some water and apply it on your temples as well. If you have any other Aushadhas from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, feel free to apply them for the ritual of Janda Yoga. With this, let us now get ready to enter into the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama, the 308 Asana sequence.
Nityanandam, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
Let us now enter into the first asana of the sequence. Sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Keep your hands on top of your knees in Bindu Mudra with index fingers and thumbs joined together. Gaze forward, visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka, inhale deeply, hold your breath. Exhale fully, and again hold your breath. Focus on your navel region and visualize the fire in your stomach being kindled. As you perform Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas, root lock, abdominal lock, and throat lock, all three bandhas together, and internally chant the japa Soham in Sukhasana.
Tatsukhasanam ityuktam ashaktastat asanam vijitam jena jitam tena jagatrayam.
Next up is Parvatasana. Now place your feet on top of opposite thighs in Padmasana. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head with the elbows straight. Perform all three bandhas as you visualize yourself as Mount Kailash.
Athapakshe Mahadeva Parvatasana Mangalam Yatkritva Sthirarupi Syat Chakradi Vilopanam.
Next up is Halipavasana. Extend your feet away from the body. Keep the soles of the feet together. Interlock your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down. Place your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Gaze to your nose, engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Purava Vidhiya Hume Jano Ubhay Pagathali Zambudhano.
Next up is Nagipavasana. Rise up and extend your arms out in front of you, cupping your palms, placing your hands on the ground in front of your feet, and your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Gaze to your nose, perform Mahamudra Bandha and visualize yourself as a snake in Nagipavasana.
Purava Vidhi Pariyaga Neni Choho Vikahoni Bhanasyo Lagayi.
Next up is Kokilasana. Now keep your hands in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers extended, holding little and ring fingers with your thumbs. Now catch your big toes with index and middle fingers and extend your legs forward and up. Then cross your legs into Padmasana and lean forward and down onto your elbows. Engage Mahamudra Bandha and visualize yourself as a bird in Kokilasana.
Athanyadasanam Vakshe Jena Siddho Bhave Naraha Akasmat Vayu Sancharam Kokilakshyasanena Cha.
Next up is Nityasana. Now stack your knees and ankles and hold on to opposite elbows. Start rotating your arms in a wide circle. Gaze to your nose, perform Mahamudra Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And every once in a while, change the direction of the movement in Nityasana.
Goda Bava Padiki Ashama Hili Soja, the Chicharan Kovar Lota Parigulpa Samoja.
Now place your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart. Raise your hips up high, straighten your legs, and scoop your head and chest forward and down, again and again. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock, as you visualize yourself as an elephant in Gajasana.
Nijjam padagre bhumau kritva lambi bhuyamastagagre nidhajam.
Maintain the same posture, but push one heel to the mat and lift the other heel up again and again. Keep your stomach pulled in and visualize yourself as a bear in a Rikshasana.
Ekaikam padamakuncha gajasanam kuriyat rikshasanam bhavati.
Now rise up. Bring your hands to the chest and rise up onto the tips of the toes. Stand on the tips of the big toes if you can. Hands in Hridaya Mudra, index, middle and ring fingers joined together. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and visualize Swamiji in Vaishyasana.
Keshena padayugalam badhvatishte dadhomukaha.
Next up is Urdhva Janukarana. Now stand in Adimandi posture. Heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bend. Bring your hands to the chest and then raise one knee up in a circle around your body and follow along with the respective hand again and again. Next up is Palalinga Asana. Now interlock your fingers from the outside in Sarva Shankari Mudra. Raise one knee up towards your chest and pull it close with your hands. Engage all the bandhas, stand erect on the mat like a rod as you visualize yourself holding a baby.
Ekam janurasyalinga sthathavyam balalinganam bhavati.
Now pull the foot behind towards your buttocks with both hands interlocked in Parashu Mudra. Keep the knees together, engage all the bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Parapitanasana.
Sitvaitasmin padatale karabhyam veshtayetanam.
Next up is Natarajasana. Now hold the sole of the foot from the inside and kick the leg back and up as you extend the other hand forward in Bindu Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja in Natarajasana.
Uttanapadam kranchancha marichim veerbhadrakam.
Next up is Balalingasana on the other side. Now again raise the other knee up. Hands interlock from the outside in and pull the knee close as you engage all the bandhas and visualize yourself holding a baby.
Ekam janurasyalinga sthathavyam balalinganam bhavati.
Next up is Parapitanasana on the other side. Pull the foot towards your buttocks with both hands in Parashu Mudra. Perform Mahamudra Bandha and visualize Swamiji.
Sitvaitasmin padatale karabhyam veshtayetanam.
Now hold the sole of the foot, kick the leg back and up, and extend the other arm forward with the hand in Bindu Mudra. Visualize yourself dancing as Lord Nataraja in Natarajasana.
Uttanapadam kranchancha marichim veerbhadrakam.
Next up is Ardha Trikarana from Arimandi posture. Heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Bring your hands to the chest and step the right foot behind the left as you swing the right arm back and forth like a pendulum. Gracefully move your fingers one by one, then place your right hand over the nose, uncross your ankles and step the left foot behind to repeat the movement. Next up is the skeleton dance. Now, visualize yourself as a skeleton and shake your body intensely. Dance wildly as you hold the visualization of your bone structure. Bold integrity into your very bone marrow by visualizing your skeleton as you move intensely. Next up is the Katichinakarana from Arimandi posture. Cross your arms over top of your head with the palms facing back. Turn your body to one side, open up your arms, cross them as you return back to the center, and repeat this movement on both sides again and again. Next up is Tadasana. As you stand on the tips of your toes, raise your arms up parallel above your head. Engage all the bandhas and visualize yourself as a palm tree as you internally chant the new japa, Shivoham.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनौ ताडासन विभेदकान्विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नी पतिप्रिया.
Now lean forward and down. Place your hands on the ground if you can. Lean down as low as possible with your head close towards the knees. Perform Mahamudra Bandha or Tribandhas and visualize Swamiji in Uttanasana.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनौ ताडासन विभेदकान्विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नी पतिप्रिया.
Next step is Tadakshasana. As you walk your hands forward and step your feet back into the plank position, lock your chin to the chest and rotate your head from side to side in Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गजाधनं स्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नयेत्.
Next step is Bhujangasana. Now lower your body down onto your stomach. Keep your hands at the side of your shoulders and raise your head and chest by the strength of your lower back. Open your mouth widely and inhale through the hollow of your throat in Bhujangani Mudra as you visualize yourself as a cobra in Bhujangasana.
अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधो भूमौ विनिन्द्यसेत्.
Now push your body back up into the plank position and pull one knee up towards your chest alternatingly. Breathe through your nose as you lead the prana along your spine and hold the breath on and off in Sahajra Kumbhaka, visualizing Swamiji in Shashasana.
गजासन संस्थितो जानुद्वयमागुञ्च वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
Next up is Rathasana. Now step one foot in between the two hands. Simultaneously jump the front foot back as you bring the other foot forward again and again. Visualize yourself pulling a chariot in Rathasana.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पूर्वमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
With one foot at the front, the other foot far back, rise up. Bend the front knee at a 90-degree angle and raise your arms up parallel above your head. Engage Uddiyana Bandha, pull the stomach in and up and gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra in Virabhadrasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Exchange the position of your feet. Step the other foot forward. Bend the front knee at a 90-degree angle and raise your arms up. Gaze up. Visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra with 8 arms in Virabhadrasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Vrikshasana. As you stand on one leg, raise the other foot towards the inner opposite thigh with the heel against the perineum. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra and raise your arms up straight above your head. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize yourself as a tree in Vrikshasana.
वामो रुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु.
Next up is Garudasana. Now raise the foot on top of the opposite hip. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत्.
Next up is the Vrikshasana on the other side. Now raise the other foot up. Raise your arms, the hands together in Anjali Mudra. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize yourself as a tree.
वामो रुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु.
Now bring the raised foot on top of the opposite hip. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत्.
Now step one foot forward and the other foot far back. Back toes facing sideways. Extend your arms out parallel to the ground and lean forward and down. One hand to the foot, the other hand pointing straight up towards the sky. Keep your shoulders aligned. Gaze up and visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now exchange the position of your feet and extend your arms out. Place the other hand to the foot and raise the other arm up as you gaze up in Trikonasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे
Next up is Nikutaka Karana from Arimandi posture. Heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Raise one heel off the ground and bring your hands to the chest with the palms facing each other. Now stomp the raised heel down, lift the other heel up. Exchange the position of your hands again and again. Now lower your body down onto raised heels. Keep the toes tucked, your knees off the ground, join together and bring your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you start buzzing like a bee on the in and exhalation in Brahmari Kumbhaka, internally chanting the new japa, Sadashivoham in Angushtasana.
कबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टिकं ज्ञेयं ब्रह्मप्रासादितं तथा
Now step 1 foot forward and keep your hands at the side of your body. Keep your palms facing forward in Vara Mudra with your fingertips barely touching the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Saurasana.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्
Next up is Vidunanasana. Hold on to the big toe of the front foot and hold on to the back heel. As you balance in this posture, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and keep buzzing like a bee.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण
Now exchange the position of your feet. Stretch the other leg forward, hands at the side in Vara Mudra. Visualizing Swamiji in Saurasana.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्
Now catch a hold of the big toe of the front foot and the back heel. Balance as you visualize Swamiji in Vidunanasana.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण
Next up is Brahmajalankushasana. Step your front foot in and sit on raised heels. Keep your knees apart and place your hands on top of the knees with the palms facing up. Lock your chin to the chest. Gaze through the gap between the palms in Shambhavi Mudra. Eyes open wide, unblinking, as you visualize Swamiji in Brahmajalankushasana.
दो फणा पानी होए वैसे एड़ी दो गुदानी वैसे
Now drop your knees to the ground. Keep your heels raised, toes tucked, and sit on the raised heels with your perineum. Keep your hands on your thighs. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze towards the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as sage Kapila Muni, the founder of Mahanirvana Pita in Kapilasana.
उभय पगथलिए समट हरावे तिनको माहिली कोर मिलावे
Next up is Padala Gurukasana. Maintain the same posture, but shift your gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो पगथलिए समुट करे कोरवारली भूपर इधरे
Now raise your knees off the ground, bring the soles of the feet together and sit on raised heels. Bring your thumbs and little fingers together and open up your palms resembling a lotus flower in Padma Mudra. As you raise your arms up above your head, gaze through the gap between the palms. Engage Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock, and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Suryasana.
एड़ी दो गुदा दरियाने फणा पानी बैठक पुनिठाने
Now place your knees on the ground and bring the top of your feet flat on the mat. Keep your hands on your knees. Press your tongue up flat against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a frog as you breathe calmly through your nose in Mandukasana.
पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अङ्गुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशेत्
Now bring your hands behind your back and hold on to opposite shoulders. Pull your stomach in and up. Press your tongue against the palate of the mouth. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a frog in Uttana Mandukasana.
मण्डूकासनं मध्यस्थं गुरुपराभ्यां धृतं शिरः
Next up is Simhasana. Now cross your feet and sit on the heels. Press your perineum with the heels. Engage Mula Bandha. Hands on the knees, gaze to the nose and stick your tongue out, exhaling forcefully through your mouth again and again as you visualize yourself as a lion in Simhasana.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन तथेतरम्.
Next up is Padasana. Now, bring the soles of your feet together behind your body. Separate your knees wide and sit on your heels as you cross your arms behind your back and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Lock your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose, and return to buzzing like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka as you visualize Swamiji in Bhattarasana.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्याधो विक्रमेण समाहितः.
Next up is Kakabhushandi Asana. Now, place your feet flat, raise your knees, and bring your arms around the legs. Interlock the fingers behind your back if you can in Parashamudra. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a crow in Kakabhushandi Asana.
प्रथमे वेत्कौकुलठाने द्वौ हातपगममी च आने.
Next up is Kali Pavasana. Now place your hands on the ground and bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. Raise your hips, straighten your legs and lean forward. Lift your feet off the ground and balance on your arms as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गुना शीतुष्टा होई तो आची होई.
Next up is Kapali Asana, the first inverted posture of this sequence. If you suffer from any neck or spine injuries, high blood pressure, or if you're currently in pregnancy, please don't perform any of the inverted postures unless you consult your doctor first whether this is safe for you. Request all the female bodies who are currently in pregnancy or they suspect they might be in pregnancy to not perform any of the forward bends of this sequence. Now, place your hands on the ground, bring your knees onto your elbows, your head on the mat, form a triangle between your head and your hands, lift your hips up and straighten your legs up into a headstand. Lean against the wall for support if needed as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Kapali Asana.
शीशा धरती टेकी पकड़ो भूमि लिवा ऊंचा को करे.
Next up is Paramashivoham. Now lower your body down. Start performing Rechaka Kumbhaka. Exhale deeply and hold your breath after every exhalation. Place your hands on the ground and twist your body, aligning one knee and the hip with your elbows. Lean forward. Lift your body up and extend your legs out to the side as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as a peacock in Paramashivoham.
मयूरं दंडवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दंडनामकम्.
Now twist your body to the other side. Align your knee and the hip with your elbows. Lean forward, lift your body up and balance as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a peacock in Paramashivoham on the other side.
मयूरं दंडवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दंडनामकम्.
Now walk your hands forward, step your feet back, bring one foot outside the respective shoulder in between the two hands. Push your hips forward, gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganatha.
आसन को गुण पीति जागी.
Step the front foot back, bring the other foot forward in between the hands. Gaze up and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganatha on the other side.
आसन को गुण पीति जागी.
Now step the foot back and bring your forearms on the ground. Keep your hips raised. Raise your head and gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in Ummakapitasana.
भून्यस्तौ जानुनि हस्तौ चतुष्पदमवाङ्मुखम्.
Next up is Vashishthasana. Rise up onto your hands and then rotate your body, lifting one arm up straight towards the sky. Gaze up along the raised arm. As you keep your body straight as a plank, visualize yourself as Sage Vashishta. Now rotate your body to the other side. Raise the other arm up towards the sky. Gaze up as you visualize yourself as Sage Vashishta in Vashishthasana on the other side. Now come to a seated position with your legs extended forward. Bring your hands underneath the buttocks with the palms facing up. Lock your chin to the chest, gaze towards your nose, and visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman as you internally chant the new japa Mahasadashivoham in Anjani Asana.
दो करके उभय हथेली कोरवारली मैले भेली.
Next up is Paschimottanasana. With the legs extended forward, lean forward and down, hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Bring your head down towards the knees as low as possible. Perform Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas, and visualize Swamiji in Paschimottanasana.
जानो परिललाटन्तो पश्चिमं तानमुच्यते.
Rise up, interlock your fingers around your neck in Parashu Mudra, and lean forward and down. Slightly separate your knees to bring your head in between the knees if you can. Your elbows outside the legs. Squeeze your core as you perform Mahamudra Bandha and visualize Kali in your inner space in Ugrasana.
जानो परिललाटन्तो पश्चिमं तानमुच्यते.
Next up is Marichyasana. Now step one foot in towards the perineum with the knee raised. Bring your arm in and around the raised knee and interlock your hands behind your back. As you bring your head down towards the knee, visualize yourself as Marichi in Marichyasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next up is Mahamudrasana. Now drop the waist into the side with the heel against the perineum. Lean forward and down, hold onto the front foot with both hands. Exhale and hold your breath as you gaze through your nose. Visualize Swamiji and engage Parthivanda's Mahamudra Bandha in Mahamudrasana.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः.
Now stretch the leg forward. Step the other foot in towards the perineum. Bring your arm in and around the raised knee and interlock your fingers behind your back as you visualize yourself as Marichi in Marichyasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next up is Mahamudrasana. Drop the waist into the side, heel against the perineum, and lean forward and down. Hold onto the front foot, engage all three bandhas in Mahamudrasana.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
Rise up and bring the soles of your feet together with your heels close towards the perineum. Hold your toes with the fingers interlocked and push your knees to the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Bhadrasana 2.
गुल्भौ दुर्शनस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
Now keep your hands on the respective knees and extend your feet away from your body. Lock your chin to the chest, gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji in Gvalipavasana.
पूर्वचर्पण चौक सोजी वाही विधि जो कीजे सोजी.
Next up is Jnanasana. Now bring your feet back in towards the body. Hold on to the soles of the feet with all 10 fingers and lean forward and down. Bring your forehead down to the ground as you gaze to your nose and visualize Yoni Mandala in your inner space, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti in Jnanasana.
दोगु पगदली संपट करे एडी मेड के ढिंग करे.
Next up is Midakipavasana. Now extend your feet out in front of you. Keep the heels together and separate the toes as you extend your arms to the side and lean forward and down, placing your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्व विधि परिपकथली संपूर्ण शोल एडी मिली राशे.
Next up is Siddha Samadhi Asana. Now bring your feet in. Scoop your hands below the shins. With the palms facing up, rest the chin on the heels. Gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Siddha Samadhi Asana.
दोगु पगदली संपट करे 16 मेढ आगा मेधरे.
Next up is Chinakipavasana. Now rise up. Bring your feet in towards your perineum. Heels together, toes apart. Hold on to the soles of the feet and open them up like a book as you press your elbows down onto your thighs. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो बगा की एडी धरती मगिवा मेढ लगावे.
Now place your hands on top of the respective knees with the soles of the feet together, heels against the perineum. Push your knees down to the ground gently as you pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Chatupada Sukhasana.
द्वौ पगदली संपुटधारे आगाने करजारे पसारे
With the soles of the feet together, rotate your feet, raise your heels off the ground and bring your toes down to the mat. Push your knees down to the ground and place your hands on top in Bindu Mudra. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana.
गुल्भौ संपीड्य चान्योन्यं व्युत्कर्मेणोत्थितं शनैः.
Next up is Samanasana. Now keep one heel against the perineum and lift the sole of the other foot against your chest with both hands. Gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in Samanasana.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
Next up is Apanasana. Now lift the leg over your shoulder. Keep your hands at the side and extend the opposite leg forward and up. Gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे च आरोप्य ततः.
Now pull the other foot towards your chest as you push the other heel against the perineum. Gaze to the third eye as you visualize Swamiji in Samanasana on the other side.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
Now lift the leg over top of your shoulder and extend the opposite leg forward and up as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Apanasana.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे च आरोप्य ततः.
Now stack your knees in front of your body with the heels outside the opposite hips. Interlock your fingers on top of your knees. Gaze to the nose and visualize the face of a cow as you start breathing in Sitkari Kumbhaka. Press your tongue against the palate of the mouth without touching the teeth and hiss through your teeth on the inhalation. Internally chant Om Nityanandoham in Gomukhasana.
खव्ये दक्षिणगुल्भं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
Now hold on to your big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze to your nose and pull your stomach in and up as you visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana.
दक्षिण गोड़ों नीचे उठाने, बाहों तागे ऊपर आने.
Next up is Anasuyasana 2. Now interlock your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down. Bring your chin over the knees, the nose to the mat as you gaze to the tip of your nose, visualizing yourself as a Rishika Anasuya.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि, प्रेडा बागोड़ा की संधि.
Now step the right foot flat on the mat and keep the heel against the perineum. Hands on the knees, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 2.
डाबो बकमोड़ी एडी माहिरो गुल्फमूल द्वारनी चाहिए.
Now raise your perineum onto the heel and interlock your fingers around the neck. Twist your elbows around the raised knee as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Sage Narada in Naradasana.
इष्टजुवाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता ही लगा वे फेरी.
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana. Now place the left foot on top of the right thigh and keep the right knee raised. Twist your left elbow outside the, hold on to the right shin with your left hand and the right big toe with the right hand in Prana Mudra. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in Matsya Pitakasana.
वामेन वामांगुष्ठन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्य पीठकम्.
Now again, stick your knees over top of each other. Keep the other knee on top this time. Interlock your fingers on the top knee. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
Now hold on to the big toes in Pranayama Mudra. Pull your stomach in and up and gaze to your nose in Anasuyasana.
दक्षिण गोड़ नीचे उठाने, बाहों ताके ऊपर आने.
Now interlock your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down. Gaze to your nose as you bring it down to the mat. As you visualize yourself as Vrishika Anasuya and Anasuyasana too.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि, उपरिटा वागोड़ा की संधि.
Rise up. Place the left foot flat this time, with the knee raised against the chest, right heel against the perineum, hands on your knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Garudan Garudasana.
डाबो पगमोड़ी एड़ी माहिलो गुल्फमूल द्वार नीचे दे.
Now interlock your fingers around your neck and raise your perineum onto the heel. Twist your elbows outside the raised knee as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Sage Narada and Naradasana.
पृष्ठज्वाम पगदली गेरी, भूपरिता ही लगावे फेरी.
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana. Now place the right foot onto the left thigh. Hold onto the left shin with the right hand and the left big toe with the left hand in Pranayama Mudra. Gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, in Matsya Pitakasana.
वामेन वामांगुष्ठन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकम्.
The next asana is Matsya Indrasana. Now extend your legs, then place one foot, the left foot on top of the right thigh, raise the right knee. Twist your left elbow outside the raised knee with the hand by the neck, the other hand, the right hand, on the ground behind you. Gaze up and visualize Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga, in Matsya Indrasana.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्.
Next up is Kupasana. Now extend your front hand down to the foot, hold on to the big toe in Pranayama Mudra. Gaze up towards your third eye as you place the other hand on the respective ear. Visualize yourself as a camel in Kupasana.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Next up is Matsya Indrasana too. Place the back hand on the ground behind you. Keep holding onto the front foot, gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendranath.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्.
Next up is Matsya Indrasana. Now exchange the position of your feet. Place the right foot on the left thigh, raise the left knee, twist the right elbow outside the raised knee with the hand by the neck. Gaze up to your third eye as you place the left hand on the ground behind you and twist your spine. Visualize Sage Matsyendranath and Matsya Indrasana.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः.
Next up is Kubasana. Extend the front hand down to the foot, hold onto the big toe in Pranayama Mudra. Gaze to your third eye as you place the left hand on the left ear. Visualize yourself as a camel in Kubasana.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Now place the left hand on the ground behind you, twist your spine even further, and gaze towards your third eye as you visualize Sage Matsyendranath and Matsya Indrasana too.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now place your feet on top of opposite thighs. Keep your hands flat on your knees. Gaze towards the tip of the nose. Engage Mahamudra Bandha or Tribandhas as you press your tongue against the back of your teeth and hiss through your teeth on the inhalation. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva as you gaze to your nose and internally chant Om Nityananda Mahasadaशिवोहम in Padmasana.
आसनं द्विधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now cross your arms in front of your body and hold onto your big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Lord Shiva in Padmasana too.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरू संस्थो प्रयत्नतः.
Now bring your hands through your legs with your palms on the ground. Straighten your elbows, raise your body off the mat, balance on your arms as you visualize yourself as a rooster and breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्वोरौरन्तरे करौ.
Next up is Baddha Asana from Padmasana. Place your hands on the ground in front of your body with the fingers pointing towards your knees. Bend your elbows. Rest your navel on your elbows and extend your legs back. Raise your knees off the ground. Straighten your body as you visualize Swamiji in Baddha Asana.
धरामोष्टभ्यकरद्वयेन तत्कूर्परिस्थापिता नाभिपार्श्वः.
Now extend your legs back into Mayurasana. With your hands on the ground, fingers pointing towards your body, bend your elbows towards your navel and lean forward. Find balance. Extend your legs up straight and hold this position as you visualize yourself as a peacock in Mayurasana.
अथ पक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now relax. Lower your body down onto your stomach. Interlock your fingers around your neck as you place your forehead on the ground and rotate your feet. Bring your heels to the mat, toes pointing outwards. In Makarasana as you visualize yourself as a crocodile.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानौ.
Now place your hands on the ground next to your shoulders and raise your legs up off the mat. Visualize yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana.
अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमवष्टभ्यकरयोस्तलाभ्याम्.
Next up is Ushtasana. Now bend your knees, hold onto your feet and pull them outside the hip. Visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtasana.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम्.
Maintain the grip on your feet and kick your legs back and up as you raise your head and chest and gaze up towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow in Dhanurasana.
प्रसार्य पादौ भूयिदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्.
Now come to a kneeling posture. Keep your heels outside the hips. Sit in between the heels with the toes touching behind your back. Place your hands on the respective knees. Gaze up towards your third eye. Breathe calmly through your nose. Visualize Swamiji and internally chant the new japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham in Bakasana.
उल्टा मोड़ी पाव दो वैसे बहुरो जुगति करे एक ऐसे.
Now we're getting ready for another inverted posture. Set yourself up in front of a wall if needed. From the kneeling position, bring your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart. Interlock your fingers in Parasha Mudra and rest your head on the ground. Support it with your hands as you raise your hips. Straighten your legs. Align your hips with your shoulders and then lift your legs off the ground. Keep your knees bent and pull your knees in towards your chest. Squeeze your body into a ball. Try to touch your chin to your knees as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Gohyasana.
दो वो हाथ की कहुनी जोजी पुनः कलाई जाने दो जी.
From Gohyasana, now extend your legs up straight into Shirshasana. Straighten your legs. Bring your hips above the shoulders, the knees above the hips, ankles above the knees. Push your hips forward just so slightly. Straighten your body, gaze to your nose, and breathe deeply as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः.
Gently lower your legs down. Now come to a seated posture with the legs extended forward. We're going to enter a sequence of rapid exhalations in Bastika Kumbhaka. As you contract your abdomen and pull it up, push the air out of your lungs again and again without inhaling in between. Don't worry, air will naturally flow back into your lungs. Keep exhaling rapidly like the bellows of a blacksmith. Throughout the next few asanas, starting off with Podiasana, hold on to your calves and raise your legs up vertically in front of your face as straight as possible. Visualize Swamiji and keep rapidly exhaling in Podiasana.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने घोड़ा तरह काकसी ठाने.
Now bring your hands behind your back and hold on to opposite shoulders. Extend your legs straight and up. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a mace in Parigasana.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य.
Now extend your arms out in front of you or place your elbows on the ground for balance. Engage your core as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana.
उत्तानशयनं कुर्पराभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्याम्.
Now scoop your hands below the feet and pull your feet in towards your chest. Keep performing Bhastrika Kumbhaka as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana.
पगतली सम्पूटकरी हाथस्योपक ऊंचाई.
Relax, you can breathe calmly now. Lay down on your back with your feet flat, the knees raised, and place your palms on the ground just behind your heels. Push your hips up, contract the perineal floor and lock your throat as you hold your breath intensely for a long time in Mocha Kumbhaka. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Unmukha Pichasana too.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा उत्थाप्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेत्तु पीठ उन्मुख नामके.
Now lay down flat on your back and relax completely. Pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine, along with the Apana Vayu, from the Muladhara all the way to the Sahasrara Chakra, in Shakti Chala Mudra, as you visualize your body is dead. And Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham in Shivasana.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest and circle them with your legs, with your arms, and rock your body from side to side as you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the first 108 asanas of this sequence, which form the Pratama Vinyasa Krama. Celebrate yourself. This is the first asana sequence of Kailasa Nityananda Yoga. Let us now get ready to enter into the remainder of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. We have 200 asanas to go. Let's get ready. Quickly grab some water and immediately return to your mat, as we are going to continue in just a few seconds.
Nityananda, thank you for watching, and if you found the video enlightening,
Please give it a like, share it with your loved ones, and subscribe to stay connected with us.
don't forget to click the bell icon to receive the notifications.
Yes, now let us enter into the next asana of the sequence in a comfortable position, with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Keep your hands on your knees in Bindu Mudra with index fingers and thumbs together. Gaze forward. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply into your navel region and hold your breath. Visualize a fire being kindled in your navel as you internally chant Om Nityananda Paramashivoham in Yathasana Ishtasana.
Paryankam tatsamakhyatam yathasamstam yathastitihi.
In a cross-legged position with your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra, inhale and exhale as deeply as possible again and again as you visualize Swamiji in Samasana.
Idanim garbhininaam yogabhyaso yatha labhu sukha prasavalabhaya prochate prarthane pathi.
Next up is Muktasana. As you keep your left heel against the perineum and the right foot on top of the left foot, keep your hands flat on your knees and gaze towards the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as a sage, liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Muktasana.
निपीड्यसि विनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्फतः.
Next up is Siddhasana. Now maintain this position but shift your gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थानुसंयमितेन्द्रियोचलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Now shift your gaze down to the ground in front of you. Perform Mahamudra Bandha or Trivandhas and visualize Swamiji in Siddhi-asana.
वामपादके इडीजानो सीवनिमधितासु कोठानो.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nityanand.
The next asana is Ritualistic 2. With your hands on your knees in Bindu Mudra, the right foot on top of the left, gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
वामचरण परिदक्षिण राखे एक जुगति ऐसे विधि दाखे.
Maintain the same posture but shift your gaze to the tip of the nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature in Santadunasana.
आसन की गुण मन की चन चलता मीट.
Next up is Siddhasana 2. Now bring your hands in front of your navel, cup one palm over the other, with your hands in Samputa Mudra, resembling a lotus flower, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddhasana 2.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितम्.
Next up is Bandha Yoni Asana. As you maintain your legs in the same position, set the sankalpa of manifesting through the womb of creation and get ready to enter Shanmukhi Mudra, closing all the senses with your hands. Keep your little and ring fingers covering your mouth, your middle fingers closing the nostrils, index fingers closing the eyes, and your thumbs locking the ears in Bandha Yoni Asana.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु.
Next up is Virasana. Now keep the right foot on top of the left thigh and the left foot below the right thigh. Keep your hands in Bindu Mudra on top of your knees as you embody the state and space of bravery in Virasana.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः इतरस्मिन् स्तता चोरुं वीरासनमुदीरितम्.
The next asana is Valmikasana. Now place your hands on top of your knees in Bindu Mudra and shift your gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize the great sage Valmiki, poet and author of Ramayana in Valmikasana.
दावा पग की पगथली पुनि एड़ी है जोय.
Maintain your legs in the same position but place your hands flat on your knees. Now gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti, currently projected on screen in Joni Mudrasana.
वामपाद की पगथली जाहि माहिली कोर.
Now shift your gaze towards your third eye. Keep visualizing Yoni Mandala in Yoni Asana.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले निलं तत्कालफललं तावत् खेचरो यावदेव हि.
Now bring the soles of your feet together in front. Heels close towards your perineum. Interlock your fingers around the toes. Pull your feet in. Push your knees down to the ground. As you gaze towards the tip of the nose and pull your stomach in up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualizing yourself as Lord Veerbhadra in Bhadrasana 3.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत् सव्यगुल्फं तथा सव्ये दक्षगुल्फं तु दक्षिणे.
Next up is Agorasana. Now gaze up towards your third eye and curl your tongue back and push it upwards along the nasal tract if you can, or down the throat. If you can, bring your tongue back. Otherwise, just push your tongue up as much as possible in Kechari Mudra. Place your left hand on the left knee and cover your mouth with your right hand. Close your left nostril with your index finger. Inhale through the right nostril. Close both nostrils. Hold your breath. Then exhale through the left nostril. Again, inhale through the left, inverting the breathing flow again and again in Abhyantara Kumbhaka. As you visualize yourself as an Agori in Agorasana.
पूर्व कहो भिश्रिका जोगी वाही विधि जो कीजे सोजी.
Now, slightly separate your heels and place your elbows down on the heels. Rest your chin on your hands. Gaze towards the tip of the nose. Pull the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. And visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water as you breathe in Rejaka Kumbhaka, exhaling fully and holding your breath as you perform Kanali Pavasana.
वाली पावा आसन का क्यों है जैसे याहू में जाने विधि तैसे.
Next up is Tadasana. Now scoop your hands below your feet. Interlock your fingers and then raise your legs off the ground. Interlock your fingers, gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Padasana.
ततोर्ध्वं रेचयेत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतं.
Next up is Gopi Chandasana. Now interlock your fingers around the toes from the top and pull your feet against your chest. Rest your chin on the toes, gaze to the tip of the nose and embody the state and space of a king in Gopi Chandasana.
पूरव विधिपका का अंगूठा कंठकू पराशे.
Now again scoop your hands below the feet and interlock your fingers around the toes from below. Pull your feet against your chest, gaze towards the tip of your nose and visualize your body free from any defects in Udadasana.
दोवु पकदली संपुटाने उभय हस्तकरी उरद हिताने.
Next up is Bishishtasana. Now lift your feet even higher, up in front of your face, with the toes in front of your forehead. Visualize yourself excelling in everything in Bishishtasana.
दोवु पकदली जोड़ी संपुट करे.
Now lift your legs over top of your shoulders and bend your elbows up. Interlock your fingers around your neck and visualize yourself as a cobra with an open hood in Bhudrasana.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परम्.
Now with your legs over top of your shoulders, bend your elbows down, bring your hands behind your back and try to interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana.
दोवु हाथ पकं नीच आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
Now place the top of your left foot flat on the mat and sit on the left heel. Stack the right knee over top the left and bring the right heel outside the opposite hip. Place your hands on opposite knees and gaze forward in Vaishnavi Mudra. Don't focus on any external objects. Just focus on the object within. Don't get distracted by anything happening outside. Gaze forward. Visualize yourself as an elegant swan and perform Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth on the in and exhalation in Sankatasana.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन याम्येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
Next up is Dhenukasana. Now slide the left heel outside the hip. Keep your heels at the sides of the opposite hips. Place your hands on the top knee. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. And visualize a cow in your inner space in Dhenukasana.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडं वृषेलिन्दगल्यम्नि.
Next up is Machandrasana. Now slide the right foot on top of the left thigh and bring the left foot on top of the right knee. Bring your left arm behind your back. Twist your spine, reach for opposite thighs. Catch a hold of opposite legs. And twist your spine even further. Gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Machandrasana.
वामजङ्गपरिदक्षिणठाने वामहस्तपिष्ठीदिश आने.
Untwist your spine and catch a hold of the big toes. Lean forward and down as you visualize Swamiji in Machandrasana too.
प्रथमजी मनोचरणजोजी वामजङ्गपरिराखेसोजी.
Now rise up, interlock your fingers and place your hands on the top knee, the left knee. Engage Mahamudra Bandha. Lock your chin to the chest, pull your stomach in and up and contract your perineal floor. Keep gazing forward in Vaishnavi Mudra without focusing on anything external in Guru Asana as you visualize Swamiji, your Guru.
ऊरुमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
Now place the top of the right foot on the mat and sit on the right heel. Bring the left knee over the right knee. Heel outside the opposite hip. Place your hands on opposite knees. Gaze forward and visualize yourself as an elegant swan, still breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama in Sankatasana.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन याम्येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
Now slide the right foot outside the hip and sit in between the heels. Keep your hands on the knees. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize a cow in Dhenukasana.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडं वृषेलिन्दगल्यम्नि.
Now place the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Twist your spine, bring the right arm behind your back and hold on to opposite thighs with your hands. Once you catch a hold of your thighs, twist your spine even further. Keep your spine straight, gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Machandrasana.
वामजङ्गपरिदक्षिणठाने वामहस्तपिष्ठीदिश आने.
Untwist your spine, catch a hold of your big toes and lean forward and down. Bring your forehead to the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Machandrasana too.
प्रथमजी मनोचरणजोजी वामजङ्गपरिराखेसोजी.
Rise up. Interlock your fingers on the right knee. Pull your stomach in and up. Contract the perineal floor and lock your chin to the chest. Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Swamiji, your Guru in Guru Asana.
ऊरुमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
Now place your feet flat on the mat and pull your knees towards your chest with your hands. Lock your tongue back and up. Push it upwards in Kechari Mudra. Gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in Parshasana.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय जानुनि उरसि निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्यां ऊरुसहितजङ्घे निबध्य.
Now hold on to opposite wrists with your hands and rest your chin on the knees. Gaze towards your nose and visualize yourself residing in an abode of bliss in Bodha Shukasana.
दोगु पगधली भूपरि धरे कोरमाहिली ऐसे करे कोर मिलाजी उकड़ बैसे जंगा छाती अग्रणी वैसे.
Now bring your hands below the legs and hold on to opposite elbows. As you pull your knees in toward your chest, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Kudakatasana.
दो हाथ पग बाहर ल्यावे गोड़ा नीचे लेट हरावे.
Now cross the ankle of the right leg over the left with the toes pointing up. Gaze towards the tip of your nose, curl your tongue back and up, and visualize the great sage Maharishi Sumati in Sumati Asana.
मूलद्वारि धरती परिठाने डाबा पग परिदश पद आने.
Now extend your legs forward. Keep your knees straight. Interlock your fingers and raise your arms up with your wrists pointing outwards. Engage Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Dandasana.
दंड पद्म भरद्वाज वीरवज्र समानितो आसनानि सदा कुर्यात् सुदीर्घैरे च पूरकैः.
Now lean forward and down. Catch your big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. Bring your head down as low as possible towards your knees and start inhaling through one nostril and exhaling through the other alternatingly. So you inhale through the right nostril, exhale through the left, then inhale through the left, exhale through the right, and so on. Perform Nadi Shodhana. Cleanse Ida and Pingala Nadi, the main nadis along your spine, through Nadi Shodhana without the support of your fingers. Control the flow of your breath by your will as you visualize Swamiji in Arambhasana.
दोगु पग मिलिवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीला टगोड़ा लगावे.
Next up is Bidokasana. Now slightly separate your feet and raise your knees. Scoop your hands below the shins with the palms facing up and catch a hold of the soles from the outside. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Bidokasana.
प्रथम बैसी दो पाव पसारी कछक उर्द को कुरडो डारे.
Next up is Jalandhari Pavasana. Bring the heels of the feet together in front, toes apart, feet extended away from your body. Scoop your hands below the shins, keep your palms facing up and rest your chin on your heels. Gaze towards the tip of your nose as you visualize Swamiji in Jalandhari Pavasana.
दोगु एड़ी में लिखे दीजे हाथ पसारी.
Now rise up and extend your legs forward. Lift one leg behind your neck and keep the other leg extended forward. If you cannot bring your leg behind your neck, that is not a problem. You can just pull it towards your chest. Lean forward and down and hold onto the front foot with both hands as you visualize Swamiji and breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Focus on the prana flowing upwards within your body from the soles of the feet to the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the center of the eyebrows, the top of the forehead, all the way to the Brahmarandha, the crown of the head, in Pratyahara Pranayama.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back with the legs still behind your neck. Hold on to the foot behind your head as you Extend the other leg forward, gaze to the tip of the nose, and visualize you are infinite, endless, eternal, Ananta in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकम्पाजी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य इतरहस्तेन पावाग्रं गृहीत्वा.
Next up is Ankushasana. As you lay on your back with the leg behind your neck, roll onto the side of the hand which is holding onto your foot. Gaze to the nose and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयितः एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन् इतरहस्तं कर्णमूले स्थापयेत्.
Next up is Tirusasana. Now lay down on your back and pull your knees towards your chest. Encircle your legs with your arms and rock your body from side to side. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, focus on the upward flowing breath in Pratyahara Pranayama.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनि हृदये वष्टम्भ गङ्गासहित ऊरूनि करद्वये बद्ध्वा.
Now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. This time lift the other leg behind your neck. Lean forward and down, hold onto the front foot, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back with the leg behind your neck, holding onto the foot behind your head. Extend the other leg forward, gaze to the nose, and visualize you are infinite, endless, eternal, Ananta in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य इतरहस्तेन पावाग्रं गृहीत्वा.
Now roll onto the side of the hand which is holding onto the foot behind your head. Gaze to the nose as you feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयितः एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन् इतरहस्तं कर्णमूले स्थापयेत्.
The next asana is Yoga Nidrasana. As you lay on your back, one by one, lift your feet up behind your head. Again, if you cannot bring your legs behind your neck, it's not a problem. You can just lift them over your shoulder or cross them in front of your chest and pull them close. Open up your hips. Then interlock your fingers around your lower back. Gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Yoga Nidrasana.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनं तन्मध्ये शयनं कुर्याद् योगनिद्रा सुखप्रदा.
Next up is Atmaramasana. From the same position now, lift your arms up and interlock your fingers around your neck. Gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize Lord Vishnu is blessing you from within.
आत्माराम आसन प्रथम सुधोसो वे.
Next up is Kochikasana. Now, lay on your back and extend the arms out to the side. Pull your knees up towards your chest. Keep the soles of the feet facing the sky. As you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दोगो हाथ छीदा सा करे तिनसो उभय सपा करे.
We are now going to enter the Jatara Parivriti. This asana consists of 3 steps which you are going to perform on both sides. With your arms extended out to the side, laying on your back, drop one knee to the side and extend the opposite leg straight down. This is step 1. Bend both your knees to the side. Step 2. Extend your legs to the side, hold onto the toes and gaze in the opposite direction. Rotate your head to the other side. Step 3. Now again pull your knees towards your chest to the neutral position and drop the other leg down to the side, extend the opposite leg. Bend your knees to the same side. Extend your legs, hold onto the feet and gaze away from the feet as you visualize Swamiji in Jatara Parivriti.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
Now, lay down on your back. Keep the feet flat, hold onto your ankles and push your hips up high. Lock your perineum, lock your chin to the chest. Push the air upwards as you lift your hips up high. Hold your breath as you prevent the air from escaping by keeping your throat locked in Jalandhara Bandha. This is Mochana Kumbhaka. Gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge in Dviparapitam.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानाम् इति गार्गी जगादनु.
Now bring your hands over top of your shoulders and place your palms down so the fingers are pointing towards your feet. Push your hips up high and walk your hands and feet closer together to raise your hips even more. Breathe calmly through your nose. Lead the prana along your spine as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture in Paryankasana.
उत्तानशयनं हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Gently lower your back down to the ground. Now pull your knees up towards your chest and place your hands on the respective shoulders. Move your hips in a circular motion as you visualize yourself as a dog playfully rolling around on its back in Shvotanasana.
शरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभौ वाणिज्य.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. Now place your hands on the ground next to your body and raise your legs up. Raise your hips off the ground, point your toes to the sky, and move your legs in a circular motion as you visualize Swamiji in the Viparita Karani.
भूतले स्वशिरो दत्त्वा खेनये चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतिश्चैषा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
Now stop the movement of your legs, point the toes to the sky. Hold this posture, intensify your digestive fire as you visualize Swamiji in Viparita Karani too.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यम अभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाठराग्निविवर्धनी.
Now drop your feet down over top of your head. Touch the toes to the ground and interlock your fingers behind your back in Parusha Mudra. Push your hands into the ground and visualize yourself as a plow as you keep your throat locked in Jalandhara Bandha, breathing Mocha Kumbhaka in Langalasana.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिका प्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य.
Now hold onto the feet over top of your head and internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nityananda Paramashivoham as you visualize Paramashiva in your inner space. As this is one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself, Shaita Paschimottanasana.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Keep holding onto the feet over top of your head and separate your legs with your hips above the shoulder level for balance. Visualize Swamiji in Supta Konasana.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षिभागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणम् ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
Join your feet back together, hold onto your ankles and roll onto your back. Keep your arms and legs straight as you visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakrasana.
शवासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परौ.
Now raise your legs up vertically. Hold onto the big toes. Keep your arms and legs straight. And then separate your legs wide to the side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next up is Supta Padangushtasana. Join your feet together and keep holding onto the toes as you keep your arms and legs straight. Visualize Swamiji in Supta Padangushtasana.
नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
From this asana, now cross your legs into Padmasana. Bring your knees down to the ground, your hands over top of your head, holding on to opposite elbows. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in Matsyasana.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् पूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
Next up is Parasharamasana. As you place the backside of the right hand on top of the left palm, palms facing up over top of your head. Maintain your legs in Padmasana, gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Rama in your inner space in Parasharamasana.
प्रथम करे पद्मासन आछे सूधो सोवे भूपरि पाछे.
Next up is Sarvangasana. Keep your legs in Padmasana, raise your knees, and lift your hips off the ground. Support your lower back with your hands as you rest your elbows on the ground, supporting your body. Gaze to the tip of the nose, lock your chin to the chest. Contract the perineal floor, breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka as you visualize Swamiji in Sarvangasana.
अथ वक्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनमुत्तमम्.
Now lay down on your back and place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Lift your knees to the chest as you extend your arms up over top of your head. Hook your fingers forward like the stinger of a scorpion. Lift your chin to the chest. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana, the scorpion posture.
प्रथम शयन सूधो शीशिकेशिकी सन्धि सुदाखे.
Exchange the position of your feet. Keep your arms extended over your head. Gaze up and visualize a scorpion in Vrishchikasana.
प्रथम शयन सूधो शीशिकेशिकी सन्धि सुदाखे.
Now, interlock your fingers around your neck and lay flat. Extend your legs. Then lift your legs off the ground and alternate pulling one knee in towards your chest back and forth as you visualize Swamiji in Vrishaparakshipasana.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभ्यः कन्दरां बद्ध्वा.
Now place your hands on the ground next to your hips. Then touch your knees to the respective ears again and again. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Marottanasana.
श्रोत्तानवत् संस्थिति कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
Now place your feet flat on the ground, raise your knees, and then stand up and lay back down again and again as you visualize yourself as a wolf in Vrikasana.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Lutasana. Now from a squatting posture, roll back again and again. Finally, lay down on your stomach with your hands at the side, visualizing Swamiji and breathing calmly through the nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा.
Now, as you lay down on your stomach with the hands at the side of the shoulders, contract your lips and make a whistling sound like a flute on the inhalation as you visualize yourself as a chariot carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back in Sadatasana.
नुब्जशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय संवद्यस्ताभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now push your body back up into the plank position and jump your feet in between the hands back and forth. Visualize yourself transcend body and mind in Dehalyulankanasana.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्यचरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीय.
Now stand and lean forward and down. Place your hands on the ground and walk around on hands and feet. Visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant in Jatyasana.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्षे येन जातिस्मरो भवेत्.
Now rise up. As we enter the next karana, stand in Arimandi posture, heels together, toes pointing outwards and your knees bent. Raise your arms, elbows to the shoulder level and rotate your arms around the body as you move your head in all directions in Dolitika Karana. Now, if you have a rope available, tie your legs with a rope. Then stand erect on the mat like a rod with your elbows close to your body, your hands on your thighs. Visualize your Kundalini Devi rising and curling upwards around your body. Many yogis stand like this the whole night to awaken the Kundalini Shakti. For us, just through the glimpse of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Kundalini is awakened all the way to the third eye. Keep this visualization of your Kundalini rising in Sarapasana.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्षे वायुपानाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत् तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः.
Now lean forward and down and hold on to the toes from the front with your hands and fists. Walk around on the mat visualizing yourself as a camel in Ushtra Sadhanasana.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Now hold your feet from the side, hands and fists, walk around like a horse in Ashvasana, the horse posture.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapota Nitakasana. Now stand with your heels touching, the toes apart, and interlock your fingers behind your back. Pull your hands down towards your calves as you open your chest, tilt your head back, and visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving in Kapota Nitakasana.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा.
Now again stand in Arimandi posture, heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Bring your hands to the chest in Namaskara Mudra. Bow down to one side, raise the respective heel and open up your hands again and again, offering a bouquet of flowers to Paramashiva in Tala Pushpa Putam Karana. The next asana is Khadgasana. As you stand on the mat, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a rhinoceros. Then lay down on your stomach. Jump your feet back up towards your hands and stand with your hands in Namaskara Mudra slightly extended away from the body, resembling the horn of the rhinoceros.
आसनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य उत्तिष्ठेत्.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Now hold on to weights to intensify this asana and sit down and stand back up or squat down as low as possible. As you gaze to the tip of the nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यम् अथितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
Now raise your arms up and jump repeatedly, visualizing yourself as a mace in Musalasana.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत्.
Now catch one foot with both hands and rise it up towards your chest. Sit down and stand back up with the opposite leg, exchanging the sides again and again as you visualize Swamiji in Utshirshakasana.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय.
Now keep the toes of the right foot pointing to the side and lift the left knee against your chest. Bring the left arm around the raised knee with the hand and the fist and the right hand on the inner thigh. Next up is Tandavasana. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva. Hold on to weights to intensify this asana. As you extend your arms and the left leg, sit down and stand back up, visualizing yourself dancing.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now, lift the left foot towards the inner opposite thigh. Keep the left heel against the perineum. Your hands relaxed by the side. As you visualize our Brahma blessing you from within in Brahmanasana.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये जित्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Now bring the left leg over and around the right knee. Tuck the left toes behind the right calf and bring the left arm below the right, joining your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda with big wings on your back in Garudasana 3.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहस्गारुडमेव च.
Now move the left foot on top of the right thigh and keep your hands relaxed at the side. Visualize Swamiji as you stand relaxed on one leg in Ekapadasana.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Now hold on to the big toe of the left foot with the left hand in Prana Mudra. Extend the left leg out to the side and balance on the right leg as you rotate quickly on the standing leg. Visualize yourself as the North Pole Star in Dhruvasana.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Next up is Trivikramasana. Now raise the left leg behind your neck. Stand up tall, sit down and stand back up, visualizing Lord Vishnu blessing you from within as you repeat Trivikrama, as you perform the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu in Trivikramasana.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Now repeat Parshvajanukarana. Keep the toes of the left foot pointing outwards as you raise the right knee against your chest. Encircle it with your arm. Keep the right hand in a fist, left hand on the inner thigh in Parshvajanukarana. Now Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva. Extend your arms and the right leg forward. Sit down and stand back up in Tandavasana.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति
Now raise the right foot against the inner left thigh with the right heel against the perineum. Hands at the side and visualize the Brahma blessing you from within in Brahmanasana.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्
Now bring the right leg over and around the left knee. Tuck the toes behind the left calf. As you bring the right arm below the left, join your hands in Namaskara Mudra, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहद्गारुडमेव च
Now bring the right foot on top of the left thigh and keep your hands relaxed by the side. Visualize Swamiji in Ekapadasana.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च
Next up is Dhruvasana. Now hold onto the big toe of the right foot. Extend the leg out at the side and rotate quickly on the standing leg, visualizing yourself as the North Pole Star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्नं धृत्वा
Now lift the right leg behind your neck. Stand tall, sit down and stand back up. Hold on to a solid object for support if needed, or ask a partner to assist you. If you cannot bring the leg behind your neck, no problem. Just lift it up, sit down and stand back up. Visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within into the Vikramasana.
गिरिवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति
Next up is Samanakakarana. Now stand with the heels touching, toes pointing outwards, and your hands at the side of the hips slightly extended away from the body, pointing your fingers one by one, breathing relaxed. Relax from this intense sequence of asanas. As we get ready to enter into the final asanas of this sequence after just a very short break, grab some water. We are going to be right back.
Nityanam, thank you for watching, and if you found the video enlightening,
Please give it a like, share it with your loved ones, and subscribe to stay connected with us.
don't forget to click the bell icon to receive the notifications.
Let us now enter into the final 100 asanas of this sequence. Everyone please settle down on your mats and get ready. Starting off with Gorak Anjali Asana. As you stand on your mat, squat down, bring your arms from the outside in between the legs and interlock your fingers in front of your navel in Purusha Mudra. Visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. As you breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka, inhale deeply, hold your breath, and freely move the retained prana within your system simply by the force of your will. As you internally chant Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Pratamahi uboho ye bahuri nicho punihove.
Next up is Kanshyasana. From a squatting position, interlock your fingers around your lower back. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Keep breathing in Jivachala Kumbhaka.
Puru madhyat hastau niveshya nitamam dhritva padatalaabhyam bhumim vaishtabhya.
Next up is Baidu Asana. Bring the heels together close towards your body and interlock your fingers around your lower back. Gaze down towards your navel as you visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time, in Baidu Asana.
Dovu bagagi khilyagi mahili koir milaji phanapani ugadamod vaise.
Maintain the squatting posture. Keep your heels together but separate your toes. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra behind your head with the fingers pointing down towards the ground as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Varaha, the bow avatar of Lord Vishnu in Varahasana.
Pagathali ki mahili koir milaji phanapani ukad vaise.
Now catch the big toes in Prana Mudra as you raise your hips to the same level as your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Prithpitasana.
Pashdvaya sammilya sthitva nitamam jana pradesha anija tishtet.
Now place your hands on the ground and bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. Lean forward, raise your legs off the ground and balance on your arms, visualizing yourself as a crow in Bakasana.
Hastabhyam aunima vaishabhya janu dvayam nabho sammilya.
Now with your hands on the ground, place your head on the mat, form a triangle between your head and your hands. Knees on your elbows, hips above the shoulders, then lift your legs up straight and cross them into Padmasana. Gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji in Sushtanga Kapali Asana.
Asana ko guna kapala acho ji.
Gently lower your legs down and come to a kneeling posture. Keep your heels outside the hips, the toes touching behind your back, hands on your knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize you're sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru in Guptasana.
Janur vorantare padau kritva padau cha gopajit.
The next asana is Vrikshasana too. Now place your hands on the ground and raise your legs up over top of your body into a handstand posture. Everyone should perform this asana to purify all 7 chakras. You can lean against the wall for support if needed, and then visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground in Vrikshasana too.
Sapta chakrakshalanaya vrikshasana visheshakan.
From the handstand posture, move your hands and feet closer together. Gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize Tejas. Shining light is flowing to your third eye, rejuvenating your body, bringing divine radiance to your being in Shivasana.
Dovu bagajodi mahi gulbhamilaye.
Gently lower your legs down and place your hands on the mat, shoulder width apart. Enter a plank position and lower your body down to the ground and push it back up again and again as you visualize yourself as a fish in Matsyasana too.
Nubjam shayanam kurparo parshvabhagayam urdhvagrityam.
As you lay on your stomach, place your hands on the hips and lift your head and chest from side to side as you visualize yourself as a snake in Sarapasana too.
Nubjam shayanam kritva hastau nitambam samsthapya.
Next up is Niralambanasana. Place your elbows on the ground And bring your hands into Padma Mudra, the Lotus Mudra. As you rest your chin on your hands, feel without any external support in Niralambanasana.
कराभ्यां पंकजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कुर्परया सुधीः.
Now place your hands on the ground and raise your feet off the mat. Bend your knees and straighten your arms. Bring your upper back and your feet close together as you visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays in Chakrasana.
अर्ध्यासनवस्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now come to a kneeling posture. Sit on your heels. Lean forward, extend your arms, place your palms and your forehead on the ground. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as the weapon of Indra, Vajra, symbolizing your indestructibility in Vajrasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Next up is Meshasana. With your hands on the ground, raise your hips up high, straighten your legs, and alternate striking the ground with your hands as you visualize yourself as powerful as a ram in Meshasana.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
From the same position, now raise your legs up over top of your body and lower your face down towards the mat, visualizing yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity in Ajasana.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराले धृत्य.
Now come to a kneeling posture and hold on to your feet. Pull your toes towards your perineum and then place your hands on top of your knees. Gaze towards the tip of your nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and make an ocean-like sound with your mouth in Dhanantarasana.
पूरव विधि परिहाता की काकसीस्यो फणा शरामोडी.
We move on to the Anga Motanam. Now interlock your fingers in front and move your arms up, down, left, right in all directions, giving massage to various different joints and muscles of your body. Then interlock your fingers behind and move your arms behind your back as well as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
हस्तयोः अङ्गुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात्सर्वमङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा.
Now bring your heels outside the hips, the toes pointing to the side. Place your thighs and calves on the ground and your hands on top of your knees. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back in Garudasana form.
जङ्घोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायोद्विजानुनाम्.
Now bring the soles of the feet together and separate your knees wide. Sit in front of your heels with the front of your buttocks on the ground as you hold on to your ankles. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple in Ananda Mandirasana.
अथ पक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनम्.
Now overlap your feet and sit on the heels. Place your hands underneath your knees. As you press your tongue flat against the palate of your mouth in Mandukya Mudra, visualize yourself as a frog and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha in Mandukasana too.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सबलजाकृतिः हस्तो पादतले क्षिप्तो मण्डूकं पाददोषहृत्.
Next up is Narasimhasana. Now tuck the toes and sit on raised heels with your palms on the ground in front of your body, thumbs touching. Gaze to your nose, stick your tongue out and exhale forcefully through your mouth again and again, visualizing yourself as Lord Narasimha, the lion-man avatar of Mahavishnu in Narasimhasana.
दोगु फणा पाणी होय वैसे एडी मेलर गुदा निवैसे समशरीरनी काटहरावे नासा अग्रदृष्टि को ल्यावे.
Next up is Vishlakasana. Now sit on raised heels and cover your mouth with your hands. Bring your thumbs underneath the teeth. Close your mouth. Inhale through the right nostril and exhale through your mouth as per your capacity. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Devi, victorious over any and all minuscule fears you might have in Vishlakasana.
दोबूपगां की एडी जोजी गोड़ा फणो वाण पुनि होई.
Now, bring the soles of the feet together, the top of the feet flat on the mat, and sit on your heels. As you bring your hands towards your armpits, imitate as if you are a monkey stretching itself. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a playful monkey in Makarasana.
दोवों पगदली संपुट आने तिनकी पृष्ठि भूमि पर इठाने.
Now bring the soles of the feet together and raise your knees off the ground. Sit on raised heels and hold on to opposite elbows behind your back. Keep your back straight, gaze to the tip of the nose, and embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha, your spiritual community in Vajra Sangarasana.
प्रथम घना पाणी होय बैसे दोवों एड़ी गुदा निवैसे.
Now cross your feet and sit on the heels. Keep your knees on the ground. Place your hands on the ground next to your body as you pull your stomach in up in Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze to your nose and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments in Kanjanasana.
खञ्जनासनमा वक्षे यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत्.
Now, maintain your legs in the same position, but place your hands on the knees. Make your upper back and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle. Embody a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries as you gaze to your nose in Kurmasana.
गुल्भौ चकृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ ऋजुकाय शिरो ग्रीवं कूर्मासनमितीरितम्.
Now relax your upper back and neck, keep your hands on the knees, and gaze to the nose as you visualize Swamiji in Yogasana.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्भाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
Now stand on your knees and cross your feet behind. Bring the toes near opposite knees and hold onto your calves with your hands, with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside. Gaze towards your third eye as you visualize a space of eternal oneness, Advaita, with your Guru Swamiji in Vichukasana.
घोड़ा वामो उभो हो जी घोड़ा आड़ा राखे दो जी.
Next up is Ushtrasana 2. Now place the top of the feet flat on the ground and hold on to your heels. Push your hips forward, lean back, tilt your head back, and visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana 2.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ़्य संविपादयिषु पुमान्.
Now lean back further. Place your elbows and the back of your head on the ground. As you gaze towards the tip of the nose, visualize yourself as a lotus blooming.
दोवों एड़ी संपुट करे सोले मूलद्वारित रिधरे.
Now lay down flat on your back and rise back up again and again. As you gaze to the nose, use the support of your hands if needed, visualizing the healing and liberation of all causal subtle forms of your body in Vidatasana.
जंगा पृष्ठि भूमो निधाय जंगोदरयोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapotasana. As you lean back all the way, bring your hands over your shoulders, forearms on the ground, hold onto the feet and bring your head in between the heels as you visualize yourself as a beautiful dove in Kapotasana.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ़्य संविपादयिषु पुमान्.
Now stand on your knees and tuck the toes behind. Hold on to opposite elbows in front of your body as you gaze to the nose and visualize Paramashiva, for this is the boon-fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashiva in Varasana.
जाननी भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहुपरस्परं धृत्वा सरलं तिष्ठेत्. वारासनं भवति.
Now sit on raised heels, keep the toes tucked and place your forearms on the ground in front of you. Rest your head on your hands as you visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu in Varahasana.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं वेदनानि आसनानि निकत्यते.
Next up is Mundasana. With your forearms on the ground, place your head on the mat, supported with your hands, raise your hips up, straighten your legs, align your hips with the shoulders, your knees over your hips, ankles over the knees, straighten your body up into a headstand. Gaze to your nose, breathe calmly in Sahaja Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as a lopped tree in Mundasana.
अधो मुण्डासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Gently lower your legs down. Come to a kneeling posture and sit on your heels with the feet flat. Separate your knees and bring your head in between the knees. Hold on to your head and bring your elbows outside the legs. Inhale through your nostrils and exhale through your mouth again and again in Andhasana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पगदली समतः रावे कोरुमाहिली उबे मिलावे पना पानी उकड़ कर बेसे दोवो एडी गुडानी वैसे.
Now lay down on your stomach and extend your arms out over top of your head. Hold on to weights to intensify this asana as you lift your arms, your chest and your legs off the mat and hold, visualizing yourself as a locust.
शलभासन वेदाश्च नटपेरुण्ड नामके गण्डपेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Next up is Kapalasana. Now place your forehead on the ground and your hands at the side of your hips. Lift your legs off the mat without raising your chest as you visualize a skull representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment in Kapalasana, the skull posture.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नयेत् कपालासनं भवति.
Next up is Akasha Kapotasana. As you lay on your stomach, kick your legs up. Lift your feet over top of your head and place them on the ground in front of your face if you can. Visualize yourself as a free and open dove in Akasha Kapotasana.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य मस्तकोपरि नीत्वा पृष्ठप्रदेशेन भूमौ स्थापयेत् आकाशकपोटं भवति.
Now come to a kneeling posture and lean forward and down, placing your forearms on the ground, navel towards the knees. Be sturdy as you visualize yourself as a sparrow in Chatakasana.
कूर्परपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामवष्टम्ब जानुनी नाभौ सङ्कुञ्च्य तिष्ठेत् चटकासनं भवति.
Next up is Vrishchikasana 2 with your forearms on the ground. Now raise your hips over top of your shoulders. Lift your legs up. Bend your knees and try to touch the back of your head with your feet as you visualize yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana 2.
विच्छेव पुच्छ प्रतिमाङ्घ्रिपार्ष्णि धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्यकौ.
Now sit on the right heel and keep the toes of the left foot outside the hips, the toes pointing to the side. Sit next to your heel. As you place your hands on the ground, visualize yourself as a bull, forcefully inhaling through your nostrils, holding the breath for a short while, and then again exhaling through your nose in a slow manner in Antarangaka Kumbhaka as you gaze forward in Vaishnavi Mudra in Vrishasana, the bull posture.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पतेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Now place your hands on the ground and lift your entire body off the mat. Cross the toes of the left foot over the right and balance on your hands as you visualize Swamiji in Lolasana.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Now sit on the left heel and keep the right foot outside the mat, hands on the ground in front of your knees. Gaze forward without focusing on anything that is happening outside of you. Just focus on what's going on inside as you visualize yourself as a bull in Vrishasana.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पतेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Bala Gunasana. Now place the right foot flat on the mat and raise the knee. Tuck the toes of the left foot and sit on the left heel. Keep your hands on your knees and visualize Bala Gunahai, one of the 81 siddhas in your inner space in Bala Gunasana.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जायी.
Now stand up and squat down. Bring your hands in between the legs and hold onto your ankles from the outside. Squat down all the way as you visualize yourself as the entire planet in Grahasana.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये कूर्परौ स्थाप्य.
Now sit on the right heel and keep the left foot flat. Knee against your chest, hands on the knees. Visualize Bala Gunahai in Bala Gunasana.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जायी.
Now step both feet in, sit on raised heels. Keep your knees together, hands on the knees, holding onto weights if you want to intensify this posture. as you visualize Swamiji in Utkatasana.
युजास्पिजोऽस्ति यत ऊर्वजानु यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
Now bring the soles of the feet together and separate your knees. Hold on to opposite elbows behind your back and visualize Swamiji in Vajrasangarasana too.
प्रथमपणापाणि होय जैसे दोवो एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
Now place your palms on the ground and step your heels onto the back of your hands. Keep your arms straight, squat down all the way as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize you are able to live off of air alone in Anilasana.
दोवो हाथ भूमि पर ठाने कहुनी जाड़ी नाभि आने.
Now place the back of your hands on the ground and step your hands onto your palms. Wrap your hands around the feet like shoes as you visualize yourself wearing padukas walking all across India in Padukasana.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Now place your hands on the ground and kick your legs up and let them fall back down again and again as you visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukkutodhanasana.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा भूमौ पतेत्.
Next up is Viparita Nrityasana. With your hands on the ground, raise your legs up over top of your body and dance on two hands as you feel yourself become free of all inhibitions.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्वपादाग्रे कुर्वन्.
Now stand up, separate your feet, and place one hand on the mat, holding your head with the other hand. Connect to the ground as you are stable in this posture. Visualize Swamiji in Kunjarasana.
अधपक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Exchange the position of your hands. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side, visualizing Swamiji.
अधपक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Karambasana. Now squat down with your heels together close towards your body. Hold on to your ankles and lift your toes off the ground. Try to keep your back off the mat as you balance on your heels, visualizing yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life in Karambasana.
पार्श्वभ्यां भूमिं वष्ट्रभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फौ धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now place your feet flat on the ground and pull your knees towards your chest with your hands. Breathe deeply through your nose as you visualize any excess vata being released from a balance within your system in Pavana Muktasana.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके.
Next up is Chakurasana. Lift one leg behind your neck. Extend the other leg forward. Keep your hands at the side. And then lift your entire body off the ground. Gaze to your third eye. And visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy in Chakurasana.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now hold on to your big toes in Prana Mudra. And pull the right elbow back as if you're pulling a bowstring. With your left leg extended forward, visualize your body as a bow in Dhanurasana too.
पादाङ्गुष्टौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now lift your right leg over your shoulder and hook the left foot on top of the right foot. Extend your legs out to the side as you lean forward and balance on your arms, visualizing yourself as a flying crane in Ashtavakrasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Pranasana. With the right foot flat on the mat, place the left foot on top of the right thigh. Bring your right shoulder underneath the raised knee and push the left knee to the ground. Gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize yourself being immortal, able to exist solely on prana and pranasana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः एकपादमुरौ बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेऽन्यत्पादरक्षणम्.
Now bring the left foot outside the right hip and step the right foot over the left knee. Bring your left elbow around the raised knee with the hand below to interlock your fingers behind your back. Twist your spine. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga in Parshvamatsyendrasana.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Now repeat Chakrasana on the other side. Lift the left leg behind your neck and extend the right leg forward. Press your hands into the ground to lift your entire body off the mat. Balance with the right leg raised in front of your face. Gaze up and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy in Chakrasana.
Urvatanam Chatushpadapidham Vajrasanam Tatha.
Now hold onto the big toes and pull the left foot towards your ear as if you're pulling a bowstring. Visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana too.
Padangushto Dupanibhyam Grihitva Shravanavadhi.
Now lift the left leg over your shoulder. Hook the right foot on top of the left foot and extend your legs out to the side. Lean forward, balance on your arms. Visualizing yourself as a flying crane in Ashtavakrasana on the other side.
Vasishtamata Kaundinyam Urdhakukutam.
Place the left foot flat on the mat and place the right foot on top of the left thigh. Bring the left shoulder beneath the raised knee and push the right knee to the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize you are immortal, able to exist solely on prana and pranasana.
Etat prabhedam vakshami karoti yasachamaraha.
Now bring the right foot outside of the left hip and step the left leg over around the right knee. Bring the right elbow around the raised knee with the hand below, interlock your fingers behind, gaze to your third eye, and visualize Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga and Parshva
Parshvabhyam dhrityate yastu Parshvamatsyendram uttamam.
Now extend the left leg forward and keep the right heel against your perineum. Lean forward and down and hold on to the right foot in front. Gaze forward, visualize Swamiji, breathe deeply and hold your breath, moving the retained prana freely along with your will in Ardha Paschimottanasana.
Ekam padam prasarya, ekam padasya parshanaasivani sampidya.
Now bring the right foot outside of the hip with the top of the foot flat on the mat, knee on the ground. Hold on to the left foot as you lift it up in front of your face. Keep the knees straight. Gaze forward and visualize yourself as a crane in Kraunchasana, the crane posture.
Uttanapadam kraunchancha marichim veerabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suptangushta prasarane.
Now extend your legs forward and bring the left heel against the perineum. Keep the right leg extended. Lean forward and down. Hold on to the front foot with both hands as you repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side.
Ekam padam prasarya, ekam padasya parshanaasivani sampidya.
Now bring the left foot outside the hip, top of the foot flat, knee on the ground. Hold on to the right foot and lift it up in front of your face. Keep the knee as straight as possible as you visualize yourself as a crane in Kraunchasana.
Uttanapadam kraunchancha marichim veerabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suptangushta prasarane.
Now place your feet in a cross-legged position with your feet in between the thighs and calves. Keep your hands flat on your knees and gaze towards the tip of your nose as you embody peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity, visualizing a swastika and swastikasana.
Janur gorantare samyak kritva padatale ubhe.
Next up is Gorakshasana. Now cover your heels with your hands from the same position. Lock your chin to the chest. Gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize Sage Goraknatha as you perform the Jivachala Kumbhaka in Gorakshasana.
Janur gorantare pado uttanu vyakta samsthitau.
Next up is Bhagasana 2. Now place the left heel against the perineum and the right foot on top of the left thigh. Gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji. Meditate on Arihanta, the Lord, the Enlightened One, the Avatar. As you inhale deeply, hold your breath and enter Shanmukhi Mudra. Close your lips with little and ring fingers, nostrils with the middle fingers, eyes with your index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs in Shanmukhi Mudra in Bhagasana 2.
Vama parshno gudam samstapya dakshangri vama jaghane.
Now place your feet on top of opposite knees and place your hands on the ground next to your body, palms facing up. Gaze to the nose and keep your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow. Inhale through your mouth and exhale through your nose in Kakachantra Kumbhaka as you visualize Swamiji in Yogasana 2.
उत्तानो चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः.
Or place your palms on the ground next to your body. Maintain Kakachantra Kumbhaka and lift your entire body off the mat. Pull your knees up. Balance on your arms as you visualize yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukutasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now place your hands on the ground in between the legs. Don't lift your body off the mat. Stay seated on the ground as you gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Siddhaharatali Asana.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करें, हस्तुदो भूगोड़ासन दिदरे.
Now lift your body off the ground. Pull your knees up as high as possible towards your shoulders. Balance on your arms. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा स्कन्दपर्यन्तं ऊरुनि नीत्वा.
Now slightly raise your hips. Push your legs, your hands in between the legs and interlock your fingers behind as you lean forward. Place your forehead on the ground and sit on your hands interlocked in Padashamudra. Visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, in Karmukasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे, घोड़ासन धीमा ही कर इधरे.
Next up is Kurmasana 2. Come to the front of your mat. As you sit in Padmasana, raise your knees and bring your hands in between the thighs and calves. Bend your elbows upwards and hold on to the respective shoulders with your hands. Balance in this posture as you visualize yourself as a turtle having a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years in Kurmasana 2.
बाई जंग पर दक्षिण पावा, दाई जंग पर बाई ल्यावा.
Maintain this posture, lock your chin to the chest and gaze to the nose. Feel the granthis, the knots, the blockages in your energy channels being cleared, cut in Granthi Bedasana.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभम्.
Now roll onto your back. Maintain this posture. Hold onto your neck as you gaze to the nose and embody a turtle laying on its back in Uttana Kurmasana.
कुक्कुटासनबन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरम्.
Now kick yourself back up. Maintain Padmasana. Bring your hands through the legs. One palm on the ground, hold its wrist with the other hand, and then lift your entire body off the ground. Pull your knees up towards your chest as you balance on your arm, visualizing yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Exchange the position of your hands, place the other palm on the ground and hold its wrist. Lift your body up in Pangu Kukkutasana as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Next up is Gridasana. As you sit in Padmasana, place your elbows down on the toes and interlock your fingers. Rest your chin on your hands, press your thumbs against your throat, and visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetous in Gridasana.
जानोर्घोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्फौ छाच्छाद्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Padmasana 3. Now place one hand over top of the other with the palms facing up. Rest your hands in your lap. Sit in a meditative space as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform Mahamudra Bandha in Padmasana 3.
उत्तानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितौ योगिरात्.
Now place your hands on your knees and gaze towards the tip of the nose. Internally chant Om Nityananda Paramashivoham as you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 50 hands, 75 eyes. Sit as Paramashiva in Padmasana 4.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायु प्रसिद्धये शुभासनं सदा ध्यायेत् पूरयित्वा पुनः पुनः.
Keep your legs in Padmasana. Place your left hand on the knee and keep your right hand in Prana Mudra. Hold onto the big toe and pull the elbow back as if you're pulling a bowstring. Move the big toe round and round and repeat the movement on the other side as well. As you visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow and Karmukasana too.
अथान्यासनमावक्षे योगपूरकरक्षणात्.
Now cross your arms behind your back and hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you maintain Padmasana. Engage Mahamudra Bandha as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow and Karmukasana 3.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखम्.
Now raise your head and chest. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as the power of Paramashiva's third eye in Riddhasana.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः दक्षिणं सव्यदेशे च सव्यं दक्षिणदेशके.
Keep holding onto the big toes as you roll onto your back. Try to bring your knees onto the ground, the arms crossed behind. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a snake, calmly breathing through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka in Nagrasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोठाने दो हाथ पाछाने आने.
Now free your arms and legs and pull your knees up towards your chest. Bring your arms around the legs and bring your chin towards the knees as you squeeze your body into a ball in Kandukasana.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य ऊर्ध्वं नयेत्.
Now place your feet flat on the ground with the knees raised and interlock your fingers around your neck. Gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Urdhva Pavanasana.
प्रथमे सूधोसैन करावे गोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे.
Now place your hands underneath the heels with the palms facing up. Push your hips off the ground. Lock your chin to the chest. And lock the throat. Hold your breath in Mocha Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Malakata Pitasana.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Now bring your hands to the lower back and lift your hips up high. Straighten your legs as you bear your body weight on your elbows. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Uttana Shikipitakasana.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम् अप्रमत्तः प्रकुर्वीत भुक्तेः प्राग्विजितेन्द्रियः.
Now raise your legs up, point the toes to the sky, and then place your arms on the ground for balance. Visualize yourself blissfully traversing through Naraka Loka unscathed as you internally chant Om Nityananda Paramashivoham in Narakasana.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयमूर्ध्वमुत्त्रयेत्.
Bring your hands to the lower back. Support your body as you straighten your entire body and lower your legs down, engaging your core intensely. Visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Dhiranokasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
Now place your hands back on the ground. Be straight and stable, sturdy like a flagpole, as you visualize yourself as the Kailasa flag, respected across all nations in Dvajasana, the flag posture.
तिर्यन्नौकावते ग्रीवापृष्ठकूर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now lay down on your back as we enter the final asana of the sequence, Vritasana. Keep your hands at the side of the body, palms facing up. Forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti upwards. Contract the perineal floor, pull the stomach in and up. Feel the Kundalini rising along your spine from the Mooladhara, the root center, to the Swadhisthana, the Manipuraka, Anahata, Vishuddhi Chakra, to the Anya Chakra, all the way to the Sahasrara, the crown of your head, piercing the Brahmarandra, rising out of your body Leave your body behind as you visualize that your body is dead and Swamiji is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Uttanam Shavavad Bhumau Shayanam Tu Shavasanam Shavasanam Shramaharam Chitta Vishranti Karanam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes. Rotate your wrists and ankles. Move your arms and legs. Pull your knees up towards your chest and circle your legs with your arms and rock your body from side to side. Slowly return to a comfortable seated position with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Congratulations, you concluded the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the 308 asana sequence. Celebrate yourself. Thank you all so much for attending today's Nityananda Yoga session, and now let's get ready for the power manifestation. Get your blindfolds ready. We are going to manifest the power of blindfold reading immediately after this session. Stay tuned and hope to see you all again tomorrow for another round of Nityananda Yoga. As we all sit straight with our head, neck and spine in a straight line, the hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of the heart center. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavad Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nityanandam. Thank you all. Nityanandam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nityanandam, and welcome to all the Paramashivoham Level 2 participants. Hope you're able to see and hear me clearly. Yes, let us begin with today's sessions, starting with the power manifestation session. After we have just completed the 3-hour Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the 308 asana sequence revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So let us begin this beautiful power manifestation session now. Be seated in a comfortable position and make sure you have your eye bands with you. So let us first listen to the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference, once again invoking the presence of Paramashiva into the power manifestation before we begin. Kapalantarmanonyasya tishtanmilitalochanaha kramena manaso dadyat lakshayet lakshyamuttamam. Paramashiva beautifully says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center, sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession. By that stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, receiving the space of being able to see beyond the sight, having the vision of any place or object, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. So Paramashiva beautifully in this Shastra Pramana reveals the signs of how the third eye manifests in each one of us. He gives us the technique as well, which we have been following and seeing the breakthrough through. So with this, let us now enter the power manifestation. I request all the participants to now please close your eyes. Sit with your eyes closed in a comfortable position. We are going to be entering the round 1 of the manifestation. Once again, we are going to be seeing 2 colors today. So during the manifestation, try to see both the colors. Try to see 2 colors during the manifestation. Now once you have closed your eyes and sat in a comfortable position, let us connect with Paramashiva by chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. The color is being projected for all of you to see. You can all start seeing.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, let us now slowly, very slowly, please open our eyes and verify the manifestation. You can now share in the Zoom chat what you were able to see during this round of the third eye reading, the two different colors that were projected to you during this round of the manifestation. Let's take a minute now to write down what we were able to see during this round of the manifestation. We have a few more moments. Whatever you were able to see, even if you are not able to see anything, you can share that as well. Yes, let us now move to the verification. So the colors of this round was red and white. So if you have seen these colors, that is beautiful. You have manifested the power. We will be having one more round. So for those who are yet to manifest, that is okay. Maybe you can keep that. This is just a warm-up round. The next one, you will surely manifest the power. So yes, once again, let's close our eyes. Connect with Paramashiva. Enter that space of oneness, visualizing the beautiful form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now, let us start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. The next pair of colors have been projected for all of you to start seeing. Intensely connect with Paramashiva and request him to manifest.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, now slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes. Let us now once again verify the manifestation that we have seen in our third eye during this round of the manifestation. Once again, you can all share what you were able to see during this round, the colors, pictures, the shapes, whatever you were able to see during this round. We have a few minutes before we move to the verification. Do not allow your self-doubt to hinder into the manifestation. Whatever Paramashiva has revealed, just share it as it is. Yes, so let us now move to the manifestation. So we have the colors orange and purple that were shown for all of you. So if you were able to see this colors this time, that is beautiful. You have started manifesting the power. And yes, so with this we come to the end of this beautiful 2 rounds of power manifestation, and now we are going to be moving into today's sessions. Today's Paramashivoham session is going to be about completing with fear. Fear is a very powerful instinct that is there in all of us, but the unnecessary patterns that are built on fear is what pulls us in the wrong directions of life. All of us have heard of the term phobia. What is phobia? It is the fear of something, but the phobia is actually a pattern, an unnecessary pattern that is torturing you for because of some incompletion that had been created when you were small. That phobia does not need to be there. You can drop it. You can be free of it. Anxiety, depression, all of these are outcomes of fear. Fear is an energy that creates multiple emotions in us. Learning how to control that fear and how to go beyond the fear, but at the same time be conscious of everything we are doing is what we're going to learn in today's sessions. So I request all the participants to be in the space of listening now as we understand these powerful cognitions about the science of going beyond fear. So in this session, we are going to first understand what is fear, different types of fear, the self-fulfilling negative prophecies that we hold, anger, how anger is the active form of fear, and ultimately how to complete with it. So from the impact on fear on psychology and physiology well-being. So fear and anxiety can be intended to have profound effects on both physiological and psychological well-being. Let's have a closer look at these impacts. First is the psychological impacts. The chronic anxiety and stress disorder. Prolonged exposure to intense fear can lead to anxiety disorders, including generalized anxiety disorder, panic disorder, and post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. All of these are side effects of fear. Also, we have depression. Because of chronic stress and anxiety, it can also increase the depression in us. Cognitive impairment, meaning the high level of stress and anxiety that makes us take the wrong decisions in life. Because when we are scared, when we are in a cornered situation, the wrong decisions that we take is what impacts us. We become the victim of those wrong decisions that we take. So there have been some statistical studies that have been done on various groups of people to understand the effect of fear on us. So, quantifying the percentage of people who suffer from various mental and physical problems signifying due to fear stroke or intense fear is challenging, as research typically focuses on bordering categories like anxiety and stress disorder. However, some relevant statistics include that the anxiety disorder, according to the Anxiety and Depression Association of America, anxiety disorder are most common mental illness in the US, affecting 40 million adults in the US of people more than the age of 18, and 18% of the population suffer from this panic and anxiety disorder in the US alone. Then we have the impact of physical health. Research indicates that 43% of adults suffering adverse health effects from stress and stress related ailments account for 90% of doctor visits. So there is many statistics that show, even I can project for all of you to see, one of the statistics that show the effect of fear during the pandemic. So all of you can see here that during the pandemic, it caused a spike of fear and anxiety in the people around the world. And in US alone, we can see a drastic 30% increase in the symptoms and diseases related to fear. So this is one of the main side effects of what fear does in us. So how do we handle this? How do we control this fear in us? This fear which is continuously tormenting us, how do we complete with it? That is why Swamiji beautifully has taken so many meditation techniques from the Vedic tradition and shared that with us. The Vedic tradition reveals from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he shares the various ways to complete with the chronic diseases and how to heal this fear with one's inner power. After the initiation, all human emotions are connected in a complex web that directly impacts the symbiosis between the DNA and the immune system. Scientific studies showed that the DNA comprises of a curl when exposed to emotions like fear, frustration, anger, and all the powerless emotions. The immune system, and when the DNA is exposed to these negative emotions, the immune system takes a direct hit. But when we experience the positive emotions like love, peace, and gratitude, the DNA is exposed and it elongates, means it relaxes and it boosts the immune system. So today the world has invariably created many paths to trigger the negative emotions such as anger, frustration, fear, guilt, and depression through many factors specifying that person. The pressure exerted by the negative emotions on the body becomes inexhaustible and disturbs the immune system, making one vulnerable to chronic diseases. So Kailasa has provided, and Kailasa, with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has revived these traditional meditation techniques from the authentic source of the Vedagamas to help us complete with these emotions and patterns and overcome the incurable, so-called incurable diseases through the 21-day program that you're all attending, this Paramashivoham. The program works on all the basic dimensions of an individual, allowing one to express the deep breathing and healing in the mental, physical, and emotional levels, ultimately experiencing enlightenment. You will gain a state of deep inner peace coupled with the tremendous productive and creative energy. The techniques from the Vedic scripture, they share with us how to awaken the Kundalini in us. Some of these scriptures are like the Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, Hatha Yoga, Grihendra Samhita. All of these are some of the most powerful scriptures where we have taken these meditation techniques just for you to evolve yourself, to transform and complete yourself. So just to show all of you, 97% of participants in the Inner Awakening program that happened in 2011, 97% of them were able to complete with these patterns of fear during the Inner Awakening program. You can all see the graph that is projected to you, all of you. So 79% of the participants recovered from unexplained fear after attending the Inner Awakening program. So now let's understand what is fear. The first definition of fear is it is a deep dimension of worry. Fear leads to anger. Fear is passive of the energy, while anger is the active expression. That is why fear cannot be destroyed. Fear is a fight between the faith in oneself versus the negative ideas about the future. The self-fulfilling negative prophecy is fear. So fear is a fight between your potentiality and your negative approach to the future. An example is, if you're not afraid of going to become, you will never be afraid of becoming Bill Gates, because you know that as of today, unless some miracle happens in your life, you will not suddenly become like Bill Gates. But you have a fear in you that what if I'm not successful like my siblings or like my parents? The family is more close to you than an abstract idea that causes fear in you. When you think your negative is a fact, you are attacked by fear. When you understand your negative pattern are free from fear, that time you will be complete. Your negative imaginations, maybe there is a ghost in the room, maybe somebody will come and kidnap me, maybe you think like this or like that. But end of the day, they are all just your imaginations that you superimpose on yourself. When you know it is a mental pattern, there will not be any fear. How many of you understand this fact creates fear and panic patterns just by thinking about these imaginations? You can share your understanding in the chat. So all of you need to do one thing to have the high energy where your fears cannot put any powerless into you. That is courage. The high energy is courage. And Swamiji defines courage as it is not fearlessness, but it is the ability to conquer your fears. It is the ability to manage and control, to be in the state of control even when you are in the space of fear. That is courage. For example, when you are in real love with someone, or something, suddenly you will see all the fears are forgotten. Many of you would have experienced this when you had your true love with someone. It is because your fear is not a fact. It is just put pressure on you going through. When you're falling in love or having a deep attachment to someone or something, you have the higher power. The love is a very powerful emotion that can remove any sort of fear inside you. So that is why the fear is all removed from you. The hormonal pressure makes you forget the fear, you forget the repercussions, you forget the after effects. Understand the basic truth is your fear is not based on fact, it is based on your patterns. Realizing your kundalini to the highest energy, suddenly you will see all your patterns will lose power over you. You can never put you in powerless anymore. And finally, the third understanding about fear that we all need to understand is that any powerlessness that stops you radiating Paramashiva, the space of Paramashivoham, is fear. It can be in the form of withdrawal, it can be in the form of giving up, negative visualizations, or negative possibilities. It can manifest in any form. All the powerlessness which stops you from manifesting Paramashivoham is fear. So then, fear, the different forms of fear that we face in our life, let's understand this powerful cognition now. It can be about your identity, it can be about your wealth, it can be about your name and fame, it can also be about your health, it can be about your mental state, it can be anything. Ultimately, the different ways the fear manifests is only your fear of the unknown. You don't know. You are afraid, but you don't know. Why is that? And the worst thing and the last thing is fear of fears. The fear that you will get into fear. Everything in your inner space which does not allow you to manifest the Paramashivoham is fear. The undigested mental material in your biomemory, in your muscles, if something is not digested, becoming part of your muscle memory, it will become cancerous. In you, your biomemory, if something is not digested and stays back, it becomes fear. So, as we saw the different types of fear, in our physical body, we can carry and radiate fear, especially for the fear of death. So, as we saw the different types of fear, the fear of losing the name and fame, the fear of losing your wealth, fear of losing your near and dear ones, the fear of losing your health, and the ultimate fear of death, all of these are just the fear. But how does it manifest externally? It manifests in the active form of anger. Anger is the active form of fear. Fear is when leads to anger. Fear is the passive form of the energy, while anger is the active expression. When you are angry, just look into the anger. At the root of it, you will find a deep fear. Fear is the passive form of energy, while anger is the active expression. Try this for yourself. If you are feeling fear, express anger at that time. Throw your hands up, stamp your feet, and express that energy. You will see the fear disappears. You will see for yourself how the fear can simply transform into anger. Similarly, fear can also transform into hate. You just need to be aware of yourself and witness how the emotion stably changes from one form to the other. When you understand this, you can easily make it a game and go beyond the fear. So, whenever you make a commitment which you're not sure you can keep, there is a part of you sitting inside and making a mockery of your words. This part is called fear. Now, to break this fear, go on committing to things which you think you cannot do, and go on breaking that and manifesting that in your heart. you will see that you can make it. That is the only way you can stretch beyond fear. Fear manifests whenever you are afraid of losing something which you have and which you don't have, the confidence of achieving something which you want to have. Fearlessness is not the absence of fear, but it is the courage to handle the fear. So let us now listen to a beautiful satsang where Swamiji shares the powerful cognitions of going beyond fear.
Fear and death is such important subjects. Seen my Akashic recordings on death, Akashic readings on death. Of course, it's not mine. I am only a reader. I am not author. I am only a reader. But in a way, these records can be accessed only by author also. In a way author, in a way reader. Let's begin our journey into death. Death is nothing but the disappearance of some parts which you think as you, but which is not you. Understand the definition? Death is the disappearance of something which you always think as your part, but which is not part of you, is death. I had 5 death experiences in my life. Let me share one by one. First, my cousin brother died when I was very young, means maybe 10 or 11. Then my great-grandmother died. Not just grandmother, great-grandmother. She died. This village is such a fellows. Still, I can show you guys at least 20 people above 100 who have crossed centuries still sitting in this village. No fellow dies. That's a big problem. Really. This village has a history. No fellow dies very quickly. And another one big problem, the lifestyle in this village is only if after the head of the family dies, you will have the wealth in your control. My grandfather died when he was 94. Till his death, he had the whole wealth and even the day-to-day money he had under his control. My uncles were all earning, but all the income will go only to his hand, my grandfather. My uncles have only right to work, but even for day-to-day expense, if they want to buy a flower for their wives, they have to ask only the grandfather, and he will give. Last day of his death, till death, he had the keys in his hand. And after he died, I have 3 uncles. My mother has 3 brothers, 3 uncles. After the grandfather died, the eldest person, he holds the key now. Still that systematic joint family. If I am asked to create a lifestyle, I'll propose this joint family only. That's the best lifestyle. Human beings will feel so secured. The support of one another, it is something unimaginable. Anyhow, and these fellows don't die at all. In a way, it is good also. No, really, because when I saw all these fellows and grow up, I just know I am going to live for at least 126 years. Why this 126 number, based on my horoscope. When my guru, yoga teacher, when he told me, hey, your horoscope says you will live 126 years, I never had a doubt. Even now, I don't have a doubt. At least I have seen 50 people living more than 100. Crossed 100, 50 people. One of my great-grandmother, I have seen both my great-grandmothers. One, she died in 104. That experience. If your mind is not ready, only your body living in the old age is really a hell. Only if your mind is also ready, the old age, living long period is worthy. Otherwise it is hell. My great-grandmother's death, and my mentor and teacher, Kuppammal, her death. Fourth, my own death experience. Fifth, my enlightenment experience. These 5 deaths have done something extraordinary to me. I'll share the whole story with the first death I experienced. My cousin brother, he was born dumb and deaf. So in the large giant family with a lot of kids, no kid will play with him, he will be always left alone, aloof, because he can't play with them, he is dumb and deaf. I never enjoyed what the kids enjoyed. Please understand, always my taste was not of my age. From the beginning, my taste was of something like a 90-year-old. I was never a child. I want to tell you, not even once I played any games or anything in my life. Even as a child. You guys play cricket, football, so many things. Not even once. In school or in the house, never. The only game I know is sitting with the deities and playing. Decorating them, living around them. He will be left out because he is dumb and deaf. I will never join this group. I will also always be sitting with puja. I need an assistant to help me. So this guy is my assistant. My first assistant is dumb and deaf. He was very strong. So he is my bodyguard, an assistant and first secretary. Whole day I will sit and do puja. My only work is doing puja, doing rituals and making deities out of clay, stone and all that. He is the person who will bring flowers for my puja and wash the clothes of the deities and wash my clothes and all the, whatever I want, supplying me the clay or the stone for carving, making deities and all that, everything. And he's such a nice person, very close to me. We both will always be together. And the agreement is whatever Nivedyam Prasadam, I will give it to him. And so he was my assistant maybe for at least 5 years. It was a very strong relationship. In this type of villages, we have a habit, once the school is over, in the vacation, you go to your aunt, uncle's houses. It will all be nearby village. So he went to nearby village, which is half an hour drive from here, for vacation. Unfortunately, in the ground level well, he fell into the well and died. Here, villages, you see, all wells will be open wells. Have you seen the open well without any wall? It will be just floor level well. A big well, village well, he fell into that and died. In that open well. It all happened just in half an hour. And when he was leaving, I told him, where are you going? What will you do there? Nobody will play with you. You sit here and we will do our puja. And I remember he told me he did not speak, but he expressed, I'll go there and do puja. Anyhow, he died, and by evening they brought the body back, his body. It was just, my whole being is shaken. A child seeing death. Death of somebody who is very close. The moment I wake up, he will be there with me. Till I fall asleep. Like assistant, security, bodyguard, everything. If somebody tries to bully me, he will kick them. Because he was very strong. And he is the eldest child in the whole family. Around 25 of us grew together. He is the eldest in the whole family. He was very highly protective of me. It was really unfortunate. First time I tasted impermanence in the life. Please understand. Experientially the impermanence. Whatever is said and done, when you listen to others' story, you don't feel that strongly. When it happens to you only, you understand. As a child, first time impermanence. It was a big shock for me. Could not handle. I went and asked my grandmother, but even then I did not cry. Went and asked the grandmother, what happened to him? They said, he has gone to the God. He has reached God. That's the usual thing. Always parents tell. Maybe you also might have heard only that concept. This must be the first idea everybody hears about death. Anyhow, I could not understand. They told me in Tamil, Swami kitta poitar. He has gone to Swami. So those days the Swami means Sabarimala is that place. There's a temple in next state, neighbor state. That deity is called Swami. I thought he has gone to the temple. So somehow I pacified myself. Okay, yes, after all gone to the temple. Every year I go to the temple. When I go next time, I will bring him back. So I consoled myself and settled. I pacified myself. And it was over. They took his body and cremated. First time I saw body burning. I became very curious and sat throughout the burning ritual, and the process was over. But that impermanence that got settled in me. And I think within 2 years, my great-grandmother, she passed away. That was one of the strongest experience happened in my life. Because when she was alive, she was already 104. Nobody was taking care of her. Even though it's a giant family, nobody will go near her. They will give food and all that. Nobody will go and spend time with her. I am the only person who will go near her. And she had the habit of chewing the tobacco. I have to buy tobacco for her from the corner shop. Still that shop, same guy is there. See, my barber, still the same guy is there, running his shop. My grocery shop, still the same guy is there, running the same shop. Of course, my schools are all there, that is different. Even the shops, same guys are there. And she'll ask me to go and buy tobacco, 4 annas, 25 paise. 20 paise for tobacco and 5 paise for my candy. So because of the candy, I will tolerate all her bad mouthing, all her scolding. Every day I will get a candy if I get tobacco for her. That's the only relationship we both had. No other relationship. Whenever I ask for money, she will tell, no, take it from your father. As usual, just like all old ladies, she was miser also. and she was about to die. She was in the deathbed. Not a single soul was worried about her death, and of course, no need to worry, she's already 104, 4 years late. And everybody was waiting. And under her cot, there was a big trunk, the olden days iron box, filled with gold coins, silver coins, and those days silver coins, gold coins, and very costly jewelries, antique jewelries. It's all our property. So people, all the women in the house were waiting for their share. Only if she dies, they'll get their share. And she was in the deathbed. They called the doctor who was in the opposite house. Listen to the whole thing. I'll describe as it happened. I am actually now seeing and describing. The opposite house, the doctor is there, and he was called to come and attend. The doctor came and started attending, and he poured the water into her mouth. See, for the whole street, my house well is the only water source. No other water source. So everybody has to fetch water from my house only. This lady is so orthodox, Friday evening she will not give water. She had a belief, Friday evening if you give water, Lakshmi will go away from your house. Means wealth will go away from your house. She won't give water. If you are from Indian village, you can relate with whatever I am talking. One day, the doctors, some patient came to his house. He's a very nice person. Even midnight, late night, if some patients come, he will get up and take care of the patients. Those days, there is no disposable syringe. He will boil the water and sterilize the syringe and give injection. He will all himself will sit and boil the water and sterilize and do the whole process. Such a nice person. One day, Friday night, some patient, emergency patient, he wants water. He sent his staff to the house for water to treat the patient. This lady said no water. She did not only she did not give water, she has hidden the bucket. She took the bucket and hid it in the room and said, no bucket, no water, go. And finally the poor doctor has to walk all the way to the temple and ask the temple watchman to open the gate. In those days it's all like a one family, you see. The temple watchman and all will open the gate of the temple. No, that security problems and all those things were not there. Actually, nobody will even close the temple in those days. Rarely, if the watchman did not drink that night, he will close. If he is drunk, even that lock will not be there. And that day, unfortunately, he has closed the temple gate. He opened and gave the water, and finally the patient was treated. When he was pouring the water, I could see God. And she hid that bucket in front of my eyes and told the lie that there is no bucket, no water. I was wondering, you did not give water to the same doctor, but you see, last water you are drinking is given by him. Same guy. See the life. See how the life flows. She drank the water, finally closed the eyes and passed away. The moment she died, first thing they did, they called the local goldsmith, the family goldsmith. He came and he shared all the jewels equally to all the families. They pulled the trunk. You can't actually open, you have to break. It's a huge old type of trunk, that steel box. Even the key which she had rusted, so they could not open the trunk. They got the goldsmith, broke the trunk and took out all the coins, first measured and shared to all the families. I was looking as a small boy, 11-year-old boy, I was standing and looking. First thing, this lady even having so much of money, I was wondering, if this lady gave all these things, I would have had tobacco for her for whole life, and I would have had my candy for my whole life. This lady had so much of wealth, did not use, left everything and died. And now all the fellows who are sharing, they are also going to leave this and die. But these fellows are all fighting for it. I could see very clearly some diamond necklace and all. It was not getting equally shared. So the goldsmith has to cut it. He has to cut and divide among the families. Those days the pearls and all will be this size pearls. If you see the antique jewelry, they have their own beauty. And even though my family was not a rich family, but those days middle class family. All middle class family in India will have at least 100 saran gold. They may not eat well. They may eat only twice a day, but the gold and jewelry is life for them. They will be sitting on it. Only now in the middle class family in India, they don't keep gold. In those days, I remember, some of the jewels you can't even lift by one hand. If any of you are from especially this forward communities like Nagaratta, this Mudaliyars and all that, then you will understand what I am saying. Even though middle class family, they had a lot of this kind of gold and all that. So I could see these fellows are too busy in sharing. And you know what happened? It took almost 1 hour for them to all this sharing. They finished sharing, emptied the whole thing, and there were some aunts, uncles who are not there in the scene, who are supposed to come. They kept equal share for them also and tied in the cloth. I started laughing. Then one of my uncle, he came and started chasing me. Hey, don't laugh here. And I ran away to the first floor, balcony. See, the house is such that all 4 side balcony. In the center is the veranda, big veranda, where marriages, all the ceremonies will be held. Even death ceremony, everything will be held there only. It's like because it's a giant family, all houses will have their own community hall kind of a thing, where easily 300-400 people can sit. That size hall. So I ran to the balcony. I was standing in the balcony and laughing again, seeing the whole thing from above and laughing. Then my uncle came and he just slapped me. Second time when he raised his hand, I held his hand. I was a very strong child. Held his hand and told, if you touch me once more, I'll go outside the house and stand. Whoever comes, I'll tell all of them how you guys divided the jewelry first, before even bringing the dead body outside. Before even bothering about the dead body. So I told him, I will go out and tell everybody, you fellows, you did not bother about her, and the dead body, you were bothering only about the jewelry. Then my father rushed and stopped my uncle and said, hey, why are you playing with him? This fellow will do what he says. Don't harass him, leave him. But my uncle was afraid. I will really go out and stand in the street and tell all the relatives what they did. So he put me in a room and locked me. He closed the door outside. I tell you, one of the strongest experience I had in my life was in that room. My respect for the social structure has just collapsed. I always felt father means father, mother means mother, brother means brother, aunt means aunt, uncle means uncle. First time I am seeing the hypocrisy. The whole thing collapsed. Now I know all relationships are business. Please understand. All of you would have had this experience at some point in your life. Unfortunately, when this experience happened in you, you became so insensitive, you did not go behind it. You did not follow further. These experiences should be explored. Only then that we reach the truth. We reach the truths of life. Anyhow, my whole respect for the society and the social conditioning has disappeared. After that, nobody was able to rule me. Nobody had respect from my heart. I did not have respect for anybody. Nobody had power over me. I disowned everybody. I understood, oh God, neither that lady was intelligent who was dead, nor you fellows are intelligent who are going to die. She was taken and cremated. All the ceremony was over. Still I remember, when I came out of the room, when they opened the room, when I came out, I just picked up my Bhagavad Gita, went and sat near her and read the whole Bhagavad Gita. I was reading the Bhagavad Gita even while she was taken to the cremation ground. Went and sat near her ceremony and all that burning and everything. Read the whole Bhagavad Gita and came back. That's all.
Yes, so that was a beautiful video where Swamiji shared about the death and how he overcame the fear of death. So let us also now enter a small process to complete with this, with first understanding the essence of this session. So the first thing is, what is fear? Fear is the deepest dimension of worry. Fear leads to anger. Fear is the passive form of the energy, while anger is the active expression. That is why it cannot be destroyed. Fear is the fight between faith in oneself versus the negative idea. So the exercise is, let us now first recollect the earliest memory in your life and write down the incident and conversations you had about losing your name, your fear of losing your identity. For example, when your mom shouted at you saying you are a bad boy. So let's take a few minutes to enter this exercise. If you have any questions about the entire process, feel free to ask so. So now let's write down the first memory we had, the first incident of fear we had related to the fear of losing our identity. write down whatever is the earliest memory you think you can remember. That is more than enough. For example, where you were scolded by your teacher at school or by your parents at home, the first time you were having the fear of losing your identity, even when a point in time, a memory where you lost your toys were taken away from you. Because when we are small, the toys that we play become our identity. So let us now move to the second step of this process. You can continue to write down and then move into the second step. Recollect the earliest memories of your life related to you losing your fear, like the first time you fell down, the first time you got sick, or you saw your parents getting sick, you are inside an accident. Whatever you think was your first memory related to fear of health, losing your health, or when your parents were sick, the fear that you had, you can write that down. Now we'll move into the next step of the process. Now recollect the earliest memory of your life and write down the incidents and conversations you had about losing wealth. The first memory, the most strongest memory you had about wealth, losing your wealth. Let's take a few minutes to write this down. You can also write down the incident, the earliest incident in your life about losing your loved ones and family. Let us take a few minutes to write this down. Yes. So now, with this, we come to the end of this beautiful process. Let us now enter a small meditation to complete with this. So the Hamsa mantra meditation is a very powerful meditation to complete with all of these incompletions that you have just written down. So this very powerful technique can be used 24 hours a day whenever you're attacked by fear or you're having some anxiety. You can very powerfully use this technique to complete with that fear. Repeat the word sa silently as you exhale. This is with the outgoing breath. Exhaling is like relaxing and letting go of anything that can die. When you inhale, be constantly trying to hold on to something. Exhaling is like letting go. Place more awareness and energy on the exhalation. Help yourself exhale deeply. Let the inhalation happen automatically through the body. Place your energy, attention, and effort only on the exhalation. It is a silent intonation of hum sa, hum sa. When you inhale, you say hum internally, and exhale, you say sa. Silently chant this mantra, and it will suddenly take you into the awareness, relaxation that never dies, into the space of fearlessness. This technique can also be practiced at other times when you're not faced by fear, while you're just sitting and enjoying, or before going to sleep. Constantly 24 hours, place your attention on the exhalation and intone the Hamsa mantra silently. Hamsa inside. When you inhale, intone hum, and when you exhale, intone saha. Try this technique for 3 days. Whenever you remember, inhale with the silent intonation hum and exhale with the silent exhalation sa. So let us now take a few minutes. Please sit in a comfortable position and close your eyes. Now we are just going to be getting a glimpse of this meditation technique, but you can practice this technique whenever you want. Close your eyes and sit in a comfortable position and start chanting the mantra internally. Hum as you inhale and saha as you exhale. Now, slowly, very slowly, please relax. Yes, with this, we come to the end of this beautiful meditation process to complete with the fear. Now, we'll be moving into a round of power manifestation where we're going to be manifesting the power of third eye reading. So, I request all the participants to be in the space of listening. In this round of the third eye reading, we are going to be seeing some shapes. So I request all the participants to please blindfold your eyes. So first close your eyes and then visualize the beautiful form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So I'm going to be projecting a shape for all of you to see. And once after the manifestation is complete, we'll be verifying the manifestation. So let's close our eyes, connect with Paramashivoham, request him to start manifesting through us. Let's now chant the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Now the picture for all of you is being projected. You can all start seeing and chant the Mahavakya intensely.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes. So now let's verify the manifestation. Here we have the picture of an arrow that was being projected for all of you. So if you were able to see this image, that is beautiful, you have manifested the power. So you can share this in the chat and you can say if you manifested or you are yet to manifest, you are able to see the colors, you are able to see the shape or something, you are not able to see anything. You can share whatever you experienced during this manifestation. So with this, let us now move into the next session, which is the session where we are going to be understanding about the fear of death and what happens during death. This is a very powerful question that many of us have, and in this session Swamiji is going to be answering all of these questions for us. So the fear of losing the identity is ultimately the fear of death. The biggest fear humans have is the fear of losing their identity. Even the fear of losing one's life is not as great as the fear of losing the identity. The fear of losing the identity is worse than the fear of death. So the fear of death is basically the fear of losing our identity, be it the fear of losing physical, mental stability, wealth, name and fame, loved ones. At the underlying level, everything boils down to the fear in various disguises. The fear of social respect, the society rejecting you, makes us do things to please the society, even when it is not good for us. In this process, many times we surface what our being really wants to do. The fear of not being accepted by society is just another form of fear of death. It is the fear of the ego that is being hurt over here. Every act of ours is unconsciously related to the death and the fear of dying. Understanding that death can change your entire perception of life. It is simply a transformation. What happens at the time of death? Let's understand. When what exactly happens at the time of leaving the body? This question cannot be answered by a living person as he has not experienced the death. But even though he experienced it in his previous birth, he doesn't remember it. It cannot be answered by a dead person since they cannot come back to narrate the experience. Only an enlightened being, a person who has gone through or who is able to download the knowledge from the cosmic archives can share this with us. That is why Swamiji, who has experienced the space of experiencing the death and who has downloaded these powerful cognitions from the cosmic archives, is sharing these powerful cognitions with us. So there are 7 layers of our body. We are not just one body. The physical body is just one of the 7 layers. It is only the gross that we can feel in the seven bodies. However, we actually have 7 layers or planes of existence. These layers have subtle existence. They cannot be seen or felt by the ordinary eye. Each of these bodies holds a corresponding emotion. For example, the pranic layer holds all the desires that arise from life. The mental body holds all the feelings of guilt experienced in life. The etheric body holds all the experiences of the mental pain felt in life. When the soul leaves the body, it crosses all 7 layers. The physical body dies, but the remaining 7 bodies do not totally die. Each body has to go through its own samskaras or stored memories before it can leave the soul. The first 4 bodies are related to the physical body-mind system. They are stored as the engrams related to desire, guilt, pain experienced during the lifetime. The 5th body is experienced during deep sleep, the Karana Sharira. Sharira means body, Karana means the cause, causal body. The 6th body is associated with happy memories, and the 7th body is beyond sorrow and happiness, the ultimate consciousness. In the 7 bodies, the first 4 are the pranic, mental, ethereal, collapse all into the causal body every time you go to sleep. The darkness of the causal body is associated with the deep sleep state, which rejuvenates you every day. So till you cross the 5th body, the death happens every day. This is what happens when you fall into the daily sleep. When you're departing, the spirit moves beyond the 5th layer of the causal body into the 6th, which is the cosmic body, and processes of death is complete. If the force does not have to take another body to fulfill its remaining desires, then it enters the 7th layer of the body, the nirvanic body, which is enlightenment. If the life force has to come back assuming another body, that is called death. So what is the waking world versus the dream world? When you enter into the dream and start dreaming, this whole world in which you live now becomes black and white because you are not in the dream world. When you are in the physical body and waking state, you experience this world as a 4-dimension multicolor. When you are in the dream world, you experience it as a white and black. When you are here in the awake world, the dream world becomes black and white. The world becomes the 4D, and when there is the dream becomes 4D, this world becomes black and white. It is just the switching of the different planes of existence, states of consciousness that we go through. When we are in the dream state, the physical world that we experience becomes a dream, and when we are in the real world, the dream world becomes a dream. In some way, when you move from the physical body to the pranic body at the time of death, this whole world becomes unreal and seen in black and white. All your achievements, your pride, your efforts, your sorrows, your happiness, everything will no longer have any more appearance in you other than a black and white image. You will wonder why? Why did I do all this work? Why did I think of me based on this life that I am experiencing? When you are alive, you invest into your personality. You build up your personality based on a few pillars like money, name and fame, relationship, pride, all of these that have the big community and support circle and so on. If somebody asks you, who are you? You will say, you will respond saying that I am an engineer, I am a doctor, I am a lawyer, I am the owner of 4 houses, I am her husband, I am her daughter. Only based on the pillars that we build, we share. So life or death depends on the direction of the prana. As long as there is incoming breath, the prana which is coming inside, you will be in the body. When the prana, the life energy stops coming into you, you will be moving into the next life. If the reversal of the air starts, less prana going and more prana coming out, it means death is happening in your life. The prana moves and functions and stays in the Agnya chakra, the third eye, the brow center, when you are in the waking state. When you move into the dream state, it moves to the Vishuddhi, the neck center, the throat center. And when you are in a deep sleep, it moves to your heart center. So the reality and the dream both are the creation of the prana. When you start experiencing the prana in the forehead, you will understand that not only is prana supplied in the form of air, but prana that creates both you, your reality, and your dreams. Whatever you call as reality, whatever you call as dream, both are made of prana. So the prana movement in sleep and death is very similar. The moment you start moving towards the dream state, the prana starts coming towards the Vishuddhi, the throat center. When you move towards deep sleep state, it moves towards the heart. The same happens in the case of life and death as well. The more you are aware, the energy stays in the forehead. So how do we stop the circle of life and death? If you can be aware when you fall into the dream state, when your consciousness is slowly falling apart, when you're going into that sleep, when you are falling into sleep, you will be able to change the dream itself. The person who is aware of life will simply stop the cycle of birth and death. You will not take another body. When Swamiji says in this paragraph that you will be aware of life, Swamiji means you will start having the normal way of life. You will stop living with your identity. You will not give importance to your identity. So let us now watch a beautiful video where Swamiji himself shares these powerful cognitions about the life and death, about how the prana is the energy, the life energy that creates the cosmos, and how we can create the life energy in us. So I request all the participants to be in the space of listening now. Write down these powerful cognitions that Swamiji is sharing in this session about this, because it is a very powerful cognition about how the life and death happens inside us. So now we are going to be watching this video. You can take notes of all of this and keep it in your book of hearts, so that whenever you have these questions about what is life, what is death, what happens after death, or if any of your friends or relatives are having this question, you will be able to answer them and share with them. So let us now listen to this beautiful video.
prana, breathing, is not for smelling. Please listen. It has multiple purpose. If you try to translate that as a smelling, the whole secret is lost. See, having a physical relationship may bring a child, but that alone is not physical relationship. Having a child alone is not physical relationship. Physical relationship has 10 other dimensions, components. Smelling alone is not prana. One of the job of the prana is smelling. Listen carefully. You need to understand first the principle of breathing. Prana, life energy. It is not just smelling, it is experiencing. I tell you. I'll give you a simple example. If you breathe a hill or an ocean or a river just by yourself, you will breathe peace. The same place, same hill, same river, same ocean, if you breathe with the people with whom you have a complete completion, you will breathe bliss. The same place, if you are with the fellows with whom you don't have completion, they are forced on you. Please listen. Whenever the ideological relationship does not exist and only biological or blood relationship exists, they are load on you. Blessed are the families who have a common ideology as their source of inspiration. Blessed are the son and the father, mother and the daughter, brother and the sister, husband and wife, who Swamiji is the connecting point. I tell you, because the ideological completion is there. You have tons of reasons to hang around. You have tons of things to talk around. You have tons of reasons to be together. I tell you. I'll give you this one line. If you have tons of reasons to be together, that is completion. I tell you, till you are enlightened, there can never be complete completion, but your completion is more stronger than your small incompletions. So incompletions become irrelevant. Is completion. Listen carefully. Till you are enlightened, there can never be complete completion. But the completions you are having is so powerful, the small incompletions are irrelevant. That is completion. That is what is the completion you can achieve. You should think of, you should imagine, you should wait for, you should be aspiring. Breathing is not smelling. Breathing is breathing the energy, life energies of the people around you. Understand this example. A beautiful beach or hill or river, if you are breathing it all by yourself, you will breathe peace. If you are breathing that same space with the people with whom you have a completion, you will be breathing bliss, joy. The same place, if you are breathing with the people with whom you have incompletion, you will be breathing hell. Understand this example. Whenever you go to an energy field where the great beings lived, like Kali temple of Dakshineshwar, Srirangam Ranganatha Swami, Arunachaleshwara, Meenakshi, Vishwanatha, where the great beings lived, breathe that place. I tell you, still they are alive in those places. Still their prana is alive in that places. Breathe. Breathing is not smelling. Smelling is one of the side effects of breathing. Breathing means being alive, living that place, tasting that place, experiencing that place with the person with whom you have completion, friendliness. Even breathing in that person's space gives you so much of life. That is why you always want to hang around. Not with right people, but with the people with whom you have a completion. Understand? Everyone is trying to hang around with the people with whom they have completion. Actually, I can very clearly see in our ashram who hangs around. Based on that I will know where that fellow is heading. Because he is enjoying that prana. He is enjoying that life, that frequency. Understand? The prana you enjoy, the life energy you enjoy is most important. Under our banyan tree, still you can live the prana of Sadashiva. Is there. Saptarishis lived in Ramanagara. Because Sadashiva and Devi and Nandi lived here. Still all the Saptarishis are in the form of huge 7 hilak, single stone in Ramanagara. They heard agamas from Mahadeva under this banyan tree. If you read the Kamika Agama description, where Sadashiva was sitting and teaching to whom all, everything 100% fits with our banyan tree. See the description. See the description, then you will understand. Read the original verse and see the description. Maybe later on I will explain. After Sadashiva taught the agamas, the rishis were living in Ramanagara and practicing. That is when Rama comes. When he heard the Sapta rishis are living, he comes and stays here. Then Sapta rishis bring him. He also came and heard not only the agamas, the Upanishads also from Mahadeva directly. And then after the war, after Rama wins the war, after the Pattabhishekam, he brings Hanuman, Sita and Lakshmana, Bharata Shatrugna, the whole battalion, to show where all he lived, the Ramalila sthanas. That time, the same place, Rama sits and describes to Hanuman what he heard from Sadashiva, because Hanuman is the incarnation of Nandi. Nandi himself came to support Rama in his avataric mission. As Rama is the great devotee of Sadashiva, Rama taught whatever he heard from Sadashiva to Hanuman, that is what is recorded in Muktikopanishad as the 108 Upanishads. Under this banyan tree, you can breathe Sadashiva. Breathe. Breathing is not smelling. Same way, if you sit in a dark room and go on breathing, you will be only in hell. Not only you will be in hell, you will be creating hell for others. People who are interested in being hell, you go to hell. Don't put others in hell. Not relating with people, constantly sitting in dark room is a disease as per Vedic psychology. And sleeping when this is being told. Understand? Yesterday in the SMKT meeting, I was telling one important truth. The more and more number of people want to hang around you, more and more success in everything you do. It means you carry that kind of prana where people feel rejuvenated, refreshed by breathing your prana. By breathing your prana. It is not necessary that you have to be completely complete with everyone for people to enjoy your prana. No. If you are completely complete with you and go on encouraging completion with everyone, that itself will rejuvenate everyone's prana. Whoever comes around you will feel they are rejuvenated. Whole inner awakening is nothing but 21 days you breathing my prana. That's all. That's all. Now this December whole Sadashivoham is nothing but I am letting Sadashiva to breathe through this body and you will be breathing Sadashiva's prana. That's all. Sadashiva in his full form, powers and possibilities and experiences. You will be just breathing Sadashiva for 21 days, that's all. Understand the science of breathing. It is not just smelling. It is something far deeper. See, all this healing, people come and tell me, oh, I got healed by you from this problem, that problem, all that. It is nothing but you breathe my space for a few seconds. That's all. And this initiation. Last 2 days I am sitting and working. Next level of initiation to the kids. They just put the book and read the whole book from the mirror. Now only they are mastering. They have not yet mastered. They are mastering. I tell you, within next 1 week, I'll make this whole Macaulay education system redundant for my kids. Actually, once they put the book away and read that book through the mirror, Jnananjana mirror, the whole data will get into their system. Any question you ask, they will verbatim repeat the answer. If book is wrong, their answer will be wrong. If book is right, the answer will be right. If book has a spelling mistake, they will do the same spelling mistake. That verbatim, they will be able to repeat. Even autistic kids, the special attention needed kids, the special kids, nothing, just if they breathe my space, that's all. If they breathe my prana, that's all. Simply healing happens. Not only healing, they radiate my brain powers. They will become more powerful than normal kids. You bring an abnormal child, I will not give you the normal child back. I will give you super normal child back. Because they breathe my prana. Understand the importance of breathing. It is not smelling, you are breathing life. It is too important. You need to constantly be aware and alert whom you are breathing. Like whose food you are eating, with whom you are eating matters. With whom you are breathing matters. And if thousands more and more number of people feel rejuvenated and happy by breathing your space, you will be blissful. Naturally, you will be loved, you will be wanted. That will make you more and more blissful, more and more loving. I tell you, what you breathe out becomes your character. Whatever you deny becomes your weakness pattern. Whatever you breathe out becomes your character. Breathe out love, breathe out completion. It becomes your character. Whatever you deny, I cannot do. He will talk, who knows? Only I know. After 2 days, all these are not working for me. One day I have this ambition and activism, second day I don't know where it goes. All this denial will become your pattern. Whatever you breathe out, which everyone around you enjoys, becomes your character. I tell you, breathe out, breathe out, breathe out. Breathe out joy. Let everyone around you breathe the joy. Let everyone around you breathe the completion you radiate, the ecstasy you radiate, the excitement you radiate. Even though it is called psychological disorder by modern psychiatry and psychologists. I don't know. Ayyo. This modern day psychiatry and psychology, the modern day psychology and psychiatry is forcing me to revive the Vedic psychology and Vedic physiology and Vedic lifestyle. Because every day I am delaying, they are killing few more thousands, few thousands more. Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda
Yes, Nityan everyone. So now we are going to do some assignments to understand or internalize the powerful cognitions that we learned just now. So we have been learning about the movement of prana and how the different states of consciousness and the prana is related with each other. So in the first part, we, as you know, that the prana moves and function stays in the Anya chakra when we are in the waking state, which is this. So when we are fully awake, that state, the prana that we breathe stays in the Anya chakra. When we are in the dream state, it moves around the neck, around the Visuddhi chakra, and when we are in the deep sleep, it moves around the Anahata chakra or center. So I'm going to project this assignment. So you need to draw all the 7 chakras and show the prana movement that is happening. So with the help of illustration, draw the prana life energy movement, and this is just for your self-awareness chart so that you become aware of your states of consciousness. So right now you pick up, you just draw this 7 chakra and show how the prana is moving during different states of consciousness. So whenever you are in the different states of consciousness, how the prana movement is happening. We'll have just 2-3 minutes for this one, and then we'll move to the next part, and we are going to be having going to have the few meditation techniques.
Okay. Hope you have all finished the chart. Now, let us enter into the meditation technique. Let us remember that the same energy which manifested itself as the cosmic explosion constantly keeps exploding and manifesting within our body. When the meeting point of inhaling and exhaling breaths, the confluence of the powerful and the powerless, we can experience that state. Now, let us go through this meditation technique, sitting in a relaxed fashion, sitting straight as possible. Let us understand that when the inhaled air goes out, it will be full of energy and our awareness as a whole will vibrate. This one can touch and feel life energy. The place where the exhaled air returns will be totally vacant. One can touch and feel death. When the inhaled air comes in, one can touch and feel life. So let's remember this. When the inhaled air that actually goes out, it will be full of energy. The life energy will be there. The place where the exhaled air returns will be totally vacant. At that point, one can touch and feel death. When the inhaled air comes in, one can touch and feel life. So, when the exhaled air returns, one can touch death. If we merge our awareness with both of these meeting points, then we can experience within ourselves both the cosmic explosion and cosmic dissolution. When the whole cosmic explosion happened, that energy, and when the whole cosmic dissolution happening, that also, both of them can be experienced within ourselves. The meeting point is where we can experience both the cosmic explosion and the cosmic dissolution. Let us start. Bring your awareness to the meeting point of the inhaling and exhaling, where the exhalation meets the inhalation. The inhalation is filled with life energy. The exhalation comes out with energy. But at that meeting point, the point where the exhaled breath returns is vacant. The confluence of the inhaling and exhaling breaths. Let us bring our awareness where our inhaling and exhaling meet. Let us start. Once again, reminding of the technique. As you inhale, focus on the point when the inhale returns as the exhaling breath, the point where the inhale is meeting the exhale. And
Once the exhaling comes out and turns as inhale, that meeting point. So you will technically have two meeting points, both confluences. Bring your awareness to both these meeting points. When the inhale returns as exhale, and after the exhale happens, the inhale returns. Both these turning points. Bring your awareness on these two meeting points.
Yes, Nityanam everyone. So please relax now. Now we'll move to the next technique. So this intra exercises has two different techniques. So now we are going to be doing a second one. So second one has two parts. One you do when you fall asleep, when you are lying in the bed, and the second one you do whenever you can remember during the whole day. Okay, so one we'll do now, which is the second part of it, but both have the same technique. Just one while you are lying down you practice it, and one when you are awake. Anytime you do, anytime you find the time you can do it. So the first one, when you are lying down just before the sleep, when you do, it will create more energy to do the second part, and the vice versa. So both will be complementing each other. So when you do in the daytime, it will complement the meditation technique. In the night, when you do the night one, it will complement you in the daytime. So the procedure is going to be, when you lie down before falling asleep, just remember the area near the Anya chakra or the third eye. So while you are lying down just before the bed, you can do let's say 10 or 15 minutes before you go for the sleep. So just bring your awareness on the third eye. You are not concentrating, neither you are forcing yourself. No, if you start concentrating and forcing yourself to bring awareness on the third eye, your sleep will get disturbed and you may have the headache. So just remember the area in a very relaxed way, the way you look at the flower. So how you look at the flower, same way, just bring the awareness, be relaxed completely, and bring your awareness at the third eye. Slowly you will see that you are relaxing. You will be slowly dropping into deep sleep state. So rather than falling into the dream state, you will start falling directly into the sleep state, deep sleep state. So when you do this meditation technique, you will see that your dream state will start reducing, and at the same time you will see when your daydreaming will start reducing. So night you will have the deep sleep, and in the daytime you will have the Jagrat, highly awakened state. So just be aware of this movement into the deep sleep. That is enough. So first time so while you start practicing, you will start slowly getting into more and more deep sleep. Okay, but while you're doing this practice, just be aware of the prana movement happening in the Anya chakra. So in this whole process, it's only simple. You are just being aware of your prana movement in the third eye, Anya chakra, and at the same time you are bringing your awareness on the third eye. So in a very relaxed manner, you bring your awareness to the third eye. So this you can do it while you go for the sleep, and you can do it in the daytime also, just bringing your awareness on your third eye and being aware of the prana movement in this. So both the practices, when you do, it will reduce your dream state. So all the time that we spend in the dreaming zone, whether it is a night time or in the daytime, both will drastically start reducing. So just for a few minutes we'll experience this technique, and then you write it down. So when you are when you get the time, you can practice this technique. So I'll project it for all of you to write it down, and I'll just give a few minutes. We'll practice this technique. So please bring your awareness at the third eye. So right now do not lie down. You may fall asleep into deep sleep state. So better be seated and bring your awareness at the third eye, and bring your prana movement. Be aware of the prana movement that is happening in your third eye. So prana, so whenever you are inhaling, what goes along with that is the prana. So oxygen that we inhale is just a carrier for the prana, which is the life energy. So life energy will go through your third eye, and then it goes into different parts of the body. Just be aware of the prana movement happening in your third eye, and awareness at the third eye. So please continue doing it for a few minutes, just few minutes, and then we'll move to the next session, which is going to be power manifestation.
You can relax now. You can quickly share how this meditation was for you, what you actually felt. Were you able to catch that turning point where the inhale returns as the exhale, and then back again when the exhale returns as the inhale? Were you able to bring your awareness, or whatever it is, however your experience was, you can share in a few words. Just take a minute. If you have any experiences to share, please go ahead. You can use the Zoom chat to share with us. Before we enter into the next session, from this powerful space of bringing our awareness to the cosmic explosion and the cosmic dissolution, bringing our awareness in that consciousness, from that space we can now enter into manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Let us get ready. Sitting straight as possible, let us now enter into the space of manifesting Paramashiva in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye region.
Yes. So all of you, please get your blindfold. We are going to be doing the power of third eye, and you will be blindfolded. We'll be projecting some pictures, and you have to scan through your third eye and see what all Swamiji shows to you. So please have the pen and paper with you so that you can write whatever Swamiji reveals during the power manifestation. And also please have a blindfold. Yes. If you do not have blindfold, please get some cloth and tie it on your head, rather than just keeping your eyes closed, because many times we'll be projecting it, and before you close the eye, if it is projected, you will get to see, or if by any chance the eye is open, you will see the pictures. Yes. So all of you, please sit straight and remember Swamiji in your third eye. So whenever you remember Swamiji in your third eye, be in a completely relaxed manner. Understand, the power manifestation happens from the restful awareness. All the power of third eye you manifest from the space of complete restful awareness. So any kind of agitation, irritation, continuous thoughts movement, the visualization that is happening, you need to just relax from all of that. And the most simplest way will be chanting Mahavakya, but loudly. So be as loud as you can be. And continue to unclutch from all the thoughts and the visualization that is happening. So I am projecting one picture on your computer screen. So please start scanning, and while you are doing the scanning, your goal is to manifest oneness with the Swamiji, and Swamiji himself will be revealing to you. So Swamiji will be showing you in your third eye. You do not have to put any effort. Literally, you just have to relax yourself from all the efforts that you are putting. So you do not put any pressure to scan what is there. You just decide to relax, continuously relax, 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 as much as you can relax, and chant Mahavakya. So I request all the participants again to chant. Understand, the key to unlock the oneness space with Swamiji is the Mahavakya. So you need to chant the Mahavakya. Through Mahavakya only you will be opening the continuously. Be in the active surrender. Surrender all your thoughts, all the emotions that is coming up, and be completely empty, completely relaxed. So please continue for a few minutes. We'll have a few rounds of it.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda
Yes, Nityananda everyone. So please open your eyes now. So you can remove your blindfold and slowly open your eyes. Yes. So now you need to type out your answer, what exactly you saw or what exactly Swamiji showed to you in your third eye. And then I will again project it so that you can verify your answers. So let's have this quickly because we'll be getting into another round of power manifestation. We are going to have few rounds of blindfold reading today. You are going to have a great opportunity to manifest the power of third eye today itself. Yes. So all the participants, please type out your answer. What did Swamiji show to you? I saw many of you were doing it very sincerely. Mahashukra, are you there? Who is doing the translation today? Nitya Lingodbhanaya?
It's giving the answer.
Yes. So he has given the answer, he saw tree. Okay. What about other participants? Yes, I see more people who are doing the power manifestation, and I request all of you to actually share. Yes. So let me share the picture that I was projecting. Yes. So now you can see there are many trees there, and Swamiji showed you correctly. You saw it correctly, so you are able to manifest oneness with Swamiji. Yes. What about other participants? How many of you actually manifested this power? How many of you are able to see? See, even if you saw the colors and grasses, an animal or tree, any of this, if not fully, you understand you are manifesting power. You manifested the power actually. Okay. So now let's get ready for the next round of this. So I request again all of you to sit straight and put the blindfold again. So please put the blindfold and chant Mahavakya. Bring your awareness on the third eye. So as you look at the rose, the same way you bring your awareness on your third eye. Do not try to put any kind of pressure or force yourself to focus on the third eye, but rather just bring your awareness. Be aware of your Anya Chakra, the third eye. You can visualize Swamiji sitting on your third eye. You can have the smiley face of Swamiji. So visualize Swamiji in your third eye and chant Mahavakya. Be intense, be loud. So whenever you are chanting the Mahavakya, be loud. Loudly chant the Mahavakya. So I am going to project the picture now. Yes. So please scan through your third eye and see what Swamiji is showing to you. So all of you please start now.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nityanam everyone. So please relax now. You can remove your blindfold and slowly open your eyes. Yes. So now it is time for all of you to share what Swamiji revealed through your third eye. And then I will project the answer. I will project the picture again. So all of you please write the answer. So who is doing translation today for all other the participants? All other participants? Okay. Yes. So please write your answer so that I can project it and you can verify it. Okay, so this is what I was projecting on your screen. Yes, so you can see there are many lights. I think earthen lights are there. So let me know how many of you actually manifested this power. And with this, let us get into the next session. And in this next session, we are going to learn the various powerful sacred secrets on the death. So how to overcome the death. So today, as the theme is, we are learning on the various powerful cognition and the secrets about the death and how to experience the death and start living the real life. So why do we need to learn the science of death? Okay, that is the first question the moment we start learning about it. So Swami said that there are two states in our life, which is death and the dying. So where our perception of known ends, it is called death, and where the perception continues to torture us, it is called dying. Okay, so basically that sums up all the life that we are living. As all of us, unless we achieve the completion, we continue to perceive the life. So as long as we are perceiving, our perception is continuing, that is called dying, and when that perception stops, that is called death. And there is so much of powerlessness based focus on the death. So with death, we have so much of powerlessness in our life, and that's why we need to understand the science of death so that we can overcome the various powers related with the death or which is caused because of the fear of death. If we turn our attention on the dying, the powerlessness will be removed from the death. So while we are living, we all should go through the birth and the death experience, and then our biomemory, should enjoy the transformation. Our muscle memory should enjoy the transformation. Only then we are going to taste enlightenment, will taste the Jivan Mukti while we are in the body itself. If we understand death is going to happen to us, automatically we'll imbibe the disciplines in our life. Disciplines happens to us when we realize that death comes to everyone and we realize that life is going to end. So one of our most comprehensive Upanishad, a dialogue between death, which is the Lord of Death, is Yamaraja, is known as the Yamaraja, and authenticity, a kid from the Upanishad, whose name is Nachiketa. So this Upanishad is the conversation between the Lord of Death, which is Yama, and a kid, which is Nachiketa, who is actually experiencing the whole science of death and becoming a medium for the whole science of death to reach to all of us, all the human beings. So as a master who transmits the higher knowledge and experience of going beyond death to reach Amritattvam, the space of eternal life, where oneness with the Brahman consciousness is achieved. So this Upanishad Swamiji said that it is the first book of the dead, where the science of death has been revealed elaborately. So we are going to learn about the story of Nachiketa, who is the embodiment of authenticity, how he embodies authenticity, and that helps him to experience the death. So not just he actually experiences death, but he becomes the medium for this whole science to be revealed, and millions of people after that has experienced death because of the Nachiketa, the kid who took the authenticity. So it is the first and foremost document about death, which is directly spoken by the Lord of Death itself, Yamadharma, to a Brahmin kid, Nachiketa. So this Upanishad takes place in the abode of death, which is courageously traveled by a kid, Nachiketa. He is a very young kid, but at the same time wise and dhiraha. He is the disciple of death. Nachiketa is the embodiment of Shraddha, which is authenticity, not Shraddha, authenticity, who asks death for three rare boons that signify the level of completion. Completion with the parent and the society, completion with the desire and the sense pleasure, and ultimately completion with death to realize the self itself, which is the yoga or merging of individual soul and the cosmic soul into the pure oneness. Yama, as the Guru, tests his disciple thoroughly before he reveals the ultimate secret of death. And then he makes Nachiketa wake up to his real self to see the Purusha seated within the inner space. Purusha means the Paramashiva himself, known through the as well as the all-pervading in everything as the absolute consciousness. So Vajasrava, who is the father of the kid Nachiketa, he desiring a gift from the god. So he is desiring a gift from the god, and for that he starts one offering, one yajna or the ritual. So desiring a gift from the god, started an offering to donate all his possessions, which is called Sarvadakshina. But Nachiketa, his son, noticed that his father, Vajasrava, was donating only the cows that were old, barren, blind or lame, not such as might by the worshipper worship a place in the heaven. So Nachiketa, wanting the best for his father's right, he asked. So Nachiketa understood the inauthenticity of his father, and at the same time he decided to take responsibility for the inauthenticity of his father. So at the very young age, the tattva of authenticity, the Shraddha, is awakened in him, and he takes the responsibility for it. And he goes to the father and he asks the father that I too am yours, and to which god you will offer me. So after being pestered thus, the Vajasrava answered in the fit of anger I give you to the death. So literally it hits the Vajasrava, that how a young kid is pointing towards my inauthenticity or questioning the yajna that I am doing, the sarva dakshina that I am doing, and he gets into so much of anger that he loses his control, and to his own son he tells that I give you to the death. He says literally, you go and die. But Nachiketa is not shaken by this. No, Nachiketa took the responsibility and he went to the death home. He literally went to Lord Yama home. But at that time the Yama was not there, he was not present, and for that reason the Nachiketa had to wait for 3 days, and he continues to wait there without any food or water. So when Yama returned, he was so sorry to see that a Brahmin guest had been waiting so long without food and water. And in Hindu culture, Hindu tradition, the guest is God. Atithi Devo Bhava is equal to God, and causing any kind of trouble is considered a sin. To compensate this mistake, Yama told Nachiketa that you have waited in my house for 3 days without any hospitality, therefore ask 3 boons from me.
So, the 3 boons that Yama offered him, Nachiketa first asks for peace for his father and for himself. Yama was pleased with this, so he agrees. Next, Nachiketa wishes to learn the sacred fire sacrifice, which also Yama elaborated. He gave the detailed procedure how to perform this sacrifice, this ritual. So, this also the boon was granted. But for the 3rd boon, Nachiketa says he wants to learn the mystery of what comes after death. Yama was very reluctant on this question. He said this has been a mystery even to the gods. He asked Nachiketa, he entices him, you can ask for some other boon, you can have material gains, all of this. He gives options, he gives other enticing options to Nachiketa. But Nachiketa replies, material things will only last till tomorrow. He who has encountered death personally, how can he desire wealth? No other boon would do. Yama, on hearing this, was secretly pleased with his disciple, and so he elaborated on the nature of the true self, which persists even beyond death. The key of the realization is that this self is inseparable from Brahman, the Supreme Self or the Supreme Spirit, which is the vital force in all of universe. Thus, having learned the wisdom of the Brahman from Yama, Nachiketa was freed from the cycle of birth and death. Then there is the other story, the next story, that also illustrates the signs of death. In this, we see a king, an illustrious king called Yayati. He lived for hundreds of years. The Bhagavatam, the Hindu epic, says that when Yama, the god of death, came to Yayati at his appointed time of death, Yayati the king begs him to be allowed to live on. So Yama says, if one of his sons would give Yayati the rest of his life, then he could live that long for that period of time. Using the lifespan of his son, Yayati lived for many more years. Finally, the realization dawned on him that no matter how long he lived, his desires would never stop, and that fulfillment would never happen through engaging in material enjoyment. Yayati gave himself up to Yama once he realized this truth. The state of enlightenment, not attainable by logical arguments and understanding, only by the being who enriched himself by these truths can enrich you with these truths. O Nachiketa, you have attained the state of receiving the truth through your authenticity. Will another authentic seeker as you ever be found? These are the words rather from Yama, the Lord of God, to Nachiketa. He is basically saying only somebody who has experienced that state can enrich the other person, enrich the disciple with these truths. And he praises Nachiketa for having attained that state which is needed to receive the truth. And that state was achieved by authenticity, being authentic. And he also expresses his question, will there be another disciple like you ever again? There is no other way to know it unless it is taught and revealed by a being who is non-separate from it. It meaning that experience. That is, somebody who has experienced the reality of oneness, the reality of Advaita with the self. Only that person can reveal that science and experience to the disciple. Only when such a master teaches, there is no more wavering of the mind and its identities about the self. There will not be any more confusion. The experience of oneness, Advaita, is realized. The self is subtler than the subtle atomic particle and thus cannot be known by means of logical reasoning or debating. Only when somebody who has realized that experience and who is established in that space of Advaita or oneness can impart that knowledge and experience to the disciple. So, from the story of Nachiketa, we come to understand that it is our authenticity that gets the best out of our Guru. In this story that we saw, Nachiketa took responsibility for even Yama's inauthenticity, which means Yama did not even attend to him for 3 days. And for a 12-year-old kid to visit somebody's place and not even have any hospitality, no food or no water, that is the inauthenticity of the guest, of the host rather. So he puts his foot down authentically and then he gets the best out of Yama, even though he was enticed with all of these material gifts that Yama gave. He did not take any of those. He simply stood by the truth. Yama says, the good is one thing and the pleasant another. These two having different ends bind a man. It is well with him who chooses the good. He who chooses the pleasant misses the true end. Till this moment, what he was trying to do, now he says literally you have done well by not choosing inauthenticity. Sometimes pleasure and authenticity come together as a byproduct. That is, byproduct of inauthenticity, it is okay, but you always choose authenticity and nothing else. That is how Nachiketa won the experience, won the ultimate experience of the self. Anybody wants to conquer death, understand authenticity is the technique. In this story, Nachiketa is ready to give up himself to bring authenticity to his dad. He is ready to go to any extreme to bring authenticity. And he expresses the quality of not giving up on people. So, we understand that he even takes responsibility for the inauthenticity of his father. So, from all of this, all the sacred truths that we understand, let us enter into deeper cognitions, deeper powerful cognitions from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. From this video, Kathopanishad, the first foremost document about death. Let us now listen to Swamiji.
As you all know, I have to introduce Kathopanishad today. Already the Shiva Bodha, the joy of being Shiva, the bliss of being Shiva is overflowing beyond this. And among all this, now I love to introduce Kathopanishad. Kathopanishad in the land of Vishwanatha, Kalabhairava. Kathopanishad is the last 8 sections of Taittiriya Samhita, Krishna Yajurveda. It is 119 verses. When Sri Ramachandra lists all the 108 Upanishads in Muktikopanishad to Hanuman, Rama lists this Upanishad as a third Upanishad. The main subject of the Upanishad is death. Even though I have spoken many times bits and pieces of this Upanishad, here and there, I have quoted this Upanishad. I used this Upanishad to explain the truths, sacred secrets behind death. In many of our programs, satsangs, but now, formally, systematically, I have to introduce this Upanishad. It looks too big. I'm just wondering. It is like I have to chisel the whole mountain using a small chisel and hammer. Where will I start? How will I continue? It is just using my small words. Now I will have to describe and introduce this whole Upanishad. Please understand. I'll try to introduce. This Upanishad is not commandment of somebody who realized God. No. Even if you realize God, a little bit will be your enlightenment experience, little bit will be your brain masala. There is a possibility for corruption, misrepresentation, manipulation, or missing it. So understand, but this Upanishad is the direct word from the being who is the Lord of death. Understand? Lord of death. This is directly from Him. These Upanishads are directly from Him, who is Lord of death. Don't even have a doubt about the authenticity of the Upanishads, especially this Upanishad. I am the witness for the authenticity of this Upanishad. And I experienced the sacred secret of this Upanishad in this very land, Varanasi. It is the first and foremost document about death, where Dharma Raja, Yamadharma Raja, Yama means natural flow of existence. Dharma means natural law of existence. Yama means natural flow of existence. Dharma means natural law of existence. Yama Dharma who is embodiment of natural flow and natural law. Understand? Flow is spontaneous, law is systematic. He is Lord of both. That is why he is called Yama Dharma. Natural flow of existence and natural law of existence. How anything flows by its very nature, that is Yama. What is the law of the natural flow of life? That is Dharma. Lord of natural flow of existence and natural law of existence, Yamadharma Raja directly speaks to a Brahmin kid, Nachiketa, who is the hero of this Upanishad. And one of the greatest thing, this Upanishad is kept alive by the Shaivites. Understand? The subtle nuances and the communal feelings. Yamadharma is a Shaivite, is beyond the Jati. Nachiketa is a Brahmin. A Shaivite teaching Brahmin is almost like a Kalabhairava removing the head of a Brahma, Virabhadra removing the head of the Daksha. But still, the Upanishads survived beyond the subtle community fights which goes on for ages. This Upanishad is taught by a person who is most mysterious and most available. Please understand. Who is continuously experienced can never be mysterious. Who is mysterious can never be experienced continuously. But he is the only one who is continuously available, perceived, but continues to remain as mystery. That is death. Understand? Who is continuously perceived will never be a mystery, can never be a mystery. Who is a great mystery can never be continuously perceived. Here is the greatest paradox. Constantly available, perceived, any moment, anywhere, anybody can perceive him. Anybody who perceives becomes body. Constantly experienced, perceived, especially in this great land. Largest cremation ground in the world is Manikarnika Ghat. Please understand. Largest in the world, not in India, in the world. Anything related to human numbers, if you are successful in India, it is the largest. Because this is the largest population. That is why any movie star, any celebrity, any guru who has a large following in India can straight away use the word largest in world. As far as anything related to human being numbers concerned, largest number of people visiting temple in India is the largest temple in the world, because nowhere in the world so many people are going to visit any temple. anything related to human beings, human number, if it's largest in India, it's largest in the world. Whether you're having a largest follower in the Twitter, Facebook, you are a celebrity with the largest number of fans, you are a guru with largest number of disciples, you are a political party with the largest number of members, whatever. If it's a human being, human number related issue, if it's largest in India, it's largest in the world. Be very clear. There are few things special to India. The granite, stone work. Largest granite building in India is the largest granite building in the world. Largest stone structure in India is the largest stone structure in the world, because no other country works on stone so much. Let's come to the Kathopanishad. This land, largest cremation ground, average 350 bodies are burnt every day. On special days, I don't know how they call it special days. It goes even up to 500. Who knows when that special day and all. Largest cremation ground. Here very casually while you are walking in the road, you can see 4 people carrying. If you see anything little bigger than suitcase, please understand it is a dead body. In Varanasi, anything you see 4 people carrying or 2 people carrying little bigger than suitcase, covered completely with the cloth, be very clear it is a dead body. The other day I saw, they nicely unloaded near a tea shop, chai shop, and both of them are sipping a chai. And that fellow is lying there. Very comfortably, both of them are sipping the chai. After the chai, very religiously, they lifted the body again, started walking. Constantly happening, perceived, but still mystery, most mysterious. Even if you see so many dead bodies again and again and again, continuously, not just some unknown face, even the people who are so near and dear to you, who lived till yesterday with you, till few hours before with you, whom you think you know thoroughly about them, even when they experience, it continues to remain as a mystery. Not only that, you are not even allowed to think, contemplate, question this mystery. By the time you have a third, fourth thought about the death, something comes and diverts you. This is the greatest delusion of human beings. These stupid fellows went up all the way to Mars and trying to explore it. I am talking about the whole humanity. Trying to analyze names, stars, galaxies, planets. But still, not only does not have knowledge, is not even working sincerely to look into the direction of death. Who is this guy who is constantly playing amidst us and never lets the limelight fall on him. He is the greatest magician, Jadugar, constantly playing amongst us, picking up the people as he wants and swallowing them, playing, running riot not only over our lives, even on our intellects. But still, none of us are able to even look into him. We have penetrated planets. We have penetrated stars, penetrating the galaxies. We have done so much. But still this guy who is constantly running around among us, who is constantly playing amidst us, not only remains mystery, is not even letting any of us look into his eyes. Those very few who dare to look into his eyes, who have decided not to get distracted or diverted by his magics and drama, those very few became Buddha and Shiva. All Buddha did is only one thing. When he saw the death of somebody, he decided to look into the eyes of the death. Who are you? Till I know, I am not going to move out of it. This is my first priority. But did you see the funny thing? He had 3 questions. Why old age? Why sickness? Why death? He found the solution, but still all the 3 remains in the world. Even now, there is old age, there is sickness, there is death. Then, how do you say he has discovered the solution? Maybe he found the solution for himself. It means every one of you have to look into the eyes of the death. Look into his eyes when he is staring at somebody else. Don't wait to look into his eyes till he stares at you directly. When he is staring at somebody else, it's very easy to stare into his eyes. Yamadharma was staring at the old man, so Buddha easily stared into his eyes. So, jump into the death, dive into the death to discover the secrets of death when he is staring at somebody else. Don't wait till he comes to stare at you. That time you may not be able to stare back at him. Fools are those waiting for him to come and stare at you directly, then planning to stare back at him. No. Stare into his eyes. Demystify him. Try to decode him. Understand him. when he is staring at somebody else. Means before he turns his eye into you, start staring at him. If you start staring at him first, then if he turns his eye towards you, that eye will be most compassionate. If you are waiting for him to stare at you and then start staring at him, it will be terrorizing. Understand who makes the first step. Are you going to stare at him first, or are you going to wait till he's coming to stare at you? Is staring, whether it is going to be compassionate or terrorizing, is going to be decided based on who is first. Kala is going to decide whether Kala is going to be compassionate towards you or terrorizing you. Kala is going to decide whether he is going to be compassionate towards you or terrorizing towards you. Don't wait. Don't wait for him to stare at you first. It is foolishness to wait for him to stare at you, then to look back, stare back. No. Yamadharma, the most compassionate teacher dimension of him, is expressing in this Upanishad. You will be surprised. First ever recorded history, Yamadharma giving a boon, especially completely opposite to his profession. Giving life. Come on. Actually, I discovered this mind by working with so many people. I had a goldsmith who was making jewels for all our deities. 1 sovereign gold that time was around 25,000 rupee. Few years before. If you actually ask him for the discount of 25,000 rupee, he will not say no at all. He will simply agree even up to 50,000 rupee. But if you ask him to reduce half a gram in his wastage, he will get agitated so much. He will all be worked up, stressed up. Because he measures life based on the amount of gold, not based on money. So his logic doesn't come there at all. For him, wealth is all about the metal, precious metal, gold, that's all. Person whose only life source is a Goshala, if you take away the money which he accumulated, he won't suffer that much. But if you take away even 2 liter milk, that's it. He will pour 2 liter water from his eyes. Same way, a farmer, just few bags of paddy or rice getting destroyed, over. He feels his life is destroyed. With anything you work, constantly deal with, you emotionally get attached to it and you feel the value of that much more than the regular society values. The sentimental value. Here, Lord, who always took, never gave, Lord of death, only when his job was threatened, he has bent For Markandeya and for Savitri, there are such rare exemptions. But here, nobody is threatening him. Just out of compassion, he is giving the life back to Nachiketa. He is not a terrorizing figure. See him here. A loving, compassionate teacher. I think in the whole history of humanity, this is the only book where it is recorded Nachiketa is able to make death respect him. And this is the only time death ever listened to somebody. I don't think Yamadharma has ears. Because if he has ears, if he starts listening, what will happen? Millions are constantly crying whenever he goes for a job. If he has ears, what will happen? How will he be able to do his job? No. Uncompromising. Uncompromising. He is Lord of Yama, natural flow of life, and Dharma, natural law of life. Coming down as a teacher, as a compassionate God, and blessing a Brahmin kid. It's actually an unknown dimension of Yamadharma. This book is book of death for Hindus and anybody who follows Vedic tradition. If you want to know about death, this is the book. It is not just book of dead, book of death. Vedic book of death. The beauty with death is you have to look into his eyes. Nobody else can do it for you. It's a good news. And great news is, in this way, you are utterly free. Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda.
Yes, Nitanam everyone. So we got into more deeper introduction of what the Kathopanishad is and how a young kid possessed by the Shraddha, which is authenticity, goes to the abode of Lord Yama, and from him directly he learns the science of death. Not just he learns, but he experiences that also. So now let us get into the intra and understand one of the things that we can see here, that Nachiketa chose authenticity. He chose the right over the pleasant. But in our life, many times when it comes to choosing between authenticity and the pleasant, we always go for the pleasant, which feels good for us, rather than choosing what is right. Here, Nachiketa chose what is right. Initially, it may seem difficult, but that is what brings him the ultimate gift, and he get to experience death itself. So in our life also, whenever we make the plan, we always think of the plan B also, that if this does not happen, I'm going to do something else also. So whenever we make the plan B in our life, understand we are becoming a clearance for failure of plan A. Means we are deciding to give up at some point of time, that if something happens, I'll just give it up and move to something else. And that is why we make the plan B. So now, as part of this exercise, you are going to look into your life, and at least list down 10 aspects of your life where you made the plan B. So you made the plan A, whatever you wanted to achieve, but at the same time, you made the plan B also. Okay, so this is the simple assignment that you have to do, and see how you missed choosing the right, or you missed choosing the authenticity in your life. You compromised on the authenticity. So I request all of you to pick up the pen and paper and start writing. Look in your life and pen down the 10 aspects of your life where you made the plan B. So please start now. Also, if you want to ask anything, any doubt you have from the sessions, please feel free to ask that through a chat. Yes. So please continue writing. I have projected the assignment on your screen for all of you to follow up. So follow along. Okay, Nityanand. So one of the participants is sharing that I had a plan to sell my house at 1 million and Swamiji blessed it, and then he writes the further details and asking that I do rewrite my plan to plan A or stick to plan B and drop the fear, let it run blissfully. So you should go by what Swamiji has blessed it. So if Swamiji blessed for plan A, go for that plan. If Swamiji blessed you to run as Airbnb, you go by that. So I think what you have mentioned, according to that, Swamiji blessed you to sell your house. So if that is the blessing that you receive, you go with that. So authenticity is standing with what Swamiji blesses. Okay, it is only going to bring all the good to you. So all the fear that you have around, all that fear, you will see that will melt down completely and you will experience a life without the fear. So whenever Swamiji blesses, understand it's also at the same time will be breaking many of your patterns. The moment you decide to go with those patterns, they will continue to be there. But rather take the decision which Swamiji blessed, all other pattern will also start melting down. Yes. So any other participant who would like to share some of the aspect of their life where they had plan A and plan B both? Yes. So now let us get into the power manifestation. And Swamiji also blessed Airbnb later. Oh. Okay, so later you asked further blessing for Swamiji to keep it Airbnb. Okay. Yes, I think then you will have to make a call. So you will have to make the decision based on, see, if you look at this session and how we are going by, so you always make the decision which is going to be more and more authentic rather than choosing over the pleasant. Choose what is right. So if you feel that selling your house is a better decision, a right decision, you go by it without entertaining any kind of fear around it. Okay. Yes. Yeah, that's good. If you find the plan A to be inauthentic, great. You better drop that. So you choose the plan which is based on more authenticity. Okay. Okay. So now let us get into the power manifestation. I hope all of you have written this assignment. So now we are going to get into power manifestation, as today we are doing the power of third eye. So let us get ready for that, and I request all. So again I am going to be projecting few pictures and you have to scan through so please put the blindfold. Yes. So please put the blindfold and visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Chant Mahavakya intensely and loudly. I am going to be projecting one picture which all of you need to scan through your third eye. So continue to chant Mahavakya while you are blindfolded and bring your awareness at the third eye, but at the same time be in the complete restful awareness. Do not put any kind of pressure on your third eye. Do not try to force yourself to concentrate on the third eye. Just be completely relaxed. So I'm going to project the picture now. Yes. So please just start scanning through your third eye and see what all Swamiji is revealing to you, what all Swamiji is showing to you through your third eye.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nitya.
Yes, Nityanam everyone. So all of you can remove your blindfold now. Yes. So let me know the answer. What all you saw through your third eye, or what Swamiji showed in your third eye while you're doing the power manifestation. Okay. So you have already written. I'll just project it. Yes. So this is what I was projecting. So if you saw any one of this, you manifested the power. And if you saw everything clearly, you have manifested the full power associated with the third eye. Okay. So let's get ready for the next session, and it's going to be very interesting. And in that session, you are going to learn about 6 different death experiences that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself had. And through each of the death experience that he has, what all powerful cognition or the click he had, what are the various things that he learned in his life, we are going to be listening to all that. So this is a very important session, and many of you are actually going to have the click while you are listening to experiences that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself went through while he experienced the death. So let us listen to this video now.
The first death I faced in my life, my father's elder brother's son, elder son, he died. He fell into the village well. he went for a vacation to one of his relatives' house. You all know in Indian villages, if the school holiday, immediately we'll pack and go to some aunt's house, uncle's house, 2-3 days run around there and come back. It's the only way of vacation. He went to a vacation nearby village. My family is a tight-knit family. They don't marry outside not even outside community, not even outside the family. They'll marry inside. If you pick up one person, he will have 10 way of relationship with other persons. So, this boy used to be dumb and deaf little. So, he can't speak fluently. He went for vacation and the villages will have a wall, the well without wall. So, this guy was running around and fell into that well and died, unfortunately. So, when his body was brought, first time, it's reality for me, somebody whom you saw till few days before will not be there with you anymore. I can say in a way he was my first devotee. He used to have a great devotion for me. He is the one who will bring water, flowers, everything for my puja. He had a tremendous love and respect for me. Even though I am younger, to him, he will bring all the things necessary for my puja, help me in puja, assist me. Very religious person. And I used to give him a lot of attention. I am the only person who can play with him or who can entertain him. You see, in all other play, you need to talk, you need to interact, you need to be equal. But my play is sitting with the deities and playing, doing puja. There you don't need to talk much. And only I will be able to accommodate him in my play. Nobody can accommodate. So I used to have a tremendous love for me and my first assistant, maybe I can say. And a great devotee. Suddenly, he is not there. Apart from my practical problems of who will assist me in my puja and all that, who will fetch me water, who will get me flowers, who will get me sandal paste, then with that only you can do puja. I was thinking, who will do all this work? Such a big shock. The basic understanding that death is inevitable got drilled in me. Actually, I can say, this awakened the sense that I have to be dependent only on me, only on my body and mind for anything I want to do. Society will not be a permanent help. That reality was completely experienced by me. I can say, surely it has awakened a very deep, next level strands of DNA in my body. So, independence. I can say, this was one strong shift in my body. My body has started becoming yogic body. See, my whole idea of depending on somebody was lost. I have to be completely dependent only on the 6 feet frame for anything I have to do. And he was one more close disciple of Raghupati Yogi. Raghupati Yogi was actually working on him to make him speak. I have seen Raghupati Yogi actually made him speak at least on 3 occasions very fluently. But that boy finally asked Raghupati Yogi, no, I think I'll be better if I just live the same way I came, so that I will not have much responsibility in the world. Again, the conscious decision. I have seen Raghupati Yogi made him speak at least on 3 occasions, very fluently. He gave some herbs and asked him to keep on the last part of the teeth and hold. And he started speaking fluently. That funny thing is, holding his teeth, he was speaking fluently. That's the most funny thing. Still I remember, the jaws are completely holding the herb, but he is speaking. He is able to create the sounds very properly, very clearly. That was the most funny part. Still I am not able to understand how Raghupati Yogi made it. Anyhow, the first death, that is responsible for my body becoming yogic body. So God, because He used to bring me the Nagalinga flowers, which will grow, the flowers will happen in the tree at least some 6-7 feet high. He is little taller than me, he will climb that tree and get that flower. The flower will be like a 1,000 hooded snake, and inside there will be Shivalinga. It's called Nagalinga flower. So he used to climb the tree and bring the flower. First time I realized, oh God, now I have to climb by myself. Even though Raghupati Yogi has trained me, climbing pillars and all that, the necessity to become an independent yogic body has happened in me with that first death. The second death was my grandmother's, my grandfather's elder brother's wife. She lived the ripe age of more than 103. And till the end, very healthy. The funny part in this is, please understand, the most funny part in this is, all these deaths I am describing happened like a process, one by one by one. Now if I look back, it was such a great preparation. How the cosmos was making incarnation. Actually, I myself enjoy that story. I am writing an autobiography. I do not know whether somebody else is enjoying or not, going to enjoy or not. I myself intensely enjoying. Oh God, what a play! What a leela happening. It's such powerful truth, such powerful incidents, played so beautifully, such a coordinated way. The next death, my grandmother's death, that has given me the lesson of society cannot be trusted, and it is not a structure as it is believed by you. Father is not a father, mother is not a mother, uncle is not uncle, aunt is not aunt. Things can be completely different. See, first time I realized people can talk one thing and think something else. I never understood you can think something and talk something else. First time I realized during my grandmother's death how people behaved. I saw, see, she died, and there used to be a doctor opposite to my house, very nice person. This old lady, our house had a big well in the center. In villages, you know, the common wells will be there in center of the houses. So in my whole street, this is the only well which can give water during summer. During summer, all other wells will dry up. So this poor doctor, during summer, he has to come only to this well for water. And in villages, it's like they will water and food and all is practically Any house you can go and eat. I have seen, at least when we were born and brought up, that we all kids will go to any house and eat in that 30, 40 houses. It will be aunt, uncle, father, father's brother, brothers, in-laws, sisters. Husband. Some way it will be related. And so this doctor also has to come here for the water. This old lady who died, my grandmother, she had a strong belief that after the sunset, the needle, water, fire, all these three should not be given. So, for some urgent thing, after sunset, if they come for the water, this lady will shout and she will take away that vessel with which they fetch water from the well and hide it. Once the doctor came for very important, urgent reason, emergency for water, this lady did not give. She quoted that proverb, needle, water and fire should not be taken out of the house after the sunset. It's a village belief. So, the day before she died, it was late night. She had some problem. She need to have injection. Some injection. So the doctor was called. The doctor came and checked everything and he said injection has to be given. Then that old lady said, go and bring from your house. An opposite house. This doctor said, you only used to tell water, needle and fire cannot be brought outside the house. After the sunset, how can I bring? That old lady could say neither say yes nor say no. She said, no, somehow save me, save me. Then finally the doctor is a good person. He went and brought and did whatever he can, but he couldn't save naturally because she's too old. And next day she passed away. I just remembered, oh God, this lady to whom she's not giving, but that guy is giving so much. That's one understanding. Second, when the death was declared, I saw my family people, they were all sitting and they were all very normal, happy, actually waiting for her to die because she had a lot of money, jewelries. Those days, that silver coin, in India we had a habit of silver coin, pre-independence, silver coins. Lot of those coins she had under her bed in a trunk box. So now all these fellows will get a share. But she herself did not have any kids, but her brothers and their kids, many, and finally each one will get one, maybe little. But they were all waiting for their share. They were waiting for her death. The moment she died, I saw these fellows were very cool. They did not cry immediately. They went to their rooms. Each one will be given one own room, usually in the joint families. They all went to their rooms and changed the dress, put on very simple clothes, removed all the costly jewels and put on simple jewels, came and assembled in the hall, center hall, as if like a scene. And the first one say, start, oh, they started crying. It's almost like a Divya Shariri. The moment I say, they start jumping. And they start. I thought, oh God, I thought the pain or the suffering will come immediately. The moment you say, she has died, but these guys all went and did removed their makeup and they all opened their hair, almost preparation for the whole scene. And I remember some of the ladies, they wiped all the powder and eyeliner, whatever they had. They came and sat in round circle and, oh, Pati, you left us and went away. Oh, Granny, you left us and went away. They started, I couldn't understand. Oh, God. Just 1 minute before, they were all right. And the doctor declared at least 20 minutes before she is dead. How come 20 minutes, no pain, no suffering, no crying came out? Till all of them went to their rooms and changed their clothes and came back. And they were even waiting for somebody to arrive. So they all waited. When the last one arrived, then they started, "Oh, Granny, you left us and went away." There is a typical song. I thought, oh God. Anyhow, I was not able to cry. I was feeling sad because I missed my candy every day. Every day she will give me one job. She will tell me to go and bring tobacco from the corner shop in the street. Every corner in the street, she will ask me to go and bring tobacco for chewing. She will not give money. She will tell, take from your father. My father is a spendthrift. That is the right word I have to say. And he and money can't go hand in hand. Anybody asks anything, he will give away. You don't need to ask second time. Only once you need to tell him, you are in suffering, and he will give it away. And he will give me the money, and I will get tobacco for her and candy for me. And from today, no candy, because she is gone. And I was only feeling bad for that, but I was not crying. I know all these fellows are trying to fake that crying. I slowly started laughing. Oh God. I'm a small boy, 10-year-old boy maybe. I went and leaned on my mother's back. Still I remember very clearly. They were all sitting like around and they were putting their hand on each other and bending and going up and down. That is the way they cry. Oh Granny, you left us and went away. That is the way they cry. I am giving you the exact scene. And then after 2-3 times you shout that clean the nose and wipe on the back, somebody's backside sari, somebody's pallu. And then, oh, the milk which we boiled for yesterday got spoiled. That's all verses. And the buttermilk which we kept for you is drank by the cat. Then we realized you are not going to be here to drink that milk, to drink that buttermilk. These are all, I am giving you the exact translation of the village verses. When somebody dies, how they sing, it's called Oppari in Tamil. And then after a few minutes, when it becomes tired, you see how many times you will bend and up and down, up and down. And after a few minutes, they will sit and they will wipe their face and they will talk. What happened to your mother-in-law? She did not come. Hey, this saree I never saw. Where did you buy? And they will be talking all very relaxed way. If some new relative comes, then, oh mama, our granny went away, leaving us. And that guy also will take the kerchief very seriously. We don't know whether he is hiding his laughter or crying. No, really, see, really, how many of you felt when you went to a death house feeling like laughing? Raise your hand. See? But you can't laugh there. What to do? Take the kerchief and hide the face. No, I saw the whole fun happening. And I was actually leaning on my mother's back. She was doing that same exercise of up and down. Now I remember leaning on her back and holding her head. Ma, you were not crying earlier. I asked, hey. She said, hey, keep quiet. Now cry. Then I peeped my head between the heads and looked into my aunt's face. She also, when she comes up, she is showing the face. When she goes down, she's okay. When she was going down, she's okay. She's just wiping the face and she's not showing any face. When she comes up, when others are able to see, she starts crying. I thought, oh God, how can this be? And still I remember very clearly all the scenes, very vividly. And these guys were not crying earlier, now they are crying. How can this sudden? And not only that, after a few minutes they settle down and only when the new relative comes, again the burst. And that guy also will sit in that circle and he will say, okay, what to do? After all, she lived her life completely. And then after 2 minutes, he will wipe the face and then ask, so everything, what else is going on? What is growing in the land, in that farmland? Is all the properties in our name or shifted to somebody else's name? They'll start inquiring. And after dropping that body, after 1 hour I saw all these fellows got into our room and locked themselves. And I also somehow sneaked into the room. I saw they are sharing the wealth under our bed. Now the fight started among the family. Who will get that? She had a pavala mala, the pearl mala. Who will get that mala? Who will get this coin? Who will get that jewelry? Who will get this jewelry? And they are cutting all that mala and jewels into pieces and weighing. And dead body is lying down in the hall. But already the sharing has started. When I looked at all that, I thought, oh God, this lady had so much under her cot and she will never give a penny for the tobacco. First thing I thought, if she would have given a little bit of this, I would have given it to the chettiar, and whole life she would have had tobacco and I would have had candy. And neither she enjoyed nor she gave me, and she just left the whole thing and died. Then I suddenly realized, even these fellows who are fighting and sharing, they are also going to live and die like this. Same thing is going to happen. They take from her after her death. Somebody else is going to take from these guys after these guys' death. I thought, oh God, that's right. So, what is the use of this whole thing? Then what is happening in this whole thing? Just somebody steals from somebody, legally or illegally. But it is all just stealing. If you are caught, it's illegal. If you are not, it is legal. That's all. Otherwise, from here to there, it's all just stolen. Nothing else. First time, my idea about society crumbled down. Because one of my uncle was forcing me. I cry. I said, no, I don't feel like crying. He said, no, everybody is coming, cry. I said, no, I won't. Then he slapped me. I just held his hand and said, if you touch me once more, I'll tell everybody what all you guys did in the room. Fighting for our jewels. Then my father intervened and said, this fellow will really tell. Why are you playing with him? Why are you beating him at this moment? He will really sit outside and tell everybody before they come inside. Then they understood the danger. They put me in a room and locked me. They locked that room. I was inside that room. I can say, I cried for maybe half an hour or 1 hour. Then when I just fell, it was a big opening, a kind of a breaking. My whole being settled. My respect for society has disappeared. I was living near a place called Varanasi, one of the sacred pilgrimage center of Hinduism, place called Ghazipur. I was serving a sadhu, old monk, who was very sick. It's a small town, a small hospital, a small ward, some 2-3 steel cot and bed, and few old steth and BP machine, and a green screen. You can visualize an Indian village hospital, you can imagine. This sadhu whom I was taking care, next bed, the patient was about to die. This old doctor and that old nurse, both of them are trying to revive him, support him. The patient who was dying must be less than 50. So they were trying to help him. But I could see he's already started dying. Please listen. First time I saw death in 4 dimension. I'll describe as much as I can. You have 7 parts in you. Your body with flesh, blood. This is the first part. Second is your breathing. Your breathing, that's the second part. Third, your thinking. Fourth, your feeling. Fifth, the area you experience during deep sleep, from where you are experiencing feeling. Understand? First, this flesh, blood. Second, breathing, prana. Third, thinking, mind. Fourth, feeling, emotions. Fifth, the deep sleep state, which is called causal layer, from which all this feeling, thinking, everything happens. Sixth, the soul, your individual soul, consciousness. Seventh is the cosmic soul, Paramatma, Nirvana, enlightenment. All these 7 put together is you. Please listen. If the cosmic soul is an ocean, your private beach is individual soul. Clear? If cosmic soul is ocean, your private beach is individual soul. So you can't say individual soul does not belong to cosmic soul. Your private beach is also ocean. You can't say you are having ocean. It's your private beach. How many of you understand? So all these 7 put together is you. I could see this guy moving from one to another. First, in his body, the heavy pain chemicals are released. How many of you experienced scorpion bite in your life? Scorpion bite. Scorpion bite. Any? Usually, if the scorpion bites in that area, for you not to feel the pain, your body will release the painkillers, anti-pain chemicals. That will only make that whole area swell. Any doctors here? Your body has a natural anesthetic methods. Do you know that? If the pain goes beyond certain limit, your body itself will release automatically painkiller inside, the anesthesia, and you will fall into unconscious state, coma. First, exactly that is what has happened to that guy. There was so much of pain in the body, as if his skin is being peeled. So much painkiller was released inside the system, he fell into coma. Automatically. The moment he fell into coma, all his patterns become alive and vital. It is like 25 kids are in the house and parents are not there. What will happen to that house? 25 violent, wild kids and parents are not there in the house. That is the way, if your consciousness is missing, and that is the way your patterns behave. Even while the kids behave, your consciousness is like a father. Your patterns are all kids. When your consciousness is not there, when you become unconscious, coma stage, patterns just make ruckus. I could see his unconscious soul was kicked like a football. Imagine in this house, in this room, one football is there and 25 football players are there. If all of them kick at that ball, what happens? So all his desire patterns are kicking at him. The ball is flying from one corner to another corner. His soul, unconscious soul, which is in coma. All your patterns have a deep vengeance on your soul, your consciousness. Please listen. Please listen. I could see in that person all the desire patterns are kicking him, asking, I told you fellow, I want to live, I want to live, I want to live. You did not fulfill me, complete me. Desire is nothing but the commitments you gave it to you. Understand? The commitments you gave it to you, all stands there and questions you. Why you did not fulfill me? Honor me. Then somehow that soul jumps to the next level. Next level, all the guilt, inauthenticity comes up. And say, I told you we should have lived like that, like that. Why did you do this, do this? The first, the lack of integrity patterns are kicking you. Desire. Next, inauthenticity. The guilt patterns. I can say this is the space when the individual soul feels hell. So individual soul experiences hell. Getting it? Hell is not actually separate. Geographical, it is psychological. And then soul moves to next. All the pains you experience in your life, your irresponsibility patterns, that comes up and shatters, beats the soul which is already unconscious. Then it finally goes and falls into that deep sleep layer. From there, it doesn't move further. It immediately goes and takes next body in that unconsciousness itself. So that is why you do not know what kind of house, parents you are choosing. You just close your eyes and walk. After entering only you open your eyes and see, oh God, I thought I am coming to the cinema theater. Now only I understood. I came to the garbage tank. Oh, you are a garbage can. I thought you are a Pizza Hut. After you enter into the garbage tank, garbage lorry, you say, I thought I am in the Pizza Hut. But now you cannot change. You have taken already one more body. Exactly this is what happens while you die. Please understand, I am giving you the visual description of what happens. You do not touch your individual soul or cosmic soul, your individuality, without even touching your individual soul or the cosmic soul consciously, takes another one birth. It is like you are dreaming, without even waking up, you fall asleep and again dream. Again fall asleep, again dream. You never come to waking state. How many of you understand? That's the way body is assumed. This is the third death I saw in my life. when you remember that death is going to happen to you, the respect which you carry for your ego will come down. Because whatever you think should not leave you is ego. When you know for sure everything is going to leave you, then the respect for ego just drastically drops. And especially, I'm a kind of a too sharp, straightforward guy. So straight away the respect for ego dropped. Then I decided, after all I'm going to die. Either I should have a death experience now itself and live without the death fear, or die and see. That's all. But I have to see the death. There is a small Shiva temple in one corner and a small tower above the temple. I went and sat in that tower so that nobody will disturb me. In one corner I sat. If you see in the biography souvenir, you will see the photograph where I had the death experience. I sat there. From there I started seeing the dead bodies being burnt. Still I remember the strong click was when an elderly lady's body was being burnt. I saw her, she had a big belly. The cloth burnt and the fat which was there in the belly started burning and melting and flowing. Sorry for describing too vividly. I could see very clearly because the cloth got burnt, the body is there and the fat is burning and melting and flowing. Because the fat is flowing, the fire is still burning with a full speed. That gave a very strong click into me and said, oh God, yes, same way it is going to burn. And same thing is going to happen to this body also. Let it happen. That click opened up a deep fear of death. And that fear, when it spread all over the body, when I faced it consciously, I could see very clearly that fear spreading all over the body. When the fear met my awareness, hit my awareness, that became death experience. Understand? Whenever your fear is suppressed, it stays inside you as a suppressed fear. Whenever it comes out and you are not consciously facing it, it becomes a fear stroke and shakes your whole nervous system and breaks it down. If it is faced consciously, it becomes death experience. The fear, death fear, if you just escape, run away, when that fear happens, it becomes death. When you face it consciously, it becomes death experience. Death fear plus subconscious is suppression. Death fear plus unconscious is nervous breakdown. Death fear plus conscious is death experience. Understand? I have given a clear explanation, clear equation. Death fear plus subconscious is suppression, perversion. Death fear plus unconscious means you don't suppress, but neither you face, you just get shaken, frightened, fear stroke, nervous breakdown. Death fear, conscious awareness is death experience. I was able to see very clearly the fear which rose when I faced it consciously with awareness became death experience. Means I saw clearly the body is dead. It's not moving. 2.5 days, no food, no water, no thought, no question, no doubt, body was there. Only after the experience I realized 2.5 days passed. It was there. I could see with closed eyes, the body is dead and there is no movement. There's the click happened. God, body is dead, but I exist still. I am there. That clarity, that click, when it clicked, it became such an intense ecstasy. The fear of death left once for all. And it has become such a deep ecstasy, such a joy, such bliss. And slowly opened the eyes. I was able to move the body. First thing I felt was such a deep ecstasy and gratitude. I went down to the Ganga. It was just a few feet. Sprinkled little Ganga water, took the Ganga water in Kamandalu, little ash from the pyre, straight went to Vishwanatha and put that ash and did the puja. That was the first thing. It was such a deep gratitude. I saw Vishwanatha was alive. Understand? Because I died, Vishwanatha became alive. Till the day before, because I was alive, Vishwanatha was always dead stone. Because I was alive, Vishwanatha was just dead stone. Because I died, Vishwanatha is the Shiva in Varanasi. Fourth death. Fifth death is in Bangalore. See, after my own death experience, I came to Central India. In the Central India, I realized my incarnation hood. In 2000, then 2001, I came and settled down in Tamil Nadu. And 2002, I came to Karnataka. 3, I started this Sangha organization. In 2002 end, or I can say 2003 beginning, I think. In Bangalore, I was attending a patient, one of our devotee. To heal, I went to hospital. In the hospital, the next bed patient was dying. That time I watched. The patient was dying without any pain, like a knife in the butter. He was very smoothly leaving the body and disappeared into the ocean, enlightened. I was shocked when I investigated. I did not see any special reason why this guy became enlightened, because he was not a meditator, he was not a religious guy, no guru. I was wondering how come he became enlightened. When I contemplated, I realized he was dying in the presence of an incarnation. So naturally, my presence has contributed for his peaceful passing away. Then I meditated, how can I give this help to people? If there is any way I can help people to have this peaceful death, let me tell you one incident happened in my life. In Bangalore, I was giving a Satsang on Ashtavakra Mahagita. I received the information my father passed away, massive cardiac arrest, and he passed away. My mother was in the Satsang. So I continued the Satsang, and after the Satsang, after darshan, when I got into my car, called the mother and made her sit in my car, and she's a village lady. First time in her life, she is leaving my father alone and coming and staying somewhere outside in her 27 years of marriage. And he passed away. I don't know how many of you will believe. I lived there with them 17 years. I never saw them even once arguing with each other. I'm sure they would have had difference of opinion, arguments, because they are human beings. Even Mahadeva and Sati had argument. What about, come on, even he had marital problems. So, no, I'm not saying they would not have had, but at least they managed such a way that never in front of us, never in front of kids, I've seen them raising their voice or arguing. Very happily they lived. So she's sitting next to me, and I'll tell you exactly just few words I told her. First word I said, Ma, I think father is not feeling well, he is in serious condition. She just looked into my eyes. Next statement I said, I think he is dead. She looked into my eyes. Third statement I said, please understand, I'm talking to my mother inside the car where nobody is there. It's a complete private conversation. I told her, you know, I can bring him back. Do you want? That's all I asked. You know, I can bring him back. Do you want? The statement she made, I tell you with all my integrity, Swamiji, that is between you and his soul. I will not interfere. That is between. Just now she received the news, and she knows I can bring him back. She's a village lady. She did not have time to think and answer, spontaneous, straight answer. I know how dependent she is on him. She said, in Tamil she said, Swami, அது நீங்களும் அவரும் முடிவு பண்ணணும், நான் தலையிடக்கூடாது சாமி. I just hugged her and said, that's why I chose you as my mother. There are many moments you are proud of me, now I am proud of you, I told her. There are many moments you are proud of me, having son like whatever. I said, now I am proud of you. I told her in Tamil. பல நேரத்தில் நீ பெருமைப்பட்டிருப்ப, இப்போ எனக்கு பெருமையா இருக்குமா? Understand with mother, in the moment where my father is dead, you can't expect me to lie or give a false hope. All of you understand? With that integrity, I am talking to all of you now. The integrity with which I was talking to my mother when my father is dead. I told her, all right, I'll relate with him and then decide. Anyhow, he wanted to rest, he wanted to relax. He said, what more? He wanted to rest, so I liberated him, and that's different.
Yes, with this powerful cognitions of how it happened in our life and how Supreme Point of Hinduism experienced death in his own life. Now let us enter into the internalize of how to complete with fear of death. First step, write the earliest concepts, all your childhood memories and beliefs you received about death in your life. You may have received these ideas from your parents, teachers, relatives, church, temple, etc. Whatever it may be. For example, death is inauspicious. It is a punishment from God. What will happen after the death? Write all the earliest concepts you had in your childhood, memories, beliefs you received about the death in your life. You may have received these ideas from your parents, teachers, relatives, etc. Second step, write down your experience about the first death you directly faced or attended in your life. It may be the death of near and dear one or your neighbor. Write down the experience about the first death you directly faced or attended in your life. Then, third step, what was the impact on you of your first and near and dear one's death? How it impacted your life? Write the incident, relive that whole incident, and vividly describe the experience. That's the third step. Now, the fourth step, look into every relationship in your life that you are attached to, and you don't want that person to die, and you don't want to even think that person will die one day. Make a list of all such people and describe what will happen to you if they die. I'm repeating the fourth step. Now, look into every relationship in your life that you are attached to, and you don't want that person to die. You don't want to even think that person will die one day. Make a list of all such people, your relatives, your colleagues. Describe what will happen to you if they die. Now, let's start with the first step. We are projecting the guidelines. Write the earliest concepts, all your childhood memories and beliefs you received about death in your life. You may have received these ideas from your parents, teachers, relatives, and whatever. Please pen down. Now let's move to the second step. Write down your experience about the first death you directly faced or attended in your life. It may be death of your near and dear one or your neighbor. Write down the experience about the first death you directly faced or attended in your life. Please start pinning down. Now, let's enter the third step. What was the impact on you of your first near and dear one's death? What was your impact on you of your first near and dear one's death? Pen down and relive the whole instant and vividly describe that experience. What was the impact on you of your first near and dear one's death? Relive the whole instant and vividly describe that experience.
Now, look into every relationship in your life that you are attached to, and you don't want that person to die, and you don't want to even think that person will die one day. Make a list of all such people and describe what will happen to you if they die. Repeating the instruction. Now, look into every relationship in your life that you are attached to, and you don't want the person to die, and you don't even want to think that the person will die one day. Make a list of all such people and describe what will happen to you if they die. Now, with this exercise, we are going to manifest the power of third eye. Blindfold reading. We'll be projecting the picture. Now let's enter to the guidelines of power manifestation. What are the powerful cognitions you received from this session? Take one of the powerful cognition. Sit cross-legged on the floor or on a chair with your head, neck, spine in a straight line. Visualize Paramashiva has come down as Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam. Remember Paramashiva in your third eye. Sit with this powerful cognition and meditate on it. Think intensely, you are Nityananda Paramashiva. Anything else you think as your identity is delusion, just drop it. You are Nityananda Paramashivam. And keep chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Keep chanting the Mahavakya. Tie your eye bands. Close your eyes. Face it straight. Keep chanting the Mahavakya. Whatever is being revealed through your third eye, we'll project the picture for you. Let's keep chanting the Mahavakya. Close your eyes.
Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda.
Now, slowly settle down. You can remove your blindfold and write down whatever was revealed in your inner space during this round of the power manifestation. Share your revelations in the chat. I'm going to give 1 minute, and then we're going to enter into the verification step, where we are going to once more project the image that had been on screen, so you can verify your manifestation. Please send your revelations also in the YouTube and Facebook chat. We will be attending to these chats as well. I'll take another 30 seconds. Please send your manifestation results here in the chat so we can verify them before we move on to the next session. Yes, we are now going to project the picture once more. As you can see, it is an elephant, a reductionistic elephant in black and white, in front of a blue background, kind of comic style, in front of a yellow background. You have seen these colors like black, white, blue, yellow. You also manifested this power. Ma Shukrendananda says she manifested the colors. That is great, Ma. Keep manifesting this power every day. You will experience the breakthrough, and the revelations will get more and more detailed. You will see, you will simply fall into that trust, that knowing, and you will catch that space from where the powers manifest. You will feel, yes, now the powers are manifesting. And you will know that anything that is revealed is exactly the manifestation itself. Let us now get ready to enter into the next jnana segment. We're going to get into the introduction to Akashic readings. Akasha is a Sanskrit word denoting the fifth and most subtle of the natural elements known to us as ether or space. Most people are familiar with the first four natural elements: air, fire, earth, and water. The fifth element, variously referred to as space, ether, or spirit, is in reality the parent element from which the others spring, and into which they all ultimately dissolve. Akasha is described in the Vedic scriptures as the cosmic ocean of energy containing all possibilities. Akashic records are the mystical energy records of all the events that have ever happened, are happening, and will happen in the cosmos. Just as a boat leaves a wake in the water as it passes, each action, thought, and emotional impulse in us leaves a trail of energy, an imprint on the cosmic ocean. These energy trails are recorded in the Akasha. They are inscribed on the ether. Every event that has ever occurred anywhere to any entity, no matter how tiny, is recorded in the Akashic records. The process of decoding these energy records is known as Akashic reading. Mystics compare the Akashic records to an unimaginably vast library of information. Recently, with the advent of cyber technology, the Akashic records have been compared to a mammoth supercomputer system. The code in which it is written is beyond any language used on Earth, but the reading is revealed in the language of the reader. As time exists simultaneously as a dimension of space, all energy or information, energy is nothing but subjective information, is waiting to be decoded depending on the parameters and the objects used. To explain this with a simple analogy, electricity is coded energy and is decoded in an object called a light bulb, and thus manifests as light. At a classical level, all information is stored in bits, in computer language, as a binary of zeros and ones, which is then decoded by the software of the computer. As mentioned earlier, at the quantum level, information is stored as qubits. These qubits of information are present across the entire fabric of the cosmos and represent the entire information held within the cosmos in time and space. Interestingly, at the quantum level, the binary system exists as 0 and 1 separately, but happens simultaneously and concurrently, such that both 1 and 0 exist at the same time. Information regarding past, present, or future of a quantum nature is available, waiting to be decoded. But at the present moment, there exists no technology in science which can work as a true quantum computer and has the software to understand all the information and underlying principles of the cosmos. Biology, the human brain, has been likened to the equivalent of a quantum computer. An avatar in the form of a being like the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is able to access the qubits of information stored across the cosmos as Akashic readings, as he himself is both the software and the hardware, the subject and the object of the quantum universe. Each individual's DNA holds his personal Akashic records. The Garuda Purana describes the avatars, embodied forms, assumed by the immortal, formless Lord during the various cycles of time. The avatars evolve and expand from fish, Matsya, to amphibian, Kurma, the turtle, animal, Varaha, the boar, to half man, half animal, Narasimha, the pygmy man, Vamana, and the tool-wielding civilized man, Parashurama, to the highly evolved and dharmic being, Sri Rama, to the Purnavatar, Sri Krishna. After the advent of Sri Krishna begins the age of man as a seeker, an enlightened being, and a world teacher, Buddha. The last avatar, Kalki, is said to arrive at the end of Kali Yuga to destroy the collective negativity and establish Satya Yuga on the planet Earth, the age of living enlightenment. The Garuda Purana describes the avatars in this way. Death is of 7 types experienced by human beings. First, the man who feels he is nothing more than a body. He experiences oblivion as death. He feels the end of his identity is death, and of his individual existence is death, which is obviously false, illusion, delusion, which brings tremendous suffering, and the suffering constantly tortures him and does not let him live even while he is having the body. Next, the person who is completely centered on desires. He has a greed and cannot understand the possibility for a breakthrough, so he continuously extends his greed even after he leaves the body. All the concepts exist in all half-baked philosophies and religious concepts. The concepts of heaven and extended life, where the desires are fulfilled, where the continuum of the desires exist, is extended delusion of desire-based individual identity setup. This is neither completely false nor permanent existence. Based on the ability to project their desires into the existential space, they create their own heaven. As long as they are disillusioned, they continue to project their heaven and life. When they are disillusioned by their own projection, then they get back to their original source and decide the next course of their action based on the imaginations and delusions they retained after the disillusionment. Every disillusionment boils down to the extended imaginations, to the root delusion. If the root delusions themselves are boiled, burnt away, the imagination completely goes away. You are liberated from the imagination. If the root delusions are not burnt or boiled, you project your root delusions into a different levels of imagination. Usually, the desire, imagination, expansion, when it is disillusioned, boils down to the root imagination. It projects again itself in the next root of guilt. The expansion, the imaginary projection of the guilt, is only considered as the lower levels of hell. Again, neither the hell is completely truth, nor the heaven is completely truth. And the same way, neither of them is completely false, nor of them is completely reality. Please understand this great truth Mahadeva repeats for every one of you to grasp inside. The reality you are facing now, what you call as Bhuloka, the very less intense projection of your delusion is Bhuloka. And little higher projection of your extended greed is Svarga, Svarga Loka, the heaven. And guilt is little higher projection of your deluded, disturbed mental setup, patterns of root greed in different direction. The guilt is lower level hells where you repent for your sins. Sin is nothing but retaining the root pattern of desire even after you are disillusioned by the projections of those same roots. When the fruits and the crops disillusion you, and still you hang on expecting the different root or crops to come out of the same seed, it is guilt. Guilt projects into the next level of hell, which is again neither truth nor false. It is again your ability and the intensity to project decides the quality and quantity of the time you need to spend in the hell. Once you are disillusioned, even your sufferings are not real. You enter into the root pattern, which goes to the deeper root than the ordinary experience of hell. The deeper root is pain, the ultimate hells you experience. In this space, again, your death decides the quality and the quantity of the sufferings you are continuously going to experience. Understand, every levels of death teaches you the great lessons if you are ready to hear. Every life, every year, practically every day, every one of you go through all the 7 deaths. The 4th death, death from the pain. Even the pain is also a projected delusion from the root pattern. It does not exist, and it cannot coexist with the existence of the cosmic soul, as the cosmic soul's presence is felt every day by your individual soul in the deep sleep and the restful awareness. The pain pattern also faces the death. When the pain pattern faces the death, the experience the individual soul goes through is depression. Depression is not even the existence of pain. When you don't even project your pain, when you are not even capable of projecting your pain on the reality, the comparative reality, the constant torture you do to yourself with a seed is depression. Seed which cannot grow but continues to exist as a living seed is depression. The death from the depression is the 6th death, called dark night of the soul. Every soul goes through this dark night during the sleep in form of an unrememberable nightmare every day. Morning, when you come out of the nightmare and can't remember the scenes, but only can experience the feeling of the nightmare, it is dark night of the soul. Dark night of the soul is the near-death experience for so many individuals. All the individuals who record the near-death experience as being pulled into the cave and pushed out with a tremendous pain is near-death experience, which is nothing but the dark night of the soul in the long term. When the dark night of the soul happens every night, it is called nightmare. When the nightmare happens once in a while, it is called near-death experience. Understand the great truths of the death. Even by listening to these great truths again and again, you are liberated from these great truths. These great truths should be heard by the children before they are spoiled and wronged by the human society with the immature ideas. These words should be repeated as mantras. So whenever you repeat a word again and again, not only the linguistic understanding happens, this forms the phonetic basis of your very thinking. When the great truths from the phonetic basis for your thinking, when the great truths forms the phonetic basis for your thinking, it is called living enlightenment. So the 7th death, the 7th form of death, which is beyond the dark night of the soul, happens as nibbana, nirvana, extinction of the individual deluded identity. The extinction of the individual deluded identity is the ultimate death, which is liberation and celebration. What you feel as your identity is your identity centered on the body, then oblivion is the obvious truth about your death. If your individual identity is centered on desire, guilt, pain, resurrection is the obvious result, the obvious truth about your death. If your individual identity is capable of going through the depression and dark night of the soul, reincarnation is the truth about your death. If your individual soul, your individual identity is prepared while in the body itself to go through even the depression and the dark night of the soul and able to exist without the help of the body and mind, enlightenment, liberation, and celebration is the truth of your death. So the death has 4 different meanings to the 4 different levels of people. If you remember yourself constantly as the body, oblivion is the reality for you. If you remember yourself as the extended desire, inexhaustible guilt, and unbearable pain, resurrection will be your expected truth about death. If you are able to enter into the depression and the dark night of the soul, reincarnation is the possibility of your soul about death. If you can stand all these experiences while you are carrying the physical body and able to stand the ability to be without the physical body and mind through the unclutching, enlightenment is the equal word for your death. Enlightenment, when it enters into your system, is the form of death. It is liberation and celebration. So death does not happen to all individuals equally. It is based on the standard of the individual death. Standard of the individual, the death happens. Whether it is oblivion, resurrection, reincarnation, or enlightenment, which is your truth. Whether oblivion is your truth, resurrection is your truth, or reincarnation is your truth, or enlightenment is your truth, is your decision. It is the individual capability and individual's responsibility. When the quality of life increases day by day, the quality of death also increases. A man who feels connected to the truth of oblivion, naturally, obviously, just centered on the body, will not have completion, a complete feeling of life. The people who are in the middle level feel connected to the resurrection truth, the resurrection concept. That is why the Mass feels very comfortable with the concept of resurrection. Very evolved individual, very few individuals feel the truth of the reality of reincarnation. It is only very few who enter into the experience of enlightenment. So be very clear about the words of Mahadeva, which is coming out now. Not only it has a linguistic value, philosophical value, conceptual value, truths based on which your cognizance should be functioned. It has a phonetic value also, should be repeated like a Vedic mantras, chanted repeatedly so that constantly your cognizance is centered on these great words, truths, and constantly your mind is based on these great words. Let us now enter into the Akashic readings on death.
The first question today is from Manitya Priyatmananda, who's asking, Dear Kala Bhairava, what are the steps of the death meditation that we need to do every night? Kindly explain.
Every fear you accumulate, every fear makes you feel agitated, every fear which you do not want to think or remember, go through, go into all those fears consciously, neither deciding to save yourself from that fear, nor having greed to achieve what you are afraid of. So without having the greed or fear, enter into the fear. Naturally, the fear will lose its quality of fear when you do not carry fear or greed for the fear. Greed has its quality of greed because you are greed for greed and fear about the greed. Same way, the fear has the quality of fear because you are fear for the fear and indirect greed towards the fear. So when your fears are approached with fearlessness and greedlessness, the straightening out of your consciousness every day happens. The change of consciousness from Jagrat to Swapna, Swapna to Sushupti, the waking state to dream state and dream state to the deep sleep state happens because your awareness is not straightened out. Either the bumps of the fear or bumps of the greed responsible for your consciousness jumping from waking state to dream state or dream state to deep sleep state. If you remove all the bumps of the fear before falling asleep, you will not fall asleep, you will fall into something called restful awareness, which is recorded by the word Turiya by the earlier mantra drashtas. So the word Turiya denotes the state of falling into the restful awareness without the bumps of fear or greed. Every night, remove all the bumps you created during your daytime through fear or greed. Continuous practice of removing all the bumps of fear and greed by facing them will help you to fall into the state of Turiya. This is what Mahadeva calls as death process, Nirbhaya Dhyana.
The next question is from Sri Nitya Atma Manishananda, who's asking, Lord Mahadeva, my pranams. It is said, you have given boon that anybody dies in Kashi, he gets liberated. For this reason, many people live in Kashi and wait for death to happen. What is the truth? Just physical living in Kashi is enough, or something more was instructed by you to do in addition to physical living?
As Mahadeva, it is my own words. People who live and leave their body in Varanasi get liberated. Along with living and leaving, there was some spiritual preparations prescribed, like doing ajapa japa and constantly being aware of the third eye Agnya Chakra. The whole air and the atmosphere was filled with these divine instructions and the spiritual practices and maintained by myself as Kala Bhairava. Still now, anybody who is not capable, who is not practicing these practices for the minimum required amount, will be moved out of Varanasi's boundary before they leave the body due to some reasons out of their ignorance or by the natural forces. So, anybody who lives and leaves their prana in the Varanasi boundary naturally, directly is liberated and achieves enlightenment. I, Kala Bhairava, still maintain the sanctity of that vow and the place, physical place Varanasi, the sanctity and the vow which I gave it to the place physically to Varanasi does not have extinction. It does not have expiry date. As long as the planet Earth exists and the physical place Varanasi exists, only the people who are practicing these two great truths of Ajapa Ajapa and centering themselves on the third eye will be able to live and leave their body in Varanasi. The very space and the place is filled with the physical vibration and the presence of me, Mahadeva, as Kala Bhairava. The place, physical place of Varanasi is equivalent to the eternal incarnation body, Nitya Avatara Sharira. How? In the incarnation's body, eternally I, Mahadeva, reside. Same way, the place, physical place of Varanasi becomes the center of me, Mahadeva's residence eternally. As Mahadeva, me, reside in that very space, physically being centered. Anybody who even makes the sankalpa of living and leaving their body in Varanasi are inspired, initiated to live centered on Ajapa Ajapa and being centered on the third eye, Agnya Chakra. Anybody who refuses, resists, is naturally moved out of that physical place before they leave the body, before their death. Still, Kala Bhairava, me, directly supervising this physical act of removing the people who are unqualified out of the boundary of Varanasi and bringing the people who are qualified into the physical boundary of Varanasi personally. Still, I am overlooking and looking after, managing the affairs of Varanasi physically, assuming the physical plane control over the whole place. Anybody comes there with a simple open eyes will see my physical administration in Varanasi. As this questioner himself is shown the physical form of Kala Bhairava in the form of a photograph inside the Kala Bhairava temple, he does not need to doubt the existence of Kala Bhairava in physical form and administering the Kala Bhairava in Varanasi as the physical place, not just on the spiritual space. In the physical place of Varanasi, Kala Bhairava, me, is running the administration, who should be residing inside the physical boundary and who should be asked, made to vacate the physical boundary of Varanasi before they leave the body. These are some of the sacred centers on the planet Earth as a direct connection with the spiritual plane, and the laws of the cosmos is applicable still into the land of these places. The cosmic law overrules and makes decisions of any man-made laws in these sacred centers. how the incarnation's bodies can never be brought under the man-made laws. Those bodies can neither be punished nor be treated under the man-made laws, neither be controlled nor be rewarded under the man-made laws. The bodies of the incarnations function based on the cosmic law, can never be rewarded or disrespected, can never be treated or abused by the man-made laws. It stands above the man-made laws and continues to radiate its grace beyond any man-made laws and regulations. Same way, Varanasi stands beyond the man-made laws. It still functions based on the cosmic law, as Kalabhairava himself is ruling and organizing and running the whole administration even now physically.
The next question is from Suresh Kandaraj, who's asking, what happens to the soul of the people who die in accident or get murdered? Is it similar to suicide?
In accidents, if the person is directly involved, saying yes to his own death, it will be treated as a suicide. Or if he is not directly involved, saying yes to that death, it is only the situation and things which are beyond his control are saying yes to his death, it will be considered as murder. During the suicide, the remaining part of the time he has to live without body will be with a deep guilt and pain. But if it is murder, he will neither carry the pain nor the guilt. He will be just given a space to rest without any suffering or the torture. He will be just waiting, only with the waiting mode, without any guilt or suffering. But if it is suicide, he will be waiting along with the deep guilt and pain and suffering. Usually, the ghost which disturbs the human beings, rishis, gandharvas, kinnara kimburudas, are the souls which has committed suicide, not murdered. The murdered ones will have tremendous sympathy and helping tendency towards the human beings and kinnara, kimburuda, gandharva, gandhara, rishis. So, the murdered ones can be of a friendly use for human beings, but the suicide ones, as they themselves will not be in restful awareness, will not be able to help, and anybody who connects with the suicided ones who have committed suicide will be in danger. The people who have committed suicide, those individual souls, will only be playing cunning games to impart what they feel as a suffering and torture and pain towards others, as their deep frustration and anger towards everything in the life, and will not be of any use or help to human beings. So Mahadeva, Kalabhairava, instructs all the mediums who are relating with the departed ones not to contact, relate, try to take any help with the souls which have committed suicide. But you can relate and try to receive the help and friendliness in any form, any way which you know available above said to the souls which are murdered.
The next question is from Dr. Sundareshan from Sri Lanka, who's asking, Dear Kalabhairava, Namah Shivaya, when does the death happen? Is it when the heart stops, or when the respiration stops, or when the brain death occurs as per our medical guidelines? How can a doctor help the soul which is leaving the body?
What you understand as clinical death has nothing to do with the death. When death happens, all these symptoms which you asked happens. Heart stops, brain stops, and all the other symptoms which you claim during the clinical death happens. Please understand, if all these things are happening one by one, when all of them happen, when the last symptom happens, that should be the moment of death as per the normal human understanding. Among these happenings of respiration stopping, heart stopping, brain stopping, which one happens last? That should be the moment of death. Even if one is still happening, then the death should not be declared. Still, the person should be considered as alive. But even after all these three happens, only if the reflection discontinues to get reflected on Anandagandha, the complete death happens. The possibility of returning to that same body becomes impossible. It gets stopped. Till that happens, the possibility of returning to the same reflection on the same body still exists. So, what you call as clinical death should be happening of all the three. Which one happens last? That moment should be considered as clinical death. Even if one of them are still functioning, the person should not be declared as dead. Even all the three happening is not complete possibility that the soul's reflection will not be happening on the body again. It is only the humanly impossible to make the soul again reflect on the same body. So human beings can declare that as death. Cosmically, only when the reflection of the Anandagandha stops happening on the individual body, he will be declared as dead, which will happen only after these three physical symptoms happen. Unless the three physical symptom happens, the fourth one of the stoppage of the reflection of the Anandagandha will not happen. Sometimes, even after these three, the heart stopping, respiration stopping, brain stopping, Anandagandha can continue to reflect on the body for days or sometime months, sometime ages, as
Yes, after this very powerful, insightful revelation about death from the Akashic records, let us now internalize what we have received in terms of revelations during this session. The types of death from the Akashic records are of 7 kinds. 7 types of death are experienced by human beings. First, The man who feels he is nothing more than a body, he experiences oblivion as death. He feels the end of his identity is death, end of his individual existence is death, which is obviously false, illusion, delusion, which brings tremendous suffering, and the suffering constantly tortures him and does not let him live even while he is still having the body. Next, the person who is completely centered on desires. He has a greed and cannot understand the possibility for a breakthrough, so he continuously extends his greed in a half-baked philosophies. He extends his greed even after he leaves the body. All the concepts that exist in these half-baked philosophies and religious concepts, the concepts of heaven and extended life, where the desires are fulfilled, where the continuum of the desires exists, is extended delusion of desire-based individual identity setup. This is neither completely false nor permanent existence. Based on the ability to project their desires into the existential space, they create their own heaven. As long as they are disillusioned, they continue to project their heaven and live. When they are disillusioned by their own projection, then they get back to their original source and decide the next course of their action based on the imaginations and illusions they retained after the disillusionment. Now let's come to the exercise. Write the earliest concepts, all your childhood memories and beliefs you received about death in your life. You may have received these ideas from your parents, teachers, relatives, church, temple, etc. Write down your experience about the first death you directly faced or attended in your life, be it your grandparents, your pet, a distant relative, a neighbor. Write down your experiences about the first death you directly faced or attended in your life. Please write down as if you are directly talking to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You should write it in a way, if you choose to share, you should be able to just read out from the book what you wrote. If you have any questions about this process, let us know in the chat so we can attend to your doubts. For now, let us enter into this process. Have your pen and paper ready, and let's begin this exercise. Yes. With this, we come to the end of this process. Now, let us move on to the next segment, a very exciting segment. We're going to learn about Vishesha Diksha. Today, during the darshan, we're going to have the opportunity to take the initiation, which is called Vishesha Diksha. What is Vishesha Diksha? Why Vishesha Diksha? The power of puja, Atma Linga, do's and don'ts after receiving the Vishesha Diksha, and the lifestyle to follow after receiving Shiva Diksha. These are all the topics we're going to cover in this session. First, what is Vishesha Diksha? Vishesha Diksha is the second level initiation that bestows the right to offer prayer and gratitude through personal puja to the Guru, to the Padukas, and Paramashiva in the form of the Atma Linga. Whatever you share with Paramashiva during the puja every day, he listens to you. He has to listen to you, and I, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, am responsible for it. It is like you are empowered to do everyday worship. Vishesha Diksha is giving you a super conscious breakthrough, where the Guru removes the old life, the inner space, from the disciple and replaces it with a Shiva Atma, Paramashiva's consciousness from his Anandagandha into the disciple which is getting initiated. Vishesha Diksha is initiating you into power manifestation and opening the doors Kailasa for you. Vishesha Diksha gives you the experience of Kailasa. The material out of which the Atmalinga is made is Spatika. It is nothing but the space of Kailasa. It is just made into a physical matter and given to you as Atmalinga. Why would one take the Vishesha Diksha? To live a stress-free life, to have power manifestation in life, to have direct access to Kailasa, and to have a personal connection with Paramashiva. Vishesha Diksha is the best for everything best in life. Receiving Atmalinga and doing puja every day is literally awakening your consciousness, connecting yourself with Paramashiva. Every day connecting with Paramashiva is such ultimate. The puja is the time-tested, foolproof, ultimate stress-busting methodology. How many of you are already doing the puja every day in the morning and can testify that the space once you complete the puja is the best feeling? You're just sitting in such a vast space and gratitude. It is literally the best thing you can do in the morning. Literally the best way to start in a powerful day. Vishesha Diksha and everyday puja gives you a life of bliss, ecstasy, powerfulness, the life of oneness, and ultimately the experience of Paramashivoham. It directly opens your personal connection with Paramashiva and the space of Kailasa. You are initiated into all the power manifestation science, as these powers manifest from the space of oneness, and puja establishes you in that very space. You have a personal, intimate version of Paramashiva, the Atmalinga, for yourself. Unimaginable benefits, health, spiritual, everything starts with this initiation. Performing Nitya Puja after receiving Vishesha Diksha is such personal, direct enlightenment process. It'll make you manifest the ultimate powers. Nitya Puja cleans your whole system, detoxes your body, ripes your consciousness, makes your consciousness open up in your system. The pramana for the Vishesha Diksha from the Vishesha Diksha Vidhi, Soma Sambu Paradi, goes as follows. The Guru should throw flowers invoked with the mantra Astayam at the disciple's chest and imagine in the heart of the disciple the globe-shaped Supreme Spirit of extreme effulgence inhabiting the subtle body. The invocation of Vagishwari, Paramashiva Shakti, and Vagishwara, Paramashiva in the heart of fire in which Bhagavan Paramashiva has been invoked. The Guru knocks the heart of the disciple with a flower, visualizing the consciousness sparkling as a star in the heart of the disciple, entering the lotus of the heart of the disciple and putting the consciousness of the disciple into the self, the Guru's own lotus of the heart, keeping the consciousness of the disciple in the fire. On seeing the way the fire burns, the Guru knows the sins committed by the disciple. And after the Homa is over, the Guru keeps the consciousness, the Atma of the disciple, which is like fire sparks in the lotus of the heart of the Guru. In the heart of the Guru merges the consciousness of the disciple with that of Bhagavan Paramashiva. The Guru then reinstalls the consciousness in the heart of the disciple. If I see the last 39 years of my life on the planet Earth in the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, what is the activity in which I've spent maximum time? Not yoga, surely not talking to you guys and taking class, not doing Sangha activity, not doing meditation. At least equivalent of time I spend on all these activities, I spend on puja. Sometimes 11 hours or 15 hours at a stretch, I'll sit and do puja. I should say, just I'll sit and soak myself in Bhava Samadhi. The number of hours I spend in yoga, numbers of hours I spend in talking to all of you, number of hours I spend in my public life, number of hours I spend in meditation, all put together cannot cross the numbers of hours I spent in puja. Understand? I am an intelligent man. I will not waste my time. I think this statement should make sense to all of you. Why puja? Understand? The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says the most time he has invested in anything, he has invested in puja. If I am an intelligent person like Swamiji, who doesn't waste time, has spent so much time on puja, then there is something there need to be explored. Then there's something there that needs to be explored. The first truth you need to know, God exists and he accepts your love, your devotion, actions you perform as a demonstration of your sacred sentiment that I love you, I'm surrendering, I recognize your existence in my existence, whether you are happening to me in the form of joy, health, wealth, bliss, contentment, all the good things I feel as good things, or some things which I have not yet recognized as good things, not yet able to recognize as good things. You may be happening to me whatever way you want, whatever way life is happening to me, but I do recognize your existence in me, in my life, in my existence. Sharing this truth authentically is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism calls devotion, bhakti. Manifesting powerful cognitions about the universe is bhakti, and manifesting cognitions about everything that exists is puja. Puja is the time you naturally manifest most powerful sacred cognitions about life, about the universe, about God, especially if you understand the mantras, the sacred sentiment, the meaning behind those mantras. Today we are going to have a guided puja class directly after the darshan. So if you decide to take the Vishesha Diksha, or you have already taken the Diksha, make sure to join in and get some deeper insights on the meaning of these sacred mantras. When you sit with those sacred sentiments and Bhava Samadhi, it is literally Shaktipada with Sadashiva himself. It can manifest so much of powers, state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, and powers of Paramashiva. It can just do wonders. Fools are those who don't know the taste of Paramashiva Puja. Paramashiva Puja, physically sitting and cognizing the Achavadana, Paramashiva in the form of a deity, and collecting all the things needed to offer to him, and offering by invoking that tremendous sacred sentiments and just getting soaked into it. It's a methodology of creating Kailasa wherever you are. You have the power to manifest Kailasa wherever you are, and your sacred sentiments are so powerful, he has to recognize it, and he is awaiting you to recognize it. Yeah, there's a beautiful story I can share from my own life where I went to renew my visa for India. At that time, we went to Sri Lanka. And in the mornings when we woke up, we would go around and search for flowers to offer in the puja. And just that early morning, the sun has not yet fully risen, and you go out on the search for flowers, such a simple activity, but you know what it is for. You know you are searching for the flowers to offer them to the divine. It was just such a sweet, blissful experience. And all the encounters you have in that space, all the people you meet, they will simply catch that blissful state that you are in. So every encounter you have will be blissful. And from there, you'll sit down for the puja, set up everything nicely, decorate everything beautifully. And then you offer these flowers to Paramashiva, holding that sweet space that you created with every step that you take to make it happen. Is just so beautiful. But even if you do not have the flowers available and you can only offer water, settling down, holding and intensifying that visualization, that space that is created by the morning puja is just beyond. Important things about puja. Bhava Samadhi should be tasted when you are in the human body. Samadhi means being one with the source. Adi means source. Sama Adi means one with the source. Bhava Samadhi means being one with the source through this attitude, this bhava. Bhava means attitude, aspect. The fruit of puja is devotion, and the fruit of devotion is puja. Those sacred truths and sentiments trading in your system and settling in your muscle memory and biomemory will tune you to be in Shaktipada with Sadashiva continuously. Puja is practiced and fulfillment of devotion. Not just practice, I tell you. The fruit of devotion is puja. The fruit of puja is devotion. So the essence for all the participants is the fruit of puja is devotion, and the fruit of devotion itself is puja. So it is that auspicious, that virtuous cycle that you enter. As you practice the puja, your devotion will strengthen. And as you strengthen your devotion, you will want to express it. You will want to offer your devotion in some way and enter into that bhava, that feeling, that space, that attitude. Very rarely, Paramashiva refers in the Agama any original Upanishad, but when he speaks about the Atmalinga, he refers to the Kathopanishad. Kathopanishad describes how the God particle is inside you. Angushta Matra Purusha, the size of the thumb. The God particle, the Purusha, the individual soul, but the expression of the entire cosmos, shines just below your heart region, above the navel, in that region. So that is exactly the shape of the Atmalinga. Paramashiva declares the best is Spatika for the Atmalinga. All the Spatika linga given to the initiates are 24 karat, pure Spatika, and on the Shiva linga, the Shri Yantra is carved. Our Nirvani, Mahanirvani Peter's Mula Devata is Shri Yantreshwara, which is established in Kashi Annapurna temple. That is the Mula Devata. Devi herself worshipped that Shiva linga. Because of that, the Devi's mandala is on that Shiva linga. Atmalinga given to all the initiates is a replica of that Mula linga. Because of its form, it holds the Shiva energy. Because of the Shri chakra, it holds Devi's energy. Because the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism energized it, it holds the Guru's energy. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism does the Prana Pratishta, Guru's energy. So he installed the divine in that linga. So all the three are inside. Angushta Matra Purusha, the Kathopanishad described the way the consciousness, the God particle exists in your body, above the navel, the region where the God particle is there like a lamp kept in a room where there is no wind, in the size of the Angushta, the thumb. That is the description of God particle in your body. Actually, that God particle only is I. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is awakening it. When that God particle starts oozing out, radiating its power through your biomemory and muscle memory, that is when the power starts expressing. Healing starts expressing, and the powers start manifesting. Spatika is the frozen ice for hundreds of years, and the carbon gets mixed into it. It imbibes the quality of the stone and retains the cold and the purity of the ice. It's one of the most powerful stones which can be energized, programmed, which will stay for quite a long time. Quite a long time, the energy will stay. For example, if the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism installed the Spatika Linga maybe for 2,000 years, it will radiate energy. Anything gets heated, it will lose the energy. this never gets heated up. The Spatika should never be heated up. Spatika linga can never get heated up to the core. If it gets, it'll break. Then you know it cannot be worshipped. So if there is a Spatika linga installed by an enlightened master, if it is intact, you can be 100% sure it is still energized, still holding energy. And even the Karukai Bodhi, Haritaki powder, even that has a quality. If you program it or energize it, it'll stay for quite a long time. Sri Rangam, Ranganatham, is made of that Karkapudi, only Haritaki powder. The Ranganathi deity is Karukai Puri only. Let us now enter into a short video which gives more insights on the Vishesha Diksha that is going to be happening today. Be in a state of listening and restful awareness. Sit with your hand against spine in a straight line and let us enter into this video with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Understand, Vishesha Diksha is giving you superconscious breakthrough. The action now I am supposed to perform. I do not know whether the Acharyas read out Somasambhu Padhati to you. The action I am supposed to perform now on them is taking their old life out and dumping it and putting the Shivatma, means Shiva's consciousness, from my Anandagandha and putting it in them. Read out the whole thing, then they will understand why Vishesha Diksha. Unfortunately, people think Vishesha Diksha means vegetarianism, that's all. No. Shaivam is not just Shaiva meal, Shaiva life. It is initiations you receive and few minutes every day you spend to bring yourself to the oneness. Puja is nothing but bringing you to oneness. For example, I give you my personal cell phone number and tell you every day and one particular time if you call me, you can talk to me directly. Are you going to take that as a load work? Oh, every day I have to call. Or are you going to feel, wow, I have a direct access to him. Every day I can, few minutes, I have a direct access to him. What are you going to feel? Puja is giving you Sadashiva's personal cell phone number. He has committed to me, whoever I initiate. When you connect with him, he is committed to me, he will respond to you. I am authorized to give you his personal number. Puja is nothing but giving you the authorization to call him at particular time. And he has committed to me, he will respond to you. Vishesha Diksha is nothing but giving you his personal number, hotline connection. So every day during the puja, that few minutes you can connect with him in oneness, and he has committed to me, he will respond to you. Understand? I am authorized exchange for him. He has given me the authority. That is the reason I am sharing. One more thing I want to tell you. Sometimes people come and try to tell me, oh, non-veg food is a human right. Being human itself is not right. What stupidity you are talking about non-veg food? Your body is not made for that. I am not talking from the sense of moral. If you want to evolve into the next level, don't eat poison. Vishesha Diksha demands only two requests from you. One, you need to be vegetarian. Another one, every day at least 10 minutes you need to bring yourself to the oneness with the puja. 10 minutes is too less time. It doesn't take more than 10 minutes, I know. It's too less time. Sadashiva is demanding to respond to you every day and keep yourself in oneness. Actually, I don't promote any other spiritual practice. People ask me, should I do this technique, that technique? twisting the eye and looking here and blowing the nose, this corner, that corner. I don't give you any technique. I only ask connect with him in oneness 10 minutes a day. I think maximum it takes 11 minutes. Anybody who listens to my words, I will strongly recommend you take Visesh Diksha and become vegetarian. That will really help you. You cannot compare, understand. Whether you paid some 5,000 and came for NKO or paid few lakhs and came for MSS, that is not going to decide whether you are going to continue to manifest power and live manifesting powers. Whether you take Visesh Diksha or not is only going to decide whether you are going to manifest powers or not. So please understand, the secret is in initiations and aligning yourself to the oneness, that's all. So I have to be integrated to Mahadeva, so I am revealing the truths as it is. Whatever is said and done, Visesh Diksha is something extraordinary. Literally the whole system gets upgraded to the superconsciousness. If you ask me, I'll strongly recommend. If you say, no, I'm in a country where I don't get non-veg food, change the country. No, my husband does not allow me to become vegetarian, change the husband. Nothing more is important than Sadashiva. Everything else comes second. I tell you, I cannot give powers to your money, I can give powers only to you. So, initiation matters. Living it matters. Don't try to believe these stupid ideas. This non-vegetarianism, non-veg food is a human right. Being human itself is not right. Understand that? Then people ask me, oh, where do you get protein? Stupid questions, same old questions. Stupid fellows. From where elephant gets protein, I get from there. That's all. Actually, protein can be generated only by plants. You feed that protein into animal, grow muscles, don't even bother it as a life and just cut the muscles for your protein and grab. What kind of a mind? Is there no limit for the demonicness? The demonness? You don't treat the animal as life, you treat them like a bank. How you put your money and take it back, like that you put the grain protein and take the flesh protein and eat. You think they are going to be blessing you and dying? Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Let everyone eat my flesh and live happily. No. All their curse is there in their muscles and their animal protein. Dairy industry is one of the largest depopulation plan, understand. Dairy industry, whether for the flesh or for the milk, dairy industry is the biggest depopulation plan, depopulation conspiracy. Not that Indian traditional village dairy, they are not, no way they are dairy, because they are not, our cows are not given any animal protein and all the stupid chemicals and any of that. They just happily roam around, grow organically, and the calves are fed first. Only after it's overflown, it's milk, the remaining is milked and shared. So Indian dairies, village dairies are completely different. Don't even compare this and that. Actually, I can give you hours of discourse and convince why vegetarianism and all that. then I don't think it is a guru-disciple relationship, it's a business. That's the reason. If too much of convincing need to be done, the guru-disciple relationship loses its sweetness and light romance. So, with this, I bless you all. Let's enter into Vishesha Diksha. Be blissful.
Yes. Now that we heard about the Vishesha Diksha and the context, let us go into a little bit more depth by covering the do's and don'ts after you have taken the Vishesha Diksha. The initiated disciple should not abuse Lord Paramashiva, the source of the cosmos. He should not abuse the Shastras, the scriptures revealed by him. He should not abuse the Guru Acharya and Shaiva Sadhakas, other seekers on this path. He should not cross the shadow of the Shiva Linga. He should not step into the shadow of any Shiva Linga. He should not eat the food offered to or to be offered to Chandikeshwara, the accountant of Kailasa. He should not cross garlands offered to or to be offered to Chandikeshwara. He should not abuse the person who has received the Shiva Diksha. Till the last breath, he should do puja to Shiva, Agni, and Acharya. He should not cross the food that is to be offered to or already offered to Paramashiva. Means one should not step over the food, one should go around. Exceptions given by Paramashiva. For those children who are initiated into Yagnapavita and below the age of 16, for ignorant, for old people, for women, for kings, for sick, these needs to be instructed to be followed as much as possible. If you wish to take up the most powerful lifestyle of Vishesha Diksha, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will be initiating you into today, sign up via https://ecitizen.info/SB-Diksha. We're going to send the message in the chat and project the link on screen as well. If you want to sign up, use the following link. Yes, we're going to project the link on screen in just a moment. We already sent it in the Zoom chat. So let's take a few moments for all the people who are interested to receive this Diksha today to sign up using the link. I'm also going to send it in the YouTube chat. Yes, let us now conclude this session on Vishesha Diksha as we cover the lifestyle after the Vishesha Diksha. The seeker, upon receiving Vishesha Diksha, is ordained to follow some of these practices. The receiver will perform Nitya, daily puja of the Guru Paduka and the Shiva Linga every day. The receiver shall not partake any non-vegetarian food like meat, fish, eggs, and such. The receiver shall not engage in any activities of Hamsa, violence of any jivas, living beings, including the self. Offer puja to Paramashiva and Guru every day. This takes 15 to 20 minutes. If you are sick or you are traveling and you miss puja one day, next day you have to do it twice, that day and the one for yesterday. Paramashiva gives this as an option. Maintain a vegetarian diet, no animal meat, no fish, no egg, no mushroom. Allowed to have vegetarian food, no restrictions on onion, garlic, dairy products as per agamas. No specific mention on smoking, drinking with the Vishesha Diksha, so no restrictions on that. If by mistake you eat without realizing something which contains egg or mushroom, immediately take Haritaki powder and flush that substance out of your system as soon as possible and detoxify your body. And then you can retake the initiation when it is being performed the next time during the program. Again, we advise all the participants to take the lifestyle of the Vishesha Diksha. It is the most empowering step you can take on your spiritual journey. Once more, the link to register is ecitizen.info/Atmalinga to receive your Atmalinga for this. Yes. Senthil Kumar is telling that he has applied for his Atmalinga. Yes. We're going to send a number to you. Please reach out to us so we can connect you and make sure that you can receive your Atmalinga. The best way usually is to go to your local temple and Sangha, have the Atmalinga shipped to them, and then pick it up over there. Yes, please make sure to stay in the room and request this, what you just sent once more during the darshan, and the team will attend to you and take care that you will receive your Atmalinga. Thank you for the notice. Requesting everyone here in the room, if you have any questions or doubts, please let us know so we can help you. We can support you with whatever it is that you want to manifest or any understandings you want to arrive at. Yes. Now, let us move on to the next topic of the day. We have started covering the Akashic records. Let us now go into more depth on the Akashic records. What you will learn from this session. First, what is life? How awakening the non-mechanical parts of the brain makes you see larger life and understand that death is an illusion, and how to use death as a door for different possibilities. What is life from the Akashic readings? Illusion, expanded identity possession is life. Life in a deluded way possesses, and the possession itself is felt as its own identity because of illusion. When life feels it possesses the body and lands up in a delusion, it is the body, it is life. When it feels it possesses wealth and wealth is part of its identity, it is deluded life. Same way, when it feels name and fame, reward and awards it possesses, and the possession itself becomes part of its identity, it is deluded life. life goes on getting deluded with so many things, with the concept of possession, and the deeper delusion, the possession itself becomes part of its identity. Death comes as a great celebration and liberation, as deluded, unnecessary illusion and illusory identities. It's a great relief whenever part of you, what you think as you, is taken away from you. The truth, which was, it were never part of you, is reminded to you. Understand, when money is taken away from you, when you feel the pain that some part of your identity is dying, it is a lesson to you. It was never part of you. It was your possession which had deluded and given you the illusory identity. It was part of you. When the name and fame is taken away from you, you are reminded to the truth it was never part of you. It was your possession, but due to delusion, you identify that as a part of your very identity. Same way, when you are reminded the body on which your multiple identities continue to grow, the brain on which the perception of your multiple identities are experienced by you, when that is taken away from you, the very ground on which your multiple possessions and the possibility of that possession giving that delusive feeling you are part of those possessions and those possessions are your identity, is taken away from you. A being should constantly remind itself not to identify with any possession. Not having possessions and not identifying with the possessions is the path of renunciation. Even having the possessions, but having the clarity the possessions are not part of your identity, is path of grahastha. Whether you take up the path of grahastha through the responsibility and having the wealth and everything, or the path of renunciation without having possession itself, the important truth you need to remember is not letting anything become part of your illusory, deluded identity. Whether you have possessions or not does not matter. That should not become part of your identity, which is already deluded. When the source gets deluded by identifying itself on the body itself is your possession. But when you identify the possession of your body as your identity, the delusion of the identity begins. When the delusion of identity starts, it leads to multiple identities, like identifying yourself with your wealth, with your name and fame, with all other possessions. Death is a reminder, a powerful guru, to make your being understand all this was never part of you. These were never part of your illusory or deluded understanding. So relax from the illusion of identifying your possessions as your identity. Possessions are possessions. They are not your identity. Identity should be experienced beyond anything you possess. Possessed does not comprise or compete or fulfill or lead the experience of the true identity. Sometimes your own possessions try to compete with your identity. The possessions competing your original identity is disease. When your body competes with your original identity, the competition is disease. When your mind competes with your original identity, that is depression. When your possessions compete with your original identity, that possessions themselves do not have independent life, but the life received from the source identity. Your possessions start competing with the source identity. That competition is perversion. So that clearly, neatly irons out your inner space. It makes you understand many things which were never part of your identity, but you assumed as part of your identity because of your experiencing possession of those things. Anything which does not say no to you continuously, you feel that as possession. Unfortunately, because they do not have any will to say no to you, your will possesses it. When your will possesses something, it gets into the delusion that it is part of you. Remembering things which does not say no to you, is not part of you, is unclutching. Remember, things may not say no to you, but that does not mean they are part of your very identity. They may be possessed by you. You may have ownership over them, but you cannot have identification over them. Including your body, you are only an owner. You cannot impose your identification on them. Reminding this great truth to you as a natural process is death. Death continues to happen multiple times continuously in your life because you carry multiple identities. You just need awareness to perceive, experience, live through all the multiple deaths happening. When you have the awareness, consciousness, experiencing multiple deaths in your life, you go through conscious death continuously. Going through conscious death continuously does a great conscious cleansing in you. Continuously having conscious cleansing is living enlightenment. Once you are completely cleansed in your consciousness and remain pure, you are a Jivan Mukta. You are radiating enlightenment. Understand the truth. Death is continuously happening in you. Consciously, it's just to remind you about your original purity and to help you remain in purity. Death is the illusion as understood by human brain. If you awaken the non-mechanical parts of the human brain, it will have the capacity to see the life with a larger understanding. Children do not have even the level of the brain awareness awakened in the adults. That is why every part, when they fall asleep and come out of sleep, they feel they are dead and came back. They strongly believe whatever has happened in dream has really happened. That is why in the dream, if they feel hungry, in the waking state, they cry. And whatever has happened in the dream, they feel as truth. The lowest level of brain functioning is responsible for taking your life as bits and pieces without having large vision. Person who thinks every dream is reality, every deep sleep is death, and gets broken, fears the discontinuity during sleep and waking is unconscious. When the brain grows little more and capable of looking at the life with a larger vision, every night's sleep does not feel like death. Every day waking up does not feel like birth. They are able to stitch every sleep and waking up together and call it as life. This is consciousness. If your non-mechanical part of the brain is also awakened, Kundalini also awakened, you will see lives and deaths by stitching it together as the large life. The ability to see the large life and making your decisions based on those understandings is Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment. Ability to see the large life, different deaths, and different births are not discontinuity of your existence, just like birth and death are continuity, just like sleep and waking up is the continuity of your life. Birth and death are also continuity of your life. The more you see the continuity of the life, more you become intelligent, more you become blissful, more you become alive, more you become enlightened. Awaken the non-mechanical parts of the brain by Kundalini awakening or any spiritual process as prescribed by incarnations and enlightened beings. You will realize death and birth is just continuity of the different parts of life. Just like sleep and waking and dream is continuity of the same life, birth, death, and the gap between birth and death are all continuity of the same life. Understand this takes away all the fear, all the possible fear in your life, and gives you tremendous blissful awareness. Vast time is in front of you to fulfill your life's purpose and mission. In the time when the greed is dissolved, desire disappears. When there is less time, more greed, then enters desire into your brain and mind. When there is vast time, any amount of greed cannot contaminate the time with a pollution called desire. When the time is available in front of you, like an ocean, no river of greed can change the color of the ocean, pollute the ocean. If the time is available just only in the size of a lake in front of you, Even a small greed stream can pollute the lake. Understand, time makes an important decision about the levels of your desire and fear. Man who understands the continuity of life and death, in front of whom the vast amount of time is available, who is in the restful awareness, with the understanding the vast time is available in front of them, who is not driven by the concept of losing time, is Kala Bhairava. When you relax in the restful awareness of the vast time is able in front of you, time becomes your friend. Making time your friend is going beyond time, going beyond death. Then you become Kala Bhairava. Just the simple understanding, just like birth, dream, waking, deep sleep, death, are all different phases of life, sleeping, dreaming, waking up. All three are of the same life. If you are conscious, same day, same way, dying, rebirth, the gap between death and rebirth are all part of the same life. If you are super conscious, awaken to this truth, your birth, your death, your gap between birth and death are all part of the same life. I, Kala Bhairava, tell you all, you don't need even any other spiritual practice. Your life, death, rebirth, gap between life and death, birth and rebirth are all part of your same life. It is not end or restart. This one truth can relax you, put you in restful awareness. You don't need to hurry about your desires, about your greeds. Cosmos is flowing towards you. You are flowing toward the cosmos. You don't need fast track. The moment you understand you don't need fast track, because you have vast time in front of you, all the knots, thoughts, patterns, samskara knots, the granthis you created in your different energy centers, and the thought patterns you created, the thought patterns and samskaras still, which you are keeping stiff, straight, get loosened. The moment thought patterns, samskaras get loosened, they lose their grip over you. You live enlightenment. O human beings, remember this one truth. Kala Bhairava, out of my compassion, tremendous love, I am sharing this very sacred secret, the basic important truth with you all. O humanity, listen. Your life, your death, the time between life and death, the time between death and rebirth, are all part of the same life. Do not be afraid. Nothing will be taken away from you, and you do not need urgency, rushing towards any of your goals. Greed. You do not need to have fear and escape from any of your fears. Anxiety. Neither your greeds nor your fears has urgency of time. Relax from the urgency of time. The restful awareness which comes when you relax from the urgency of time makes vast time available in front of you. Anybody who has a vast time available in front of them is Kala Bhairava. Every one of you can become Kala Bhairava when you relax from the immediate urgency of time, when your greeds can't create desire in you, when your fears can't create anxiety in you, you are free from time. Vast time is available in front of you. With a vast time available in front of you, your greed cannot make you urgent. Your fear cannot make you disgraceful. Your fear cannot frighten you. Your greed cannot make you desireful. O human beings, contemplate on this great truth again and again and again. It can just be downloaded. Your birth, your death, your rebirth, the time between the birth and death, time between death and rebirth are all part of the same long life. There is no discontinuity in the whole life. Let this one truth sink in all of you to make you understand greed does not create need to create desire in you. In the ocean, when the river enters, it doesn't create ripples. In the vast time available in front of you by this great truth, even if the greed enters, it does not create the ripples of desire. Even if the fear enters, it does not create the ripples of anxiety. I bless you all. Kala Bhairava puts his footprint on all your brains. Let your biomemories be awakened to this great truth. Birth and death and rebirth and time gap between birth and death and rebirth are all part of the same long life. There is no discontinuity in these happenings. Kala Bhairava blesses you with all this great truth. Let this great truth be downloaded in all the brains which are having Nayana Diksha, from this brain all over the world. Namah Shivaya. This is the secret of death through which Markandeya conquered Kala Bhairava. Markandeya conquered Yama, the Lord of Death, Lord of Time. When he conquers you is Yama. When you conquer him, he is Kala Bhairava. When you conquer him, you become Kala Bhairava. When he conquers you, he is Yama to you. Let this great truth land on all of you. Death is the door to different possibilities. Death is the door to the happening. When the past and future overlap the life, it gets diluted and forgets its original natural existence. Death is the moment the influence of the past and the influence of the future is completely moved out. Life stands still in its natural existential reality. Life can be experienced in its purest form in death. Every meditation, every spiritual technique, every kriya helps you only break few patterns, few samskaras, few engrams. But death helps you to break all the patterns, all the possible karmas, all the possible engrams, including agamya, prarabdha, sanchita. Death can be a great door to experience life existentially. Most of the beings experience life only during death. It is unfortunate they are afraid of their own life's peak existence. It is paradoxical. Beings which are supposed to be excited about life are afraid of the life which expresses itself intensely during death. Death is only for the things which can die in you, but you are deathless. If you are worried about death, you always associate yourself with objects which can die. Objects which can die is not you, neither part of you nor existential you. It is just added to you. Kala Bhairava, when he uses this body, he knows very clearly he is using this body, his brain, this system, to relate with the universe, with the human beings. The moment he finishes the job of relating, he does not identify, possess, associate, own, be one with his body or the brain he uses. When you do not own, possess, feel one with the body you are carrying, you will have body and brain, not mind. Mind is the pollution created when you handle the body and brain. Beings having only body and brain, not mind, are pure beings, not afraid of death, as they understand that they are deathless. It is mind creates the association, possession, ownership, and creates the idea of death. As per the Akashic records, either you get into the depth and realize every moment birth and death is happening, then you will be free from birth and death, or go to the peak and realize the whole life is a long stretch of pure life. There is no death or birth ever happening. If you realize both the extremes or any one extremes, you will be free from death. You will be free from the fear of death, misunderstanding of death. Let us enter into the Akashic readings on death.
Pranam to Kala Bhairava. Is it okay to go to funeral services to pay respects to friends or relatives?
It is okay. Seeing more and more dead bodies again and again, your biomemory is reminded about its certain end. It will awaken the intelligence to make the right decisions while body is functioning. So attending more and more deaths are good for any seeker. Any human being attending more and more deaths is good. People who live around the cremation ground are the burial grounds. Their intelligence about life automatically awakens, grows.
She is also asking, when a person is liberated at the time of death, where does the soul reside? Akshardham in Swaminarayan, Siddhashaila in Jains are different spaces for Videhi masters.
If the soul is an enlightened being, he just becomes one with everything. There are some beings, even after enlightenment, request the master not to have one more body, and same way not to disappear into the cosmos. They request to enjoy the master's form by being around him, which is called Samipya Mukti. Those jivas live in a space around the master's form. The master's forms continue to remain in form, Divya Sharira, till his last disciple is enlightened. As per the promises of those masters, decisions of those masters, they continue to reside in Divya Sharira, the divine form. So the